Hello everyone, welcome to Twilight. If you have anything to say related to the video or notice any issues, let us know in the comments. For now, enjoy the video. What if Bella was Wolverine Part 2? Edward's POV. Jane's eyes landed on the newborn. It would be helpful if you could provide me with an explanation, Cullen. She has surrendered, Carlisle answered. Jane looked at him. Her thoughts told me she was confused. I was extremely aware of Bella standing behind me. She stayed quiet, and I was grateful for that. If we could just keep their attention on the newborn, they might not even notice her. Surrendered? Jane asked. Her dull voice became more expressive. I gave her the option, Carlisle said. There are no options for those who break the rules. I felt Bella stiffen behind me. I could predict the reason. She felt sorry for the girl. How she could pity the ones who were created to kill her was beyond me. That's in your hands, Carlisle told her. He didn't want to appear presumptuous. He was quite aware of Jane's power. As long as she was willing to halt her attack on us, I saw no need to destroy her. She was never taught. That is irrelevant. As you wish, Carlisle acquiesced. Jane stared at Carlisle. Her childish thoughts suddenly became wry with amusement. I hope we would get far enough west to see you, Carlisle. He sends his regards. Carlisle nodded. I would appreciate it if you would convey mine to him. Of course, Jane said. She smiled. It was disturbing, as were her thoughts. She and her twin had been changed at far too young an age. Their minds never matured past the age of adolescence. Their childish features made them seem weak and vulnerable, yet they were anything but. Jane's eyes circled the clearing and landed on a smoking pile of vampire ashes. The scent of it wasn't pleasant. It appears you have done our work for the most part. Her eyes flickered to the newborn. Just out of professional curiosity, how many were there? They left quite a wake of destruction in Seattle. 18 including this one, Carlisle answered. 18? The fire is far too small for that number. Two of the count figures behind her exchanged a glance. Dangerous, their thoughts screamed. 18? She thought aloud. All brand new. They were unskilled, he said dismissively. All? She questioned, her voice turning sharp. He had better not be lying to me. He's not, I answered her thoughts. Jane's bright red eyes flicked over to me. She looked at my face, and her thoughts told me she believed me. I nodded slightly and she turned back to Carlisle. She found my mind-reading ability intrusive and she wanted to leave. You there? She asked, pointing to the newborn. What is your name? The newborn's thought of Bree flickered into her head before she glared balefully at her. I set my face into stone as I realized what was about to happen. Jane smiled sweetly at the girl. I felt Bella flinch as Bree let out a scream of agony. Luckily, Bella had the sense of mind to censor her reaction. I could almost see her gnawing on her lip. Finally, it was quiet. Your name? Jane asked. I detected a hint of amusement in her voice and her thoughts. Bree. The girl gasped. I flinched as Jane once again unleashed her power on the girl. Bella held her breath. Her heart pounded in her chest. I hoped no one could hear it over Bree's pained screams. She'll tell you anything you want to know, I said, gritting my teeth. You don't have to do that. Jane looked up, and I got a full glimpse of the humor on her face. She grinned at me. Oh, I know. She looked back at the young vampire. Bree. She said, her voice cold again. Is his story true? Were there 18 of you? The girl lay panting. The side of her face pressed against the ground. 19, 18, I don't know. She moaned, expecting more pain. The others kept getting into fights. Who was your creator? We couldn't answer truthfully. None of us knew for sure. I'd speculated that Victoria had, and it was very likely given her creativity, but we just didn't know. None of the newborns had ever seen her face. The young girl, Bree, shook her head. I don't know. Riley never said her name. I didn't see that night. It was so dark and it hurt. Bree shuddered and I flinched as I was reminded of the agony of the transformation. Riley didn't want us to be able to think of her. He told us our thoughts weren't safe. Jane's eyes flickered to me, and then back to the girl. Tell me about this, Riley. Why did he bring you here? Riley told us we had to destroy the strange yellow eyes here. He said it would be easy. He said that the city was theirs and they were coming to get us, she babbled. He said once they were gone all the blood would be ours. It looks like Riley was wrong about the easy part, Jane said flatly. Bree nodded. She sat up gingerly, awaiting a painful rebuttal. I don't know what happened. We split up, but the others never came. Then Riley left, and he didn't come back to help us. Darn, did that mean there was another vampire out there? And then it was so confusing and everyone was in pieces. She shuddered, remembering. I felt a strange sympathy for the young girl. Bella must be rubbing off on me. I was afraid. I wanted to run away. That one, she pointed at Carlisle, said they wouldn't hurt me if I stopped fighting. Ah, but that wasn't his gift to offer, young one, Jane explained, her voice oddly gentle. Broken rules demand a consequence. She turned and looked at Carlisle. Are you sure you destroyed all of them? Carlisle nodded. They split up, but we managed to get them all, Jane smiled. I've never heard of a coven escaping such a catastrophe. I'm impressed. The shadows behind her nodded their agreement, although they were not pleased. I am still concerned about the crater. Are you sure it was a woman? She asked Bree. Bree thought that Riley spoke of a woman, but she wasn't sure. She cringed back as she shook her head, expecting more pain. Her name was Victoria. I almost jumped as Bella spoke. A rush of desperation ran through me as she stepped calmly forward and addressed Jane. The Volturi guards' thoughts became confused. I saw them take in every one of Bella's features and concluded that she was human, but at the same time, they caught a whiff of her strange scent. To add to my befuddlement, Bella shed her somewhat coarse attitude and curtsied right in the middle of a group of vampires. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Isabella Logan. I do apologize if you're confused. I'm sure you're aware that I'm not human even though I appear to be. She smiled pleasantly, almost looking embarrassed. I seem to cause quite a bit of trouble for vampires. She said the last word so casually that my mouth almost dropped open. Victoria created the newborns to try to kill me. Edward and her mate, James, had a bit of an altercation that ended with James dead. She felt it was appropriate that she avenge him by making Edward miserable. She shook her head, as if contemplating the vampire's sanity. The rest of us were contemplating hers. Jane wasn't used to being caught off guard. She repeated everything Bella had said in her mind, sorting out the most important issues. You're not human? She asked first. Bella seemed embarrassed again. Well, I'm not sure exactly what I am, but I'm pretty sure that being immortal disqualifies me from the human species. I was born in 1901 and haven't aged a day in about 90 years, so I would assume I'm something new entirely. She blushed. Well, not new. My grandfather is the same. He's around here somewhere. She looked around the forest as if expecting him to appear. I felt my breath catch. Her grandfather was here? She shrugged, evidently finding her search fruitless. If you happen to find him, you can ask if he knows, but I doubt he does. Jane stared at her. The shock in her thoughts was just barely reflected in her face. This Victoria was their creator? She clarified. Bella nodded. She and Riley came after me while the others were fighting. There was a bit of a scuffle, but I made it out okay. My grandfather showed up to help me. She rolled her eyes. I'm never going to live that down. They're dead? Jane asked in her flat voice. The implications of Bella's existence ran through her head. She wasn't used to surprises. You killed a vampire? Bella's polite fa? Ade shuddered as she smirked. Like my grandpa says, I'm the best at what I do, but what I do isn't very nice. Once he distracted them, it was too easy. Jane took note of her change of tone and she realized that Bella was making fun of her. She glared at her and I didn't have time to push her out of the way before I sensed Jane begin to use her power. I grabbed Bella's arm, only to realize that she was fine. Jane's power didn't work. Bella smirked. I don't think it works on me, she said cockily, but underneath it, I could see her relief. I realized that she'd been trying to take Jane's attention off Bree. The fact that Jane was useless against her was just an added bonus. It started to make me wonder, who else was she unaffected by? Fascinating. Jane droned, regaining her composure. Master Ara would be quite interested in you. I tensed. But we have another job at the moment. She smiled and I relaxed. Be sure to drop by soon. Jane turned back to the newborn with obvious disinterest. Dispose of it, she ordered the guard. Wait, Carlyle interjected. We could explain the rules to the young one. She doesn't seem unwilling to learn. She didn't know what she was doing. We would certainly be prepared to talk responsibility for Bree. Jane's thoughts and expression seemed torn between amusement and disbelief. I realized that Carlyle's pleas would not help the newborn. Bella's teeth clacked together. We don't make exceptions, and we don't give second chances. It's bad for our reputation. She smiled. It was nice to meet you, Carlyle. I thought Ara was exaggerating. Well, until we meet again. Carlyle nodded. I heard his regret in his mind and looked at Bella. She was angry. I pulled her behind me and warned her with my expression to just keep quiet. She bit her lip and looked down. Jane looked back at the silent newborn. Take care of that, Felix, she said, motioning to the largest vampire. I want to go home. Don't watch, I whispered into Bella's ear. She seemed only too eager to comply. First, Bree screeched and Felix tore her head off with a sickening crunch, and threw it into the fire. The rest of the girl quickly followed. My nose wrinkled at the fresh scent. Come, Jane ordered when it was over. Bella's POV. I looked up in time to see the Volturi retreating. I glared at their backs. When they were so far away that I couldn't hear their footsteps anymore, I spoke. Well, that was a real pick-me-up. Edward exhaled loudly, and I realized he'd been expecting me to be more upset. The pale, pretty face of Bree was seared into my memory, but I couldn't dwell on it. I'd seen enough death to be used to it. My family converged on me instantly. What happened? Carlyle asked. Was it really Victoria? Alice inquired. Did you kick her ass? Emmett demanded. I gave them a half-smile. Yeah, I'm alright. Seth and I were attacked by her and Riley, but we managed to win. My grandfather showed up to help. I was suddenly struck by premonition. I groaned. We should probably go to your house. I'll explain everything. The Cullen seemed to find this reasonable, and we set off for home. Edward and Carlyle seemed to be having one of their private conversations. So many things had happened that I wasn't sure what it was about. Was it the fight? My immunity to Jane's ability? My grandfather? I would have to ask them later. As expected, when we made it home I found the lock picked and my grandfather's scent hung in the air. I shook my head and followed it down to the cellar. I can't believe this, I shouted, as we crowded downstairs. My grandfather, Victor, was passed out on the floor with several empty bottles of expensive liquor next to him. I cannot believe this, I repeated. I turned on my family and glared. You guys have had a huge stash of alcoholic beverages downstairs and you never thought to offer me a drink? I watched as several of their mouths dropped open and I smirked. Just kidding, but seriously, I find out you guys are vampires, and you never even think about making me a Bloody Mary? I grinned and shook my head. Shame on you, I sighed and turned away from my completely stunned family. I grabbed Victor's arms and hauled him up the stairs. I allowed him to crash haphazardly on the couch and smacked his face. There was no response. I sighed loudly and checked the time. It was just after midnight. I turned around to find Emmett poking my grandfather. Victor rolled onto his side. Knock it off, Em. He's not going to wake up for an hour, at least. And when he does, he's going to be pretty hungover. Emmett stopped and stared at me. You guys can get drunk? He asked. I shrugged. It takes quite a bit of alcohol to affect us, and it wears off pretty quick. Our metabolisms run so fast that any drugs we take end up being burned off several times faster than what's considered normal. It kind of sucks because we have to take a lot more pain pills to treat a hangover. Which reminds me, do you have any stashed around here, preferably something really strong? Carlyle seemed to snap out of a daze. I have some morphine in my office. Will that do? I nodded and he raced up to get it. Edward touched my shoulder gently. I turned to him. This is your grandfather? He asked. I knew what he was seeing. Victor was tall and wide, whereas I was average-sized and skinny. His hair was lighter than mine was, but had the same wavy look to it, and her eyes were different. I had my grandmother's eyes. Victor's face was square-shaped with a chiseled jaw. My face was heart-shaped. We didn't look very much alike. I watched Victor's eyes very carefully for any movement, but he was still. I shrugged. I look like my mother and grandmother, Kayla. For those of you who have seen X-Men Origins, Wolverine, you'll know that Kayla was technically Logan's girlfriend. For my purposes, I'm making her Victor's wife. I hope this doesn't bug anyone. To clarify, Logan does not exist in this world. Sorry, I decided it would be fair to explain. You see, Kayla was half Kunai. That's a subgroup of the Blackfoot Nation. That's the reason why my eyes and hair are so much darker than my skin. Victor married her about 130 years ago. My mom was born in 1879. 5 years later, Victor and Kayla were attacked. Victor survived and stopped aging like I did, but Kayla's injuries were too severe. After that, Victor couldn't bear to look at my mother. He left her alone whenever he took jobs as a mercenary, killing anyone he was paid to. He's very ruthless, I ended, looking at the unconscious man in front of me. He tracked me down a few years after the Second World War. We didn't get along. He was still a gun for hire and I didn't want anything to do with him. I sighed and leaned into Edward's embrace. I guess I never forgave him for leaving my mother alone. Are you still mad at him? Edward asked. It was a long time ago. At the moment, though, I am very pissed off that he broke into your house. If he thinks I'm going to keep it down until his head stops pounding, he has another thing coming. I swore, tightening my hands into fists. Victor snorted and I realized my suspicions were confirmed. I planted a solid kick to his ribs. His eyes sprang open and he grabbed onto the side of the couch as he fell to the floor. Hey, don't hate me, I yelled, advancing on him. You had no right to barge into my town and interrupt my life. I have a good thing going, so you'd better have a good explanation as to why you're here. I crossed my arms and waited for him to sit up. The Cullens were naturally stunned, but they kept quiet. Victor grinned suddenly. You're not that pissed. You would have sent me straight through the wall if you were. I unfolded my arms and clenched my fists. Don't tempt me. I just didn't want to ruin Esm's house. Thank you, dear, Esm said quietly. Victor seemed to take notice of the Cullens then. He studied their features much like I had that first day. Now that's just weird. I thought vampires were supposed to have red eyes, he murmured. They hunt animals instead of people, I explained. Victor's eyes widened predictably. Well, I'll be. That's interesting. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a box of cigars. You mind if I smoke? I don't care if you burn, I replied coolly. Victor snorted. Very Oscar Wilde, he commented. What's this about you being engaged to a vampire? He asked suddenly. I rolled my eyes. This is my fiancé? I said, indicating to Edward. How do you do? He asked. Victor smiled and lit up his cigar. I got to watch my granddaughter and a Quileute shapeshifter tear up a few vampires. I'm freaking ecstatic. He replied. Shapeshifter? Edward questioned. Victor waved his hand in the air, as if indicating an invisible wolf. The Quileute kid. He's one of those shapeshifters from the reservation. Kayla used to talk about stuff like that, he said, flinching as he said her name. What? You didn't think they were real werewolves, did you? Hell no. Those sons of bitches aren't nearly as nice. He grinned, as if remembering something funny, or gruesome in his case. I rolled my eyes. All right, Mr. Smartalek, I said, sitting down next to him. Why don't you explain it to us? Nah, Victor said, holding up a finger. Not until you explain to me what's been going on here and not until I get that morphine the doc was talking about. Bella's POV. Victor took a long drag of his cigar and then pressed the burning end to his wrist. It hissed as it made contact with his skin. The Cullens flinched, but I simply rolled my eyes. In seconds, the wound healed and Victor dropped the cigar stub into an ashtray. "You know, kid?" Victor began. "Your life kind of sucks." I remembered saying that exact thing just a few days before and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. The others joined in. Victor's headache was gone, and the morphine had lost its effect. He seemed much calmer and sweeter than I remembered him being. I stopped laughing and mocked at him. "Well, it's your fault that James went after me. If he'd never come across you, he wouldn't have gone after me in revenge." Victor shrugged. "It's not my fault Ponytail Boy didn't know not to mess with me." I slapped my forehead and groaned in defeat. He hadn't changed as much as I thought. "Splendid." Victor gave Edward a long, appraising look. "So, you're the guy who won my grandbaby's heart?" I snorted and tried to hide my blush and Edward smiled. "Indeed I did, though it wasn't without effort. You should see the lineup of admirers she has." Victor's thoughts apparently turned to something grotesque, because he smiled. "You'll have to point them out to me sometime." I can't blame them, though. "She is one hell of a pretty girl." Edward rolled his eyes. "Pretty doesn't even begin to cover it," I snorted. "Ignore him, he's blinded by love," I told Victor. "And you're blinded by idiocy." Victor clutched his heart and rolled his eyes back into his head. "Ouch. You're so cruel, Belle." "As cruel as life," I quipped. Esm stepped forward. "Would you like something to eat, Victor? We keep some steak in the freezer for when Bella comes over." Victor nodded his head once. "That'd be a real treat, ma'am." "Thank you." Esm smiled and zipped into the kitchen. "Would you like some too, Bella?" she called. "No, thank you," I called back. I studied Victor more closely. "You need some new clothes, Grampy," I pointed out, smirking. Alice seemed to take that as an invitation. She danced up the stairs and came back down with her arms filled with clothing. "I'm sure something of Emmett's will fit you." "You're about the same size." Emmett perked up at that. I saw Edward roll his eyes and figured that Emmett was thinking about a fight. I smiled. That was something I paid to see. "Thanks, little lady," Victor said. He rifled through the clothes for a few minutes. "Edward?" he asked, without looking up. "Yes, sir," Edward replied, a note of hesitation in his voice. I wondered for the first time if he could hear my grandfather, or if Victor was as silent as I was. "Vampires can't cry, right?" he continued while trying to match a green, plaid shirt with a decent pair of pants. Edward's eyebrows pulled together and a wrinkle appeared between them. "No, sir." Victor finally looked up. "You love my granddaughter more than life itself," Edward told him, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Victor smiled slowly and I recognized the look in his eyes. I buried my face in my hands and shifted to the side, getting ready to make a quick exit. Alice touched my arm lightly and held me still. I figured she was hiding her thoughts from Edward. Well, that's good, because if he felt anything less than total adoration for her, and would in any way cause her pain? Well, let me put it this way. If you make her cry, I will make you cry. I peeked through my fingers and saw Victor holding up his fingers. His fingernails extended by several inches and curled menacingly. "All right," I yelled, throwing my hands down in defeat. "Stop threatening the love of my life or I'll kick your ass, old man." I blushed an insanely deep red as the Cullens broke out into fits of laughter, except for Edward, of course. He seemed to be trying to determine if Victor was joking or not. Esm returned to the living room with a plate of steak. She smiled widely as she set it down. "It's lovely of you to look after her like that, but I assure you, Edward is a perfect gentleman." Victor grinned at her. "That's wonderful, ma'am, and might I say, this steak fantastically prepared for someone who doesn't have to cook that often." "You haven't even tried it yet, you sweet talker," I grumbled. "But, you're right," I continued, worried that I'd offend Esm. "She's a good cook. I should know." Victor made a big show of tasting the steak and made several other sickeningly sweet comments about the decor and their kindness. I didn't think I had enough bile left in my stomach to throw up, so as soon as I had the chance, I asked him what he knew about the Quileute shapeshifters. Victor put down his knife and fork and leaned back, staring up at the ceiling. He nodded absently. Kayla used to talk about rumors and such about their people. She had a lot of respect for them, but then again, Kayla loved everything. An absent smile flickered onto his face. The Cullens all sat down, sensing that it was story time again. I sat next to Victor on the couch, with Edward on my other side. Emmett and Rosalie sat on the love seat. Jasper took a spot on the reclining chair, and Alice sat on his lap. He twirled her short hair affectionately. Carlisle and Etham sat down on Edward's piano bench. Now, if I remember right, the Quileute tribe has always had magic in its history. He leaned forward and clasped his hands, staring blankly at his empty plate. Some of them had a specific ability that scientists nowadays call astral projection. That is, they could literally expel their spirits from their bodies and enter another world, a spirit world if you would. In this world, this plane of existence, they were unbeatable. Invisible to everyone except the other spirits, they could attack and defend other tribes on a whim. Imagine fighting something that you can't see or kill with man-made weapons. Fortunately, Quileutes were a rather peaceful people, and never attacked unless first provoked, but, just because they were diplomatic to other tribes, didn't mean that there was peace and harmony in their own ranks. Kayla told me that there was one. His name was Ulapa, who became power-hungry. The chief, Tawaaki, was a peaceful man. He didn't feel he needed any more than he already had, but Ulapa wanted to take over other tribes. In the spirit world, the warriors could read each other's thoughts, and one day, Tawaaki became aware of Ulapa's plans. He ordered him away and told him never to enter the spirit world again. Ulapa was furious at Tawaaki, and one day when he entered the spirit world and left his body behind, Ulapa took control of Tawaaki's body and destroyed his own. Tawaaki was trapped, while Ulapa banned the warriors from entering the spirit world. His plans for taking over the other tribes were ruined, so he began demanding other privileges. Tawaaki became furious and asked a wolf to share his body so that Tawaaki could warn his people of Ulapa's deception. Ulapa recognized what had happened and sent his warriors out to defend him. Tawaaki refused to harm them, and instead, shapeshifted into a man. The warriors realized what happened and killed Ulapa. Ever since then, his descendants have had the ability to shapeshift into wolves. Victor's haunting voice changed abruptly to a more mocking tone. Tawaaki could have easily chosen another animal and saved his descendants the embarrassment of thinking that they're werewolves, but I don't think he was being too picky at the time. Still, I gotta admit, that kid looked friggin' awesome when he wasted that vampire. I laughed. I'll bet he thinks so too, I agreed. The Cullens all sat up straight, as if they were on the verge of passing out, an impossible act for a vampire. That was quite interesting, Carlisle said. The rest of us nodded. Victor looked quite pleased with himself. It was my pleasure, sir, he stated. I don't get to tell many stories anymore. Bella only let me explain about the Wolverine before she took off. He narrowed his eyes accusingly at me, but continued to smile. Kids today have no respect for their elders, I snorted and rolled my eyes. First spoken by Plato in 330 BC. I quipped, smart man, smarter than you, ouch. I grinned at him and he tried to slug me. I ducked out of the way and snatched up his plate. I'm going to go wash this. Try not to destroy the room while I'm gone. I walked into the kitchen. And don't threaten my fiancé. Eat anymore. I yelled back as I started cleaning the dish. There were a few muffled chuckles from the other room as I set the dishes into the dish rack to dry. I walked back into the living room and sat next to Edward. Emmett had coerced my grandfather into playing a racing video game and they were neck and neck. Jasper watched them with an amused smile, Alice still in his lap. Carlisle and Etham were gone, and some muffled sounds from upstairs let me know exactly where they were. Rosalie sat sulking in the corner, admiring her reflection. I can't hear your grandfather's thoughts, Edward murmured. I sensed the others listening intently and leaned in closer. So, you think it might be genetic? I asked. Edward nodded. Perhaps. I'll ask Carlisle about it. Maybe Victor would allow him to perform some tests. No tests, Victor ordered without looking up from his game. His car passed Emmett's and he grinned. You lose, Hercules, Emmett groaned and demanded a rematch. Victor laughed at him and threw the remote to Jasper. Play with your brother. I want to know what my granddaughter's going on about. What's this about you reading people's thoughts? He asked, indicating to Edward. Some vampires gain abilities after they transform, Edward explained. Carlisle thinks that the change exaggerates talents that you already had. Jasper was always very empathetic and influential, and now he can sense and control emotions. I can read minds, and I might have been good at figuring out what people were thinking while I was human, but I can't really remember. Alice can see the future, and she might have had some precognitive abilities while she was human. Victor scratched his scruffy chin thoughtfully. Interesting. So, you think my Bella and I have some sort of talent like that? For a second, Edward didn't answer. His eyebrows came together and he frowned. Perhaps it is something like that. It's possible. She was able to withstand Jane's ability, and that's no small feat. Jane? Victor asked. Edward narrowed his eyes. What exactly do you know about vampires? Victor shrugged. I've come across a few of them. I know how to kill them if that's what you mean, I snickered. He means, do you understand them socially? Victor raised an eyebrow. Do I look like a freaking people person to you? Does that answer your question? I sighed. Edward pursed his lips together to keep from laughing. Jane is a member of the Volturi, he explained. The Volturi are a very powerful group of vampires who dedicate themselves to keeping vampires a secret. Jane has a very powerful gift. She can make you think you're in pain. It's an illusion, of course, but a very effective one. She and her twin, Alec, are the most dangerous members. Alec can cut off your senses completely. I was just wondering if you've ever come across them. It would be interesting to know if Bella is immune to him as well. Victor shrugged. Can't say I have. I don't exactly exchange names with the guys I'm trying to kill. I couldn't hold in my laughter at that. I missed this. I gasped. You can be really funny when you aren't being a total douche. Thanks, I think. Victor grinned and ran his fingers through his long hair. I need a haircut. You wanna? Sure, I said, letting my claws come out. Let's go stand over the garbage. I don't want to get your smelly hair all over Azim's carpet. Just try not to cut my ear off this time. That was intentional, I know. We exchanged grins and headed into the kitchen. Victor knelt down and bent his head over the garbage. I ran my fingers through his hair and began slicing off several inches. Once I was done, I ran my hands over his head, sifting through to find any loose hairs. Victor patted his head as he stood up. All of my facial features seemed to be attached. Nice job, I gave him an elaborate bow. Pleased to be of service. You're kind of nice when you're not being a vindictive bitch, he said as I straightened up. We began to walk back to the living room. Victor had yet to change into his new clothes, and now I could see that his hair needed to be washed as well. Thanks, I think, I echoed. Jerk, runt, whatever, Lassie. Oh, I run on all fours one time and I can never live it down. Nope, I said cheerfully. I skipped over to Edward and sat down beside him. I felt more relaxed and happy than I had in a while. I hope Jasper could enjoy it. The poor guy must have been miserable the past few days. So, Victor began, leaning against the entranceway. When's the big day? That stumped me. Edward looked equally uncomfortable. We haven't planned that out yet. Victor made a big show of dropping his mouth open and shaking his head. I glared at him, daring him to make a comment. We've got eternity, why should we rush? I pointed out, have you even told your foster dad? I shuddered at the thought of telling Charlie. For someone who wasn't even my real father, he sure acted like one. It might have made me feel good. If I was really an immature 18-year-old. Mostly, his overprotective nature was more annoying than Edward's was. Victor grinned. You could tell him at the party you're going to have, he said out of nowhere. Would I began, only to be cut off by Alice squealing. Edward rolled his eyes. He said the PWORD, he muttered. Alice rushed over to Victor and wrapped her tiny arms as far around him as she could. That's a great idea, Victor. It'll be so much fun. We can invite everyone from school, and you can meet Charlie. We'll have to make up a story for you. You could be Bella's uncle. Bella, you'll have to take off your ring so that Edward can propose properly. He did propose properly, Alice, I whined, despite how pointless it was. As expected, Alice rounded on me. Bella, proposing with an audience is far better than proposing in private. I wonder if we could get some cameras up. We could record everyone's reactions. Alice cackled. I'm pretty sure videotaping someone without permission violates a constitutional right, Victor muttered as he stepped out of Alice's embrace. I second that. I crossed my arms. Alice stuck out her bottom lip, but it did nothing to sway me. Fine, she relented, sighing. But I get to plan the party, and I say when you propose. I looked at Edward. He gave me a tentative smile. I looked back at Alice and held out my hand. Deal, I agreed. Victor's POV, you're freaking out right now, aren't you? Friday, June 11, 2010. That Alice kid was probably the most hyperactive vampire on the planet. I mean, I love the girl, it was hard not to, but I was pretty sure that if she'd been born 18 years ago for real, she'd be on some heavy-duty Ritalin. The fact that vampires never slept or even really tired out meant that she could go full speed all night. She was determined to make the Cullens party the most memorable event in Fort's history. Considering how exciting the place was, I felt she went a little overboard with her planning, but no way in hell was I mentioning it. The two boys, Emmett and Jasper, who was around my age, were loads of fun. If I had a nickel for every time one of them put a hole in the wall, I'd have $3.25. That's 65 holes, as in was a doll. I didn't think anyone could be that nice. With all she'd been through, it was a wonder she still bothered to try. And her cooking was awesome, Carlisle. Now there was a strange fellow. A 400-year-old vampire who worked at a dingy little hospital in some nowhere town just so his vampire kids could go to school and pretend to be normal. If that didn't make you go, then there was something wrong with your head. Rosalie wasn't the most likable person. She certainly didn't like me, that's for sure, and she wasn't that impressed with Bella either. Probably wasn't used to someone else getting all the attention. Edward, well, Bella had changed a lot after she met him. She was happier. I guess that meant I couldn't break his neck if he did something stupid, not that that would do much to a vampire. Besides, Bella already had a guy looking out for her. That Charlie Swan treated her like his own daughter. Probably because they were alike in their quiet ways, you know, when they weren't yelling at everyone. I was invited to stay over at the Cullen place for as long as I wanted. Once I got used to the fact that no one was too secretive about their sex lives, I adjusted. I tried to help out around the house. I didn't want to act like a moocher or something. Emmett was a big slouch when it came to chores. The guy had too much fun acting his body's age. The only thing that could pry him away from his video games was Rosalie, and that wasn't exactly the lesser of two evils. Hey Uncle Victor. Bella called. She ran up to me and waved her diploma under my nose. Have you ever thought about getting your high school equivalency? You could get a real job and stop mooching off my family. She whacked my shoulder with the rolled up paper and glared at me. I gave her my most innocent look. Cripes, kiddo. At my age? I don't even know what kids study anymore. Besides, I don't need a high school diploma for my job. She gave me a serious frown and it looked like she was about to start lecturing when we both heard the first cars arrive. The party was about to begin. She gave me a warning glance and left to find Edward. I crashed on the couch next to Emmett and grabbed the remote. Hey, he said. His bottom lip actually stuck out a little and I had to laugh. Your guests are arriving, Slim. You best get ready. He zipped upstairs to change. I turned to the Nature Channel and watched as a lion took down a gazelle. Bored, I flipped it to the Health Channel and watched as some woman carved up the corpse to figure out how it died. I rolled my eyes and shut the dang thing off. I pushed the furniture to the side of the room so that people would have enough room. By the time the first kids arrived, Everyone was prepared. The Cullens did look kind of weird under the lighting, but I figured no one was too keen on talking to them anyway. How Alice had managed to invite every teenager in town, I'd never know. The kids wandered around for a while, most of them stopping to talk to Bella. She would probably be exhausted by the end of the day. People tired her out. She weaved through the hordes of teenagers in flashy get-ups, smiling all the while. Underneath her calm facade, though, I could see the anxiety blooming. The party was scheduled to end at midnight, and Bella's eyes kept flashing to the clock. "Hey, you're Bella's grandfather, right?" a young boy asked. I recognized him as one of the shapeshifters from La Push. None of the others were around, so I assumed he'd snuck out. "I'm her uncle right now, kiddo," I corrected, ruffling his hair. "The name's Victor Creed, Seth Clearwater," the kid said, holding out his hand. We shook and surveyed the room. "I wanted to thank you for helping Bella and me earlier. You probably saved our hides, but don't tell anyone," he murmured. "No sweat," I replied. "Gotta look after your family, even if they hate your guts." We laughed. The kid was all right. He did smell a little weird, but that was okay. Speaking of smell, I sniffed the air. "I think your brothers have found you," I warned him. He shrugged. "They won't do anything. Me and Bella are friends, sort of. They're just keeping watch." "My sister is so overprotective." There was a distant growl from outside. Several of the Cullens turned towards the sound. Edward shook his head and muttered, "They won't be a problem." Bella looked over and smiled at Seth. She waved us over. Seth grinned widely at her and rushed over, dragging me behind. The kid was like a freaking sauna. Bella clapped Seth on the shoulder. "Thanks for coming," she said. "No problem." "It wouldn't be a party without a werewolf," he taunted. Bella made a swipe at him half-heartedly and he dug under her hand. "I finished that comic book." "You were right. The ending was different. It was still pretty cool, though. I never said it wasn't." "I tell ya, it was pretty awesome back in my day," Bella said fondly. Seth seemed a little surprised. He had probably forgotten that Bella was so old. "It happened to me all the time." "It's still pretty awesome," he finally replied, smiling at her. "It's almost time," Alice warned, appearing next to Bella. She ran her icy fingers through Bella's hair, trying to make it look presentable. Bella had been letting it grow out again. It was longer than it should have been, but it suited her. Bella appeared to be having an aneurysm. I laughed. "Relax, princess. You'll do just fine." "He's the one who has to do all the talking," I said, pointing to Edward. "You just have to look pretty and say yes." "Easier said than done, Victor," she replied, straightening her shirt. "My hair is probably a mess. I knew I should have cut it." "You look beautiful," Edward said, kissing her forehead. "You're biased," Bella replied. "I think she looks pretty hot for an old lady," Seth joked. Bella swiped at him again. Seth ducked under her arm and threw up his fists. "Getting slow in your old age. I'll show you slow, puppy dog," Bella warned. "Try to remember that there are witnesses," Seth shrugged uncaringly. "Don't upset her," Alice ordered. "She has to maintain her composure for the proposal." Bella shuddered. "Why does this have to be so public again?" she asked. "Because I said so," Alice replied smugly. "Charlie is going to have a heart attack," she complained. "Carlisle will take care of him. You have an answer for everything, don't you?" "Yep. Now get ready. Take off your ring." Alice held her hand out. Bella cringed as she removed her ring and gave it to Alice. "Don't frown, this is a happy occasion." "I'll never hear the end of it from Jessica once she realizes we've been planning this for months." "We could always move," Edward suggested. "Unless you want to go to college with me." "I'd love that," Bella said, smiling. Alice tapped her foot impatiently. "You have eternity to plan for the future. You only have 5 minutes to get engaged in front of half the town, so hop to it." Edward rolled his eyes. I elbowed him in the ribs. "When you start kissing her, I better not see any tongues." Bella whacked my arm and told me to shut it. I grinned at her and stepped back to watch the show. Edward took the ring from Alice and smiled at Bella. She relaxed somewhat under his gaze and allowed him to lead her to the center of the room. "Excuse me, everyone," Edward said. Immediately, everyone's attention was on them. "We have an announcement to make." I leaned back against the food table and grinned, remembering my own proposal to Kayla so many years before. She blushed beetward when I got down on one knee and begged her to stay with me forever. Her father hadn't liked me much, but her mother thought I was a gem. When we had married, she kissed me on the cheek and called me her son. Even the old man had warmed up to me after my daughter Isabella had been born. "You just couldn't hate Isa," I snapped out of my memories as Edward got down on one knee. "Bella, I love you more than anything in this world, and by some miracle, you feel the same way about me. I want to be with you for the rest of our lives. Will you marry me?" I'd never seen Bella look happier. The room erupted in whispers, but she seemed oblivious to it all. "Yes," Edward smiled widely and put her ring back on. He jumped up and spun her around, kissing her. Seconds later, friends surrounded them. "This is so amazing, but you're so young. I'm so happy for you. When's the wedding? That was so romantic. I can't believe you kept this from me." Bella allowed herself to be passed around for hunks. Edward managed to fade into the background. Humans were smart enough not to get too close. Shapeshifters, on the other hand, Seth slung an arm over Edward's shoulders. "Nicely executed, Ed. They'll be talking about this until I'm a grandfather, probably longer than that," Edward disagreed. "Now for the hard part. We have to tell Charlie." Bella stiffened noticeably and gave him a panicked look. He smiled back and waved. It took a little over half an hour for everyone to clear out. Afterwards, Alice zipped around the room, cleaning at super speed. I offered to help, only to have her snap at me not to touch anything until I'd taken a shower. I looked at Bella, pointing at Alice. I offered. She declined. "Don't get pissed at me." Bella rolled her eyes and shoved me up the stairs. I shrugged and headed up for a shower. Edward's POV. Bella amazed me sometimes. She fought vampires and made friends with werewolves without a thought to her safety, but telling her foster parents that she was engaged terrified her. We currently sat in my car, debating the best approach to telling Charlie. Bella seemed to feel that we should wait until morning, while I assumed it would be better to tell him when he was tired enough not to worry. Bella thought it would keep him up all night, while I was sure that he would handle it like an adult. Bella gave me a look that made me think she questioned my sanity. If he really cares about you, he'll want you to be happy. Besides, if we wait, someone else will tell him. There are no secrets in forks, I joked. Bella smiled. Fine, but wait until he puts his gun away. I cracked up, aware that the possibility of Charlie actually shooting me was very low. Still, it seemed necessary to humor her. Bella got out of the car and rushed inside. Charlie was sitting up in the kitchen, watching the clock like a hawk. We were already later than we should have been and he kept visualizing the possibility of finding us in a car doing something very fun. "Charlie. Sorry I'm late." The party ran a little longer than we thought. I followed behind her and took off my shoes and coat. Bella dumped her jacket onto the couch and sat down. I sat next to her, aware that Charlie would notice something was up. "Can you come in here for a second?" she called, her voice quivering slightly. Charlie marched in, intent on an interrogation. He paused as he saw us. "What has he done?" I smiled at him. "We have some good news, Charlie." Charlie's expression went from barely concealed dislike to outward suspicion. I had hoped that time had dulled that, but Charlie seemed to have a long memory. The only reason I couldn't bring myself to dislike him was that he only felt that way because he was protective of Bella. I couldn't hate anyone who felt that way about her. "Good news?" Charlie repeated, looking at Bella. "You better have not gotten pregnant." "Ren? He would kill me." I looked at Bella for a second, suddenly wishing that that was true. I was a little surprised by my desire. I'd never really thought past getting married, but to have a child with Bella's eyes and lovely smile, perhaps my own hair? It seemed like a very beautiful dream. I suddenly understood Rosalie much better. "Have a seat, Charlie," Bella insisted, struggling with her composure. I sensed her desire to play with her ring, but also her knowledge that Charlie would zero onto it instantly. She wanted to do this right. Charlie stomped to his recliner and sat down ramrod straight. "What's wrong, Bella?" "Nothing," she replied. Charlie raised one eyebrow. "Nothing? Then why are you sweating bullets?" he insisted. "I'm not." Bella began to protest, and then she straightened up. I saw the same fire I'd seen in her eyes when she fought James or talked about fighting Victoria. She smiled an easy smile and touched my hand. "Something really amazing happened to me today, Charlie, and I want you to be happy about it." Charlie's thoughts turned to the worst. "You're pregnant." Bella shook her head, smiling. "No, Charlie, I'm still a virgin, but I won't be for long." She held up her left hand, and I suddenly realized that she was as happy about this as I was. "I'm getting married, Charlie. Edward proposed to me tonight at the party. And I want you to give me away." Charlie looked stunned. For a second, his mind went completely blank. I had never been in such a quiet room with anyone other than Bella, and it was somewhat disorienting. However, the silence was only temporary. Charlie stared dumbly at Bella as his mind rushed through every time he had looked at us and seen an engaged couple instead of two teenagers in puppy love. He wondered, correctly, if this had been planned for much longer than we told everyone. Then, there was a surprising emotion happiness. Charlie knew that despite his misgivings about me, that Bella loved me. "You want me to?" He couldn't bring himself to say the words. Bella nodded, still smiling blissfully. "You've been more like a father to me than any of my other families, and certainly more than my real father. I would be honored if you would give me away on my wedding day." "The wedding, when is it?" he asked, desperate for details as his mind sorted out the possibilities. "We were thinking this summer. We're going to college together, so why not?" she asked. She flushed a little. "Besides, I was raised never to go too far before I was married." Charlie suddenly looked like he was sucking on a lemon, and I saw a blurry image of Bella and myself in a compromising position. He immediately banished it, thankfully. "This summer," he repeated. He looked at the floor, picturing Bella in a white wedding dress and myself in a black tuxedo, she and I smiling at each other and saying our vows, until we finally kissed. Even with his distaste for me, he still found the image beautiful. August 13th, to be exact. That will give us plenty of time before the semester starts. Charlie blanched again as he thought about why we would need that time. He coughed. "You're set on this?" he asked. We nodded, smiling. He sighed heavily. "All right, but you're telling Ren?" With that, he got up from his chair and headed up the stairs. "Congratulations," he called back. Bella didn't seem to hear him. She stared blankly at his chair, her mouth open and her eyes wide. She snapped out of it when I touched her cheek and said a very rude word. She glared at the stairs where Charlie had departed. "He's enjoying this, isn't he? He won't have any trouble sleeping tonight. He seems very pleased with himself." Bella snorted. She leaned against my arm. "You know, for a moment, when he asked me about being pregnant, I kind of wished it were true." I nodded solemnly. "I did too." Edward's POV. Friday, August 13th, 2010. It was very difficult not to search Alice's mind for one glimpse of Bella, but I knew that she would rip my throat out if I did, quite literally. Instead, I looked around. Ren, Phil, and Victor sat together in the front row. Phil and Victor in black tuxedos and Ren, in a light blue knee-length dress. Victor had told them that he had been in Iraq when his sister had her accident. He was very grateful that they had looked after Bella for him. Ren, he was only too pleased to meet me. Apparently, Bella was too transparent to keep the love of her life a secret. The woman had barely batted an eyelash when Bella had explained that she was engaged. All that worrying was for nothing. Alice's decorations were stunning as always. She'd bought almost half a dozen different flowers. Orange blossoms, lilac, freesias and roses. The humans seemed to enjoy them. I smelled her before I heard her and I looked up. She was so beautiful. Alice had done her job well. Bella stood partially hidden behind the curtain as Alice danced down the aisle. She was studying the decor with eyes outlined by long, thick eyelashes. She smiled softly at the white blossoms that hung from everything that wasn't alive. Her cue came, and she took a deep breath as Rosalie began to play Pachelbel's Canon and Charlie took her arm and led her down the stairs. The narrow sheath of her shimmering white dress flared out subtly at the train, like an inverted calla lily. She smiled widely, her cheeks rosy with light blush and her own blood. I held out my hand and she took it. She barely looked at Carlyle or Mr. Weber as he began the ceremonies. I couldn't complain. She looked dazzling, looking pretty good for an old man, she whispered so that the humans next to us couldn't hear. I snickered. You don't look too bad yourself, I whispered back, playing along. Alice, she murmured. I feel like a dress-up doll. Remind me to buy her a Porsche to thank her. Alice smirked widely behind Bella's head. She held up her bouquet and pretended to smell the flowers while she hid her laughter. For as long as you both shall live. I heard Bella's cue and she smiled widely. Totally do I mean, I do. I laughed at her obviously intentional slip and said the words that would make her mine forever. I do. The minister barely had time to say, you may kiss the bride, before Bella threw her arms around my neck, bouquet and all, and pressed her warm lips to mine. I heard the distant sounds of laughter and Victor's voice rang out, don't let her take control, Edward. You'll never get it back. It was very, very difficult not to break out into laughter as Bella flipped off her grandfather without even bothering to break the kiss. I pulled away from her and chuckled along with most of the congregation. She shrugged unashamedly as I shot her a reproving look. Bella allowed herself to be passed around by her misdirected friends and family. I followed her every move with a smile, ever conscious of my teeth as I fought down a grin. She accepted the hugs with good grace, but I sensed her impatience. The only time she truly relaxed was when Seth threw an arm over her shoulder. She rubbed his head playfully and grinned. Bella's POV. The wedding led into the reception party smoothly, proof of Alice's flawless planning. It was twilight, and the vampires were safe in the darkness. Edward led me through the back glass doors into the yard. The lights from the trees made it bright enough for my human friends and family. There were another 10,000 flowers out here, serving as a fragrant, airy tent over the dance floor. We talked and laughed. I had been to a few weddings, but never one so elegant. I loved the decorations. The people were polite. I heard no gossip about how I was really pregnant, or how this would make all the other teenagers want to marry straight out of high school. They could tell we were different, and I was far too thin to be pregnant, as Victor pointed out. I caught the sense of my new extended family, the Denali's, and turned around. They stared at me, bewildered. The woman in front, Tanya, I assumed from her strawberry blonde hair, reached out and gave Edward a hug. I stared behind her at the other three vampires. One of the women had long, pale blonde hair, straight as corn silk. The other woman and the man beside her had black hair, with a hint of an olive tone to their complexions. Interesting, the man murmured. I didn't stare at him for long, though. Tanya still hadn't released Edward. I cleared my throat none too subtly, and she let go with a smirk. The wedding ring on my finger must not have been enough reason not to hit on my husband. I felt a tiny shiver go up my spine when I thought that word. I never believed I would ever get married. I was always more concerned with being a nurse or a teacher than a wife and mother. Edward chuckled and put his arm around my shoulders. Tanya, Kate, Carmen, Eliezer, this is Bella, my wife. He sounded extremely satisfied to say the last word aloud. Tanya smiled at me and held out a hand for me to shake. Welcome to the family, Bella. Thanks, I said. The other blonde woman held out her hand next. It's nice to meet you, Bella. I'm Kate. Pleasure to meet you, I said. The dark-haired woman put her hand over mine and Kate's. I'm Carmen, this is Eliezer. It's a pleasure to meet you, I grinned cockily. It usually is, unless I'm mad, they laughed. Carmen locked eyes with me. I'm sorry Rena couldn't come. She's still upset about the incident with Laurent. The guy got what he deserved from what I heard, Victor said, approaching our group. Not too bright, taking on Bella without any backup. He crossed his arms and smirked at the Denali's. It was the wolves he fought, I corrected him. He grinned wider. What? You couldn't handle him? I huffed. I didn't say that. I protested. I punched him in the arm and he stumbled back, still grinning. Never mind, beautiful, it's time for cake. Hope you don't puke, Ed, he said, patting Edward on the shoulder in sympathy. The standard traditions were kept. Pictures were taken as Edward and I stood next to a gigantic cake. Edward manfully swallowed his portion and didn't puke as Victor hoped. I gave Edward a wink and threw my bouquet straight into Angela's arms. He returned the gesture as he removed my garter and shot it into Mike's face. The song I had selected for our first dance began. I had searched through hundreds of wedding songs for this one, and I was sure the lyrics were perfect for our unique situation. Edward pulled me onto the dance floor and I closed my eyes as Eddie Adams' bluesy voice rang out on the dance floor. I can only give you love that lasts forever and the promise to be near each time you call, and the only heart I own, for you and you alone. That's all? That's all. Enjoying the party, Mrs. Cullen? Edward asked playfully. Get me some whiskey and then the party will really start. Edward chuckled and leaned down for a kiss. If you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you'll adore, for now and evermore. That's all? That's all. I love you. Yes, I love you. That's all. Victor tapped me on the shoulder and spun me around as the music changed to something a little more rock and roll. Well, shake it up, baby. Now, how did you manage to sneak that in? I asked, noting Edward's barely concealed dislike. Victor digged me down until my hair draped the floor and then lifted me above his head. I'm awesome, that's how, I giggled as he set me down. I remember dancing to this song back in the 60s. It was all the rage. I was passed from friend to friend after that. I showed off more than was strictly necessary, but I was in a good mood. Edward snatched me from Mike's clutches and spun me into his arms. I'm getting dizzy, I said, laughing. Alice appeared then, Victor following close behind. Alice, this is best wedding ever. I can't wait to do it again. I closed my eyes in delight. My new sister grinned. I'll keep that in mind. But right now, you need to change. It's time for you to get ready for your honeymoon. I clutched Edward tighter. 5 more minutes, Ali. I'm having fun. Your plane won't wait, Bella. Plane? My heart dropped down to my stomach and I felt rush from my face. Plane? I asked hesitantly, hoping I had misheard. Victor burst out into hysterical laughter. You know, Bells, more people die driving than flying. I glared at him. How about from impaling? I asked, letting my claws sink out an inch through my knuckles. Hey, be nice, he answered, still grinning. I let my claws out another inch and he took a step back. Or be your approximation of nice. I let my claws sink back into my forearms. Edward stared at me open-mouthed. What? I asked. You're afraid of flying? He asked. I growled as Victor laughed again. She got shot down one too many times during World War II. Wright brothers, smart guys, but their babies sure make a mess when they crash into the earth. How many times did they have to dig you out? Twice, I admitted. Victor laughed again and I smacked him upside the head. You shut it. Least I don't freak out when I see a snake. He stopped laughing and glared at me. You wanna start something, princess? He asked, crouching down a little with a sneer. Anytime, anywhere, old man, I promised, smirking. Alice got in between us. If you two want to fight each other, you do it later. Right now, you and Edward have a plane to catch and Victor has to help me clean up. Victor looked wounded and stood up straight. But Alice turned on him, somehow making his 6'3" form shrink with fear. All right. All right. Don't bite me or anything. He shuffled off to the corner of the room and began to pick up some styrofoam cups. Alice smiled and grabbed my arm. Come on, Bella. We need to get you into your honeymoon dress. She dragged me into her room and pulled the pins out of my hair. She carefully helped me out of my dress and pulled on a deep blue going-away ensemble. Are you sure we can't take a train or a boat? I asked without much hope. Not if you want to enjoy your entire honeymoon. You've only got 3 weeks until college starts. Alice tapped her chin thoughtfully as she studied me. Yep, perfect. Tell me something I don't know. Alice hit me playfully and then pushed me out the door and down the stairs. Heads up. New wife coming through. Everyone hide your wallets. There were a few scattered laughs from my family and friends. I grinned. Please, I'm married for money. Like I need to borrow any cash. Edward held out his hand. I thought you married me for my charming personality, he jibed. I turned my nose up. Sorry, hun, it's definitely the money, and your ass. I snatched his face up for a kiss before he could think of a retort. Everything's ready, Alice said, tapping her foot impatiently. Your suitcases are in the car. Jasper's bringing it around, Ren. He pulled me into a hug, sobbing. I can't believe this. It seems like yesterday you arrived on my doorstep. She pulled back and looked at my face. You have to promise me that you'll come for a visit, I smiled. No sweat, Ren. After living here, I'm dying for a little son. Victor seemed about to say something, but Alice stepped on his foot hard enough that I heard a bone crack. Ren? He was oblivious. I can't wait. Have fun. Edward wrapped his arm around my waist as he led me out the door. The audience applauded and began to throw the rice. Charlie gave me a big smile as we walked past. I waved ecstatically before climbing into Edward's black Aston Martin Vanquish. It was decorated with flowers that hung in ribbons. It was a big step up from the Sochimam car he usually drove. Edward drove at his usual high speed. I tried to forget the fact that I would be riding in a plane in a little while. Staring at my new husband certainly helped. Edward had changed into a wife-beater, jeans, and his cadet blue pea coat. We matched. A sound startled me out of my daze. I turned my eyes away from Edward and stared out the front window. Neither of us mentioned the pain howling coming from the forest. Bella's POV. I gripped Edward's hand as the plane began to descend. Oh! He hissed. I immediately released him and gave him a sympathetic look. Unfortunately, that also gave me a view of the steadily approaching ground and I dropped my head between my knees. Say anything to Victor and you're gonna be floating home. Edward chuckled and rubbed my back soothingly. Relax, love, I won't tell a soul. One of the flight attendants approached me cautiously. Evo spam? She asked. It means are you well? In Portuguese, I think. I couldn't figure out how to get the accents in. You Serafino, I replied weakly. I will be fine. The woman nodded and walked to her seat. She buckled herself in as the plane touched down. I allowed myself to breathe as we began piling out of the plane. The warm, Rio air calmed my stomach down. Edward and I walked through the streets and hailed a taxi. The sun still had yet to rise, but I could still make out Edward's face in the darkness. We raced through the streets and I leaned my head against Edward's shoulder. I was getting tired. I hadn't slept the night before the wedding, and it was approaching 24 hours since we got on the plane. I would need some coffee, a lot of coffee. The taxi stopped at the docks and I stared at the black water with fascination. There was something about an ocean at night that made the world seem so magical. My mother used to take me swimming at night when I was a little girl. Edward paid the fare and we headed down to a yacht. Edward hopped in and I followed. Curiosity about where we were headed bloomed anew now that I wasn't worried about the plane. I wanted to ask Edward, but decided against it. I had a feeling that Edward wouldn't tell me anyway. We took off and I hung off the side, searching for dolphins or whales, or at least some fish. None of them surfaced, but I detected a school of them swimming about 20 feet below the surface. I giggled and waved at them, not caring if I looked like an idiot. I was feeling way too blissful to concern myself with the prejudice of others. I jumped on the railing and began walking along, keeping my balance even as the boat lurched and maneuvered around rocks. I was having so much fun that I didn't even see the island until Edward pointed it out. I looked at him curiously. That is awesome. I somehow managed not to fall off the edge of the boat. Awesome? I repeated. It was a gift from Carlisle. Asm let us borrow it. Of course it's a gift. Husbands give islands to their wives all the time, I said dully. Hell, Victor wanted to give Kayla the world. Really, this isn't fazing me in the slightest. Edward laughed as we docked. He grabbed the suitcases and beckoned me to follow him. I did so, still reeling at the thought of Carlyle giving Esm an island. I hadn't realized Edward's generosity was a learned behavior. We walked through a forest toward a huge house. I listened to the sounds of the animals that surrounded the area. Edward wouldn't have any trouble with getting hungry. I smirked as we approached the house. Edward opened the door and we walked inside. The inside decor was the standard for my vampire family. White with glass walls, Edward led me through a few more rooms, turning on lights as we went even though neither of us needed them. We walked into a bedroom and my heart began to race. There was a huge white bed in the middle of the room, hung with billowy clouds of mosquito netting. "I'm going to go get the rest of the luggage," Edward said. He promptly ran outside. The room was warm. I was glad I didn't sweat. It would be so embarrassing to wake up and find my sheets soaked, not to mention the smell. I took a deep breath and sifted through my bag. I pulled out my toiletries and felt a mixture of elation and shock as I realized what Alice had packed for me. I pulled out a red lingerie nightgown and wondered what exactly I should do to thank her. Edward choked as he entered the room and spotted the clothing. I hugged it to my chest and grinned at him sheepishly. He shook his head and put down the bags. "I'm going for a swim. Would you like to join me?" I considered that. I was still tired, but I couldn't just go to bed, and that water was so inviting. I nodded and gasped as Edward took off his shirt and walked out of the room. I gulped as I realized that Alice hadn't packed me a swimsuit. I had done a lot of things, but swimming naked was not one of them. Even in the army, I had always kept my shirt and underwear on when we got the chance to clean up in a river. I walked into the bathroom and stripped down. My nervousness woke me up and my wide brown eyes stared back at me in the mirror. I took a deep breath and steadied myself. Edward was waiting for me. I marched out with a towel wrapped around my torso. The full moon reflected off the water and guided me to Edward's frozen form. He stood like a stone in the darkness. Waves broke around him. I gathered my courage and dropped my towel. I waded through the water toward him, cautious of any fish that swam too close. Edward scared off most of the wildlife, but they didn't mind me. He turned as I approached and I put my hand on his cheek. His topaz eyes stared down into mine and I felt his hand touch my waist. I took another step closer and leaned my head against his chest. "I love you," he whispered. Then we began. I was back in Forks. I knew this because no other place I knew was so green. I was growling. There was something coming for me. My instincts were going haywire. A sob echoed in my head and I turned. A baby boy sat on the ground. His eyes were a brilliant green. His hair was dark brown and reached his ears. He looked so frightened. I heard a rustling noise behind me and turned around, prepared to defend this child. I crouched down as I saw the red eyes and the dark cloaks of the Volturi. My claws extended, the familiar burning pain awakening a primal bloodlust. And even though I didn't stand a chance, I lunged at them. I woke with the sun warming my skin. I tried to remember what time I had gone to bed, but all I could remember was Edward pressed his lips to mine and rolled on top of me. I giggled and looked up at his face until something caught my attention. "Oh, dear. I think you broke the bed." I let out another giggle as I realized that large chunks of wood had been gouged from the headboard. "What do you mean, You were participating too?" He grinned at me. I grimaced and pushed him away playfully. I began to sit up, only to find myself collapsing again. "Whoa. Head rush, you slept for a long time," he told me. 12 hours. 12 hours? I repeated, shocked. That was impossible. I hadn't slept more than 6 hours a night for decades. I must have been more tired than I thought. My stomach growled. Another odd thing. I really got hungry, especially not after eating so much just a few days before. "I'm starving," I said. Edward swept me off my feet, thankfully not making me sick, and began to carry me into the kitchen. "Can I at least get dressed?" I shouted, giggling. Edward groaned as if in pain, but set me down. I crouched down and began hunting for something to wear. Alice's lingerie collection was fine for the bedroom, but I didn't think the housekeepers would be too impressed. I finally found a pair of jeans, designer of course, and a sleeveless white shirt. Edward grumbled as he watched. I smacked him. Put something on. We don't want to freak out the housekeepers. He rolled his eyes but did as I asked. I walked into the kitchen and opened the fridge. I pulled out a carton of eggs and some bacon. I then buttered up a frying pan and turned on the stove. Edward strolled in behind me. I could have cooked for you, he said. I'm not an invalid, Edward, I muttered as I popped some bread into the toaster. Edward spun me around and kissed me again. I know you aren't. It's just that I like taking care of you. He groaned and swore under his breath. I heard the sounds of a boat approaching. I'll get the door, he said. He ran off. I turned back around as my toast popped out. My eggs and bacon were still cooking. I buttered the toast while I waited for the eggs to finish. Once they did, I slid them onto a plate and began stuffing my face. I listened as Edward spoke to the housekeepers, telling them to come back in a few days. When the bacon finished, I didn't even bother putting it on a plate and simply shoved it into my mouth. I knew I was being a pig, but I was starving. Edward came back and just as I started doing the dishes. His eyes widened. You're finished already? I shrugged. I was hungry. Thankfully, my stomach had settled down a bit. Let's go for a swim, Edward grinned. Aren't you supposed to wait an hour? I rolled my eyes and darted past him. Don't you want to wait until the housekeepers are out of sight? Let them watch, I called back as I disrobed. Edward followed behind me. I can't believe I'm saying this, he groaned. But we'll have to wait until tonight. I can't have someone seeing me out in the sunlight. I sighed and put my shirt back on. That's right. I forgot. Well, there goes my day. Edward chuckled and lifted me up. There are other things to do, he said. Edward's POV. I was happy. For the first time in decades, I was completely blissed out, as Bella would say. The girl in question was draped over my chest, her warm skin never suffering the ill effects of my stone body. It was as if she was made to love a vampire. She HMMED contently, and I brushed my hands over her hair. Bella awoke with a start. Panic brimmed in her eyes. Bathroom, she gasped, covering her mouth. I understood immediately and raced her to the toilet. She gagged for several minutes. Her health-digested food smelled even worse than it usually did, but I endured. This had been happening every morning for 3 days. I rubbed her back soothingly. Are you sure you don't want to see Carlisle? I asked. She spat and flushed the toilet. She turned on the sink and washed her mouth out. She stood up, panting. Maybe we should head back tomorrow. I'm so sorry, Edward. It's fine, Bella, I reassured her. This is just so strange, she murmured. I've never been sick before, I mean, not since I was a kid. There was a tentative knock at the door. It's the housekeepers. I can send them away. No, just let them do their jobs. I'll be fine. I just need a shower. I reluctantly left Bella in the bathroom and allowed the housekeepers, Cor and Gustavo. Cor gave me a pensive look. Something wrong with these people. I gave her my most relaxing smile and went to check on Bella. She was dressed in a powder blue shirt and a white skirt. We definitely needed our laundry done. I wrapped my arms around her. Are you feeling better now? I asked. She nodded hesitantly. I'm sure I'll be fine. Maybe Victor will know what's up. He's been around longer than me, Bella. I turned her around and stared at her. She wouldn't meet my eyes. Are you alright? My stomach keeps hurting. I don't know what it is. She looked up. I'm so sorry I'm ruining the honeymoon. I laughed at her and pulled her to my chest. It's fine, Bella. I'm just so worried. We'll probably have a few more weddings and honeymoons in the future, anyway. A loud gasp sounded out behind me. Libishaman. I looked behind me and saw that it was Cor. Bella looked over. Hola. She said politely. Cor relaxed when she saw Bella was unharmed. You soy pizza rosa, she apologized. I gave her another relaxing smile. She thought you were eating me, huh? Bella asked with a crooked grin. I smiled back. Cor's particular Indian. She was raised to be more aware of things like me. She thinks I'm a Libishaman. A blood-drinking demon who preys on beautiful women. Flattering, Bella quipped. Her stomach made a rumbling noise. That's it. I'm taking some Pepto-Bismol. She then began to search through the bathroom cupboards for her medicine. I left her to go explain the bedroom decor. She didn't buy my excuse in the slightest, but she couldn't prove anything either. I headed back to the bathroom only to find Bella frozen with a box of tampons in her hand. What? I asked, dreading the answer. As far as I knew, Bella didn't get her period. She was as frozen as my sisters and mother in that regard. I'm not on my period, but I'm due right about now. She paused, and stared at the wall. Yeah? 3 years? That's my average lately. I saw something absolutely terrifying. Her stomach seemed to expand, as if someone had punched her from the inside. I realized that I had stopped breathing. Bella's hand dropped to her stomach and she lifted up her shirt. Oh, God. Bella's stomach was always smooth and slightly muscular no matter what she ate. I certainly didn't recall a bump just below her navel. The dreams, she muttered. Sleeping so much. All that food. Her eyes suddenly spilled over with tears. Oh my God. Edward, I think I'm pregnant. My mind froze. I couldn't process anything. This was unheard of. This was impossible. Some distant, health-conscious part of my mind noted that Bella was talking, only not to me. She had my phone in her hand. How long had I been standing there? I don't know. I haven't had my period in 3 years. A pause. Well, of course it's unusual. Is anything about me normal? Another pause. I've been sleeping so much, and eating all the time, and I could swear something just moved inside of me. I snapped my head to her stomach, and sure enough, I could see the subtle signs of movement. I held out my hand for the phone. Bella passed it over. Edward? My father's voice asked, bringing me closer to the real world. Is it possible? I asked, and waited for him to tell me that I was insane, that vampires couldn't procreate with humans. As if he actually knew that for sure. It might be. He sighed. I think you should come home, now. Of course, I said. I hung up. Go out to the boat. I'll pack our things, I told Bella. She started to walk away, but I seized her in a hug and released her before she could push me away. I had failed her. I had tried to protect her and now? I was killing her. I promise, Bella, I'll fix this. Carlisle will get that thing out before it can hurt you. I turned away quickly, not wanting to see the accusation in her eyes. There was a knock at the door. I cursed, realizing that it was Gustavo's day to clean. I'll be right back. I left to talk to him. He seemed a little annoyed that I was sending him away again, but one angry look from me sent him scurrying away. If I weren't so furious and frightened, I would have smiled. Bella was still standing in the bathroom, my cell phone clutched in her hand. She seemed to snap out of a daze when she saw me. Come on, let's go. We have a plane to catch. Victor's POV. I stood near the television, looking out the window. Grandpa, you better stop scratching your chin. I can hear your fingernails scraping bone, Bella said. I realized that my fingernails were extended, and indeed, I was scratching my chin. It was time for a shave. Yeah, no problem, I murmured, putting my hands in my pockets. I tried not to look at her, but I caught a glimpse of her stomach out of the corner of my eye. I shuddered and turned back to the window. I sniffed. Jake's coming, I said mildly. I could hear his wolf feet padding on the ground. Edward groaned. That guy was a mess. If nothing else, that should have been enough to convince Bella to stop this, but of course, she always was stubborn. I'll send him away, Carlisle said. Why? Bella asked. I heard the couch groan as she shifted. Are we keeping secrets from him too? Well, it's not as if we could tell Charlie or Ren. Or anyone really. This sucked. This really sucked. I heard Jacob walk in as him tapped my shoulder. I looked at her, seeing Bella clutching her swollen stomach off to the side. Here's something to eat, Victor. She held out 2 bologna sandwiches. I took them slowly, like my hands were moving through water. Thank you, ma'am. I began to eat. My mouth moved automatically. I couldn't even taste the food anymore, but I needed it if I wanted to keep healing. That's what was wrong with Bella. She couldn't eat. That damn thing made her throw up everything. How was she supposed to heal if she couldn't eat? How did she expect to survive this if she couldn't heal? Bella? Jacob's voice was shocked. I didn't turn around. I was a coward. Hi, Jake. God, she sounded so weak. I heard a cracking sound and flinched. Bella gasped in pain. For a moment, she breathed deeply through her mouth before settling down. It's okay, Jacob. I'm alright. I could sense her smiling at him. Of course, she would want to reassure her friend. I heal fast, remember, but more slowly every day. She had been home for a week and a half. She had been pregnant for at least 2. This thing was killing her. No matter how fast she healed now, she wouldn't be able to survive the trauma the thing would inflict when it was time to be born. Carlisle had researched these things. They clawed their way out through their mother's stomachs. She wouldn't survive that. Not when she was so weak and healed so slowly. She would bleed out, or her heart would stop, or her organs would fail before any of that happened. Her bones were strong, but she was still squishy and human on the inside. She wouldn't be able to eat with a rock-hard digestive tract. I felt a shiver go up my spine and realized that Jacob was about to phase. Before he could even get out the last word, I had him by the throat. Jacob was huge, taller than me, but I was able to lift him up a few inches off the ground. I swear to God, puppy dog, if you do anything to upset Bella, I'll rip your scrotum out, Jake gasped. Should have done that to the freaking leech. I dropped him to the ground. He didn't know. None of us knew. So just keep your cool. I went back to my window. I was worrying Bella, but I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even sleep. Go take a shower, Grandpa. You stink. Bella tried to laugh, but ended up coughing. I cringed and did what she asked. The running water drowned out the sounds of her choking. Jacob left, probably to go soak in the woods. I didn't care. I changed into some clean clothes and went back to the living room. It had been changed around while I was gone. The furniture was pushed up against the walls, though none near my brooding spot. Carlisle and Esm were gone, probably hunting. Bella was lying in hospital bed with an 4 in her arm. She wasn't thinner, but her skin was so pasty and translucent that she might as well have been. Edward and Rosalie sat by her sides, petting her, comforting her. I felt a rush of guilt and walked to her bed. I took her hand. You know, I've been thinking. She turned to me. There were dark circles under her eyes. About what? She asked, suspicious. About her old team. I saw her eyes flash in recognition. You mean Stryker's team? Same difference, I murmured. But, I've been thinking of all the things we did, all the people we killed. I'm thinking that this is karma, that this is my punishment. I just got you back, I'll be fine, she said, annoyed. Maybe, I conceded. But I've been thinking more along the lines of what Stryker was planning for us. Before you left, do you remember what he was looking for? Of course I do. It was that damn meteor rock. He wouldn't shut up about it. He was worse than Wade. A smile crept up on her face. Well, maybe that's an exaggeration. Where is Wade, anyway? Dead, I think. He got into the vigilante business back in the 80s. Called himself Deadpool. Bella chuckled. Rhymes with dead fool. I had to laugh. The same thing had crossed my mind, so, Bella began, trying to sit up. What was Stryker planning on doing with it? You mean, what did Stryker do with it? Bella's eyes narrowed. He found the rest of it, yep, and honey, you won't believe what he planned to use it for. Bella glared at me in annoyance. I realized that it probably wasn't a good idea to tick off a pregnant woman who could impale me at any time. He built a lab on this island and experimented on people like us. You know, people who could heal. He wanted to use it to make us stronger, faster, and more resistant to injury. Edward's eyes widened as he heard this. I saw hope brim in his eyes for the first time. Did any of these experiments work? I scrunched up my nose. I only stuck around for as long as the first 2 experiments, and they were failures. The people couldn't heal fast enough. The procedure was to bond this metal alloy found inside the meteor to their skeletons. Bella choked, and I worried that she was going to stop breathing, but she settled down. Okay, why are you bringing this up? Stryker was executed decades ago for crimes against humanity. Yeah, but the place he did his experiments is still untouched, because nobody knows where it is. Bella guessed. You got it, I said. She narrowed her eyes. How does this help us? You saw how hard that meteor was. You tried to break it, and it didn't even crack. It's hard, Bella, hard enough to withstand the force of a nuclear blast, hard enough to protect you from the thing growing inside you. Or at the very least, it would speed up your healing afterwards so that you actually have a chance to survive. The words just rushed out of my mouth. I felt a sudden giddiness, even more so than when I had thought of the plan earlier. Edward turned around and growled. What now? It was the first anger he'd experienced since Bella had told him about wanting to keep the baby. He must have been feeling better. I listened and picked up the sound of 2 wolves running at breakneck speed toward us. Bella smiled. I think it's Jake and Seth. Probably, I agreed. We waited for a few minutes as Edward went to talk to them. They want to kill Bella? He asked, disbelieving. Bella and I frowned. Rosalie hissed and stroked Bella's hair. Jazz, not them. The others. The pack is coming. What's their problem? Emmett asked. The same one as mine, Edward hissed. But they have their own plan to handle it. Get the others. Call Carlisle. He and Ism have to get back here now. They aren't far, he said as if to reassure someone. I assumed it was Jacob. Seth ran off, I suppose to keep watch for any stray wolves. Edward began to have a one-way conversation with Jacob and I tuned them out. Bella seemed to be drifting off. I felt Jacob phase and turned away from my granddaughter. Sorry about earlier, Jake. Sure, he murmured, staring at Bella's face. It's like she's being eaten alive, he whispered. Edward walked in behind him. She is. The fetus is sucking up all the nutrients in her body. It's not letting her eat either. At this rate, she won't be able to heal fast enough to recover from her injuries. We just can't figure out what it wants. Stupid blood-sucking baby, Jacob muttered. I heard that, Jake, she mumbled, rolling her head to the side. She smiled at him, and then frowned. Blood-sucking? She asked no one. Her eyes widened. Why didn't I think of that? She gasped. I worried that she was going losing it for a second, but then I caught on. It's half vampire, I breathed. I stood up and began to pace. My nails lengthened and I dug them into my hair, slicing off a good deal of it. Damn, we are so stupid. We've been sitting on the answer all along. Edward looked at me as if I had lost my mind. I remembered that he couldn't hear my thoughts and realized that I wasn't making any sense. It's half vampire, Edward. What do vampires eat? I asked. I saw the knowledge dawn on his face. Blood. That's what it needs. Exhilaration ran through my veins. I was pumped. We had a plan. If this thing got what it needed, then maybe Bella could actually eat something. Her strength would build up, and she could survive. There was a short debate, ending with Bella agreeing to drink some blood straight out. This was probably the grossest thing I could ever imagine, but if it saved her life, well, chug away, baby girl. We stared at her like she was an exhibit at a famous museum. She held a cup in her shaky hands and sipped the blood through a straw. I watched for any subtle signs of her getting better. The results were instantaneous. Color returned to her face. The pasty skin of her arms seemed to fill with warmth. She wasn't so cold to the touch. She looked human again. She smiled as she finished. I think it worked. I wanted to lean over and hug her, but settled for a huff instead. I'm starving, she said. Before she could start complaining, Esm had a sandwich in front of her. She crammed it into her mouth with exuberance. I had forgotten what it's like to be hungry. Is there anything else to eat? You can clean out the whole fridge, I told her. Jacob still looked a little sick, but he seemed a lot more relaxed now that Bella looked better. I saw her rubbing her stomach absently and wondered if our problems were over. Bella was stronger now, but what about the baby? I knew that human blood could affect the strength of vampires. What would it do to the thing growing inside Bella? Did we just make it worse? Would it have been better to start the thing and hope that Bella could last another couple weeks? Frankly, I didn't think Bella had that long. Judging from how fast this thing was growing, I didn't even think she had 1 week. I still think we should get the rock, I stated. Bella looked at me, bewildered. I'm fine, Victor. The others seemed ready to agree, before Bella suddenly clutched her stomach and gasped. Her eyes went wide and I heard a crack, louder than before. I think we just made it stronger, I finished. Damn, Murphy's Law. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. I'm healing faster, now, she breathed. I think I can make it, even if he does rip through my stomach. She made a face. Damn. I had hoped Carlisle had kept that piece of information secret from her. Besides, who even knows where Stryker's Island is? Our old team? Wade's dead. Who else is there? Bradley used his power too much and died of a stroke. Fred gained 300 pounds and died of a heart attack. John, Alzheimer's. He can barely remember his own name, not David North. The guy hates my guts. He'll probably dance on my grave, only as a demon. The guy's been dead for 20 years. But listen, it's not the old team I was thinking about. I leaned in closer to her. I heard rumors that one of Stryker's experiments worked. He found some kid who could control kinetic energy, or whatever the hell it's called. Said he could use it to make the molecules of his body heal at an accelerated rate. He was the last guy Stryker experimented on before he was arrested. I figure he knows where the island is. Bella got this look on her face, like she was trying to figure something out. Do you know his name? No, I said. But maybe I can find a scent. I know what the metal smells like and I heard some of the guys call him Gambit because he kept beating them at cards. Her eyes widened. Remy LeBeau, she murmured. Huh? I asked with my greatest articulation. Bella smirked. I think I know where to find this guy. I know who this Gambit is. My eyebrows rose up to my hairline. Do you have an address? No, she said, shaking her head. But I know where to find him. She smirked. Vegas. We all stared at her, mystified. Just look for the guy who's winning and whatever you do, don't say you're a friend. Guys like Remy don't have friends, and you know him how? I asked suspiciously. Saved his life, she shrugged. He got in trouble with some not-so-friendly security guards at a private game and I helped him out. And, now that I think about it, he did smell like the alloy. I hadn't realized he was with Stryker. I don't think he volunteered. The Remy guy might not like me bringing up old memories. How exactly should I go about acquiring his services? I narrowed my eyes as I thought of a few ways to make him talk. She snorted. The only things Remy likes are sex, money and gambling. I'm not in the mood for cards or putting out, but we ain't exactly living in the slums, bub. Take $500,000 out of our savings, give him half, and when he takes you to the island, give him the other half. He'd probably take you for free just to show off his helicopter, but it's better to be prepared. She shut her eyes, as if the conversation was wearing her out. Say an old sparring partner needs his help. Sparring partner. Check. I turned to Jacob. Come on, wolf boy, I said. He looked at me in surprise. What, you're coming with me? I need someone to watch my back. Seth doesn't look old enough to pass for 20 and the Cullens lack up like the 4th of July in the sunlight. You'll do. Why don't you take Leah? He asked. She's bugging me too. I'm sure she'd love to go to another state. No time, I said. I ain't gonna chase down your girlfriend. She's not my girlfriend, Jacob muttered, but he followed me as I headed to the garage. Take the Vanquish, Edward said. It's the fastest. I nodded and we set out for Nevada. Victor's POV. If there was one place I loved, it was Vegas. You could call it the city of sin, or a gambler's paradise, but its businesses were just looking to entertain you, no matter how freaky you like your entertainment. It might have been a mistake on my part to take Jacob. He stuck out, and not just because he was almost 7 feet tall. As old as he looked, when he stared up at the neon signs promising cheap lap dances and exotic performances, you knew he was still a kid. Keep sharp, Jake. The last thing we need is some bouncer asking for ID, so at least try to look like you've done this before. I grinned at him as we shouldered our way through the crowd. Jacob glared at me. Have you done something like this before? He asked rudely. I grinned wider. I'm a permanent bachelor. Not a lot of women stay young forever, although most seem willing to do anything to accomplish just that. Jacob snorted, but he straightened up a little. We shouldered our way into a casino. I sniffed the air experimentally. Yes, I could smell the metal. Remy LeBeau was close. I tapped Jacob on the shoulder and pointed to a crowded poker table. You think he's there? I asked. He inhaled deeply and shrugged. I can't pinpoint the smell. He could be anywhere. Let's go see. Anyway, I said, unwilling to give up. Bella didn't have the time. I had driven 2 straight days to get to Vegas. I was tired and hungry, and if I didn't find this Remy LeBeau soon, I was going to get angry. Nobody wanted to see me angry. Jacob held back as I sat at the table, still inhaling subtly. Mind if I cut in? I asked, flashing 2 sets of razor-sharp teeth at the intoxicated gamblers. They flinched back predictably. I did so love the perks of being a freak. Not at all, monsieur, one of the younger men said smoothly. He had a heavy Cajun accent. I locked eyes with him. His black hat made this difficult as it was tilted low over his forehead. He wore a dark blue button-up shirt. He was a good-looking kid, no older than 21. I sniffed again. Scratch that. This kid was no kid. Are you Remy LeBeau? I asked. The boy held up a handful of cards and dropped them into his other hand. Do I owe you money? He asked. Nope, I said easily. The boy took off his hat in a show of greeting. Then Remy LeBeau, I am. He grinned at me. And who might you be? I know an old sparring partner of yours. I hoped he would take the hint. For some reason, those cards looked dangerous in his hands, sharp enough to cut through bone. LeBeau put his hat back on and shuffled the cards again. His fingers were quick by human standards. I bet he would have made a good magician. Really? He asked, exaggerating the word. I was watching his hands, so I didn't notice his eyes change color until it was too late. They glowed as bright red as a newborn vampire's. And, of course, since I was looking at his eyes, I didn't see the cards move until they were smashing into my chest. Jacob had the good sense to get out of my way as I crashed through the side wall of the casino and landed in an alley. I brushed myself off as I got to my feet. LeBeau ran out into the alley faster than any human could ever hope to. In his right hand was a long narrow staff. Oh, foo was what I managed to choke out before I found myself being treated like a baseball on the bottom of the 9th. I heard a crunch as I collapsed at the other end of the alley. My ribs dug into my lungs but they quickly healed. I felt a shiver go up my spine and I looked up to see Jacob in his wolf form. LeBeau seemed much less willing to take on the 10-foot wolf and I used that to my advantage. Listen, LeBeau, we ain't here to hurt you. We need your help. LeBeau looked at me. His eyes were wide with fear. What do you want? Who are you? My name's Victor Creed. That's Jacob. He looks tough, but he's a softy at heart. LeBeau seemed disinclined to believe me about Jake, but I ignored that for the sake of time. Do you know a girl named Bella Logan? I asked. I hope the kid had fond memories of her. Well, not too fond. I didn't want to test Edward's control. Or mine. We were in luck. LeBeau registered the name, and a smile broke out on his face. Oui. Is Bella still as beautiful as her name suggests? Jacob snarled something that sounded suspiciously like a curse word, but he was still in his wolf form, so I couldn't be sure. I wouldn't know, Bob. I'm her grandfather. I'm biased. Her husband certainly thinks so, though, I said dryly. It was much better in the long run to crush all hope. LeBeau's smile dropped a fraction, but he didn't seem on the verge of attacking me again. That was a good sign, right, man? I had a pretty pessimistic view on people. Look, LeBeau, I don't have a lot of time to chat. Actually, Bella doesn't have a lot of time. She's dying, Slim, and we need your help to save her. Lebo's smile dropped completely as he registered the seriousness of the situation. What do you need me for? Do you remember Stryker's Island? He flinched and nodded. Do you think you could take me and Lassie to it? I asked, gesturing to Jacob. Jake seemed a little offended by the nickname, but preoccupied himself with glaring at Lebo. What is there that will save Bella? Lebo asked, crossing his arms. I'm hoping Stryker's adamantium bonding equipment is still functional. Bella's body is deteriorating, and it's the only thing I can think of that might save her. I watched as Lebo's face went pale. He stared at us in horror. Mon Dieu. There must be another way, he whispered. There might be, I agreed. But by the time anyone thinks of it, Bella might be dead. This is our best shot. So, are you going to help us? Lebo frowned at the ground. I will show you where it is. I blinked in surprise. Well, that was easy. I didn't even have to mention the money. Lebo's eyes shot up to my face. Money? He asked, smiling. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a large roll of $1,000 bills. I hadn't realized money came in that size until I met the Cullens. Lebo walked forward past Jacob and took the cash. He slid a finger over the edges, making the money curl and straighten in his hands. He tucked the cash into his pocket. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You could have saved yourself a beating. I growled out an unpleasant word. You're lucky I need directions or I'd kill you right here, bub. You might consider getting lost once we get what we came for, though. I got a nose I can tell what kind of deodorant you were using last year, and you better hope I give you a head start, or I'll find you. Lebo took a step back and smiled. He bowed dramatically and began to lead the way out of the alley. Jacob made a whining sound and I realized we had another issue. Don't tell me you ripped your only outfit. I grumbled. Underneath all of Jake's fur, I thought he looked repentant. Lebo looked on with some amusement. There is a men's clothing store just around the corner. What size is he? He's bigger than me. Does that help? I asked. I was no good with clothing sizes. If the shoe fit, or in this case, the pants, what did it matter what size they were? Lebo rolled his eyes. I will ask for something very large, he said. He then took off around the corner. I kept one ear out just in case he decided to take the money and run, but, in his show of intelligence, he walked back with a pair of brown pants and a white bodybuilder shirt in hand. Jacob phased back to his human form and got dressed. The pants were a little too short, but it couldn't be helped. I eyed the hole in the wall and wondered why no one had come to investigate. But then again, it was Vegas. Lebo led us to a classy blue Chevrolet and started up the engine. We can take my helicopter. The island is far out in the Pacific. I do hope we don't encounter turbulence. Don't jinx us, I muttered. I told you not to jinx us. I yelled as the helicopter twisted wildly in the sky. Lebo laughed. Don't worry. My baby can take it. He stroked the dashboard lovingly. I won her in a game. Jack's over fives. I held onto my seatbelt as we dove down through the clouds. Not a fan of flying? Jacob asked. He stood behind me, keeping a good grip on my seat. I growled. I will skin you alive if you don't shut up. Jake laughed, but did what I told him. How much longer? I asked. Lebo looked at the monitors in front of him. We're almost there. It won't take longer than 2 minutes, I groaned as we dove down lower. The turbulence increased and Jacob stumbled a little. I shut my eyes tightly as the Pacific Ocean rushed up to meet us. The helicopter stabilized and I relaxed. We were on solid ground again. Lebo shut off the rotor system and I took off my seatbelt. We walked outside and stared. Stryker really was nuts. He had built his laboratory under a nuclear reactor. Good choice, no? People will never find it here. They're afraid they will turn into freaks, Lebo commented. Like you? I asked rhetorically. He ignored that. Where do we start? Jacob asked. I looked around. I doubted that Lebo could see that well in the darkness. Underground. Stryker never showed me or the guys where the island was, but I knew we were underground. If we can't find the entrance, we'll make one. I started sniffing the air, trying to find a scent that would lead me to the entrance of his lab. I soon picked one up, so faint that it was hard to track, but I did it. Jake and Lebo followed behind me as I raced for the nearest reactor. I let my nails grow out and sliced open a door. The inside was too dark for Lebo, but I could see just fine, so maybe we weren't underground after all. The lab looked like it had been forgotten. It wasn't messy, although there was a thick layer of dust over every surface. The monitors were cracked and the buttons on the control panel looked worn, but other than that, it looked okay. I strode past the monitoring area, through the door next to a glass wall, and jumped over the guardrail into the operating room. It was just as I remembered it. The metal table was suspended over a pool of water long gone stale. Restraints were soldered onto it to hold down the thrashing patients. Anesthesia didn't work on Bella and me. Our bodies burned it off too quickly for it to be of any use. I could only assume that Stryker's volunteers shared the same quirk. An ancient bulb flickered on and Lebo hesitantly climbed down the stairs. "This place is what I imagine hell will be like. How do you know?" I asked him. "You ever been there? I fear I will go there when I die." "If I die, can we get out of here?" Jacob asked. He sounded almost as freaked as a Cajun. "Not yet," I said impatiently. "We've got to gather up this equipment." I pointed to the long, intimidating needles attached to the operating table. The metal alloy inside has to be kept at extremely hot temperatures. I can hear it bubbling inside. "Can you?" Jake cocked his head and listened. He nodded slowly. "How are we going to transfer it?" I reached down and pulled out a screw from the operating table. "Take it apart and carry it out to the helicopter. Try not to damage the containers. I don't know how long they'll keep warm, and it'll be almost impossible to boil the metal again on short notice. Bella will probably need the surgery as soon as we get back." I finished unscrewing the containers from the table. I tossed one to Jake. He caught it with a start. "You're always running a fever anyway, kid. They'll last longer this way." I tossed the second one and he caught it with an astounding show of grace. Lebo was looking around the room as if he expected the ghost of Stryker to pop out and kill him. "Can we leave now?" he asked. "Sure," I said, looking around too to make sure I hadn't missed anything. "If I had to, I would do the surgery myself. I hope Carlisle could help out. I would feel a lot better if a guy who spent over 200 years practicing medicine would do it." Jake let us back out. Lebo seemed to relax once we exited the operating room. He rushed to his helicopter as Jacob got inside and stood in the back with the containers. They looked like gray, oversized fire extinguishers. "Don't drop those," I warned as I climbed in the passenger side. Jacob snorted. Lebo started up the rotors. "Where is Bella?" he asked. "Washington, up near the Olympic Peninsula. She's been living in this small town called Forks." "Do you know where that is?" Lebo grinned. "If I step on it, we can make it in less than an hour." Stepping on it was what Lebo did. Honestly, I think he enjoyed watching me flip out more than he wanted to hurry to save Bella. Oh well, the results were the same. I hoped that Bella didn't figure out that I shared her fear of flying. I doubted that she would appreciate the irony of my own teasing over the years. Lebo set the helicopter down in the Cullen's backyard. I composed myself as I stepped out. It was raining. Gray clouds hung low in the sky and thunder rumbled close by. Carlisle stood outside, watching us. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I was worried you wouldn't make it in time." "We're not out of the woods yet, Doc," I told him. Jacob stepped out of the copter with the containers clutched to his chest. "They're cooling down, Victor." "Where should I put them? Is that the equipment?" Carlisle asked. Jake nodded. "Bring them upstairs. Jasper will show you where the hospital room is." "Sure thing," Jacob said. He rushed inside. "Should I take off?" Lebo asked. He leaned out of his copter and brushed his hair back. "Yes, no," me and Carlisle said at the same time. We looked at each other, me with annoyance, and him with confusion. "Victor." Bella's agitated voice called out. "Don't be a dick. Come on in, Remy." She called to him cheerfully. Lippo grinned and strolled inside. I growled low in my throat and followed after. Carla raised an eyebrow at me and I shook my head. Edward and Rosalie stood at opposite corners of the room. They looked about ready to kill each other, or maybe that was just wishful thinking on my part. Emmett sat on the couch, humor in his eyes. I heard Jasper telling Jacob where to set the containers down. Alice was still upstairs nursing a headache. Esm flitted around the room, wiping dust off every surface, setting up the books on the shelves nicely, etc. Bella was still propped up in her hospital bed. Remy stared at her stomach open-mouthed. His eyes flickered up to her face and the shock melted away. Still as beautiful as ever, Mon Ch. Right, Bella's POV. Remy strolled across the room and knelt down next to me. He took my hand in his and brought it up to his lips. I giggled. Always such a charmer, Remy. You'd flirt with your own executioner if she were a woman, especially her, he agreed with a grin. I might persuade her to botch the job, I giggled again. Better watch out, my husband's got a temper. I looked at Edward and found that he was almost seething with jealousy. What? It's nice to have someone look at me without barely concealed horror. It's not like I slept with him or anything. Remy muttered a French curse and said, "Don't remind me." He peered at my enlarged stomach with curiosity. Is this the problem? I gritted my teeth. He's not a problem. He's just really strong and it's making it hard for me to heal fast enough. Victor thought it would be a good idea to fly out to Stryker's Island to find the adamantium Stryker was experimenting with. Remy grinned, as if he were going to say something funny, but Victor cleared his throat threateningly and he wisely chose to say something else. So, it's a boy? I bit my lip. I think so, but we can't get a clear ultrasound, so it's anybody's view, I guessed as I felt a strong kick to my gut. For a second, the breath was knocked out of me and I struggled for air. Remy put his hands on my stomach. No Ch. Right, you're hurting your mother. I felt the baby settle down inside of me as he crooned. My vampire family leaned forward, engrossed in what was happening. Jasper and Jacob finally came downstairs, the former seeming a little unnerved. I wondered if Remy's scent was as tempting as a normal human's, or if the metal alloyed it. Remy grinned. I guess it settles that. It's a girl, I pouted as Edward took a step forward. How can you tell? He asked Remy. I chose to answer. Remy has a subtle, pheromone-based ability. It's kind of like what Jasper can do, only it can only be used to influence you to feel positive emotions, and it only works on girls. It doesn't work on me, though, unfortunately, Remy murmured. Edward shot him a terrifying look and Remy wisely backed away. I gasped as I felt another kick, this one stronger than the first. I groaned in annoyance. Edward leaned forward and rubbed my stomach. I laughed bitterly. Guess that proves that it's a boy, or your daughter has inherited your unusual resistance to my charms, Remy disputed. I patted my stomach lovingly. I still think it's a boy. My little Vic. Vic? Victor asked. I blushed and looked down. What? It's a nice name. I lifted my eyes in time to see Victor grin. Shut up, I said. It's not like you have any better ideas. Oh, I like the name, Victor reassured me while holding his hands up in a sign of surrender. I just want to know if you have a backup. You know, just in case Loverboy's right, and your daughter is resistant to his, quote-unquote, charms. I don't know, I murmured. I looked up at Edward. Do you remember your grandmother's name? Edward seemed startled, and I remembered that he wasn't exactly pleased with the baby. His eyes narrowed and he looked at the ceiling. Caroline, he finally answered. Caroline, I repeated, trying the name out. Caroline. Carol. Carolyn. Carrie. Carly. Carly. I like that. Do you guys like it? I asked, looking around. Rosalie nodded eagerly. Edward gave me a faint smile. Jacob shrugged. Victor was still exulting over my first choice. The others seemed to like it though. I rubbed my stomach gleefully. All right, I guess you're either a Vic or a Carly. Whatever you are, I'm sure your Auntie Alice will have lots of clothes for you to wear. I heard Alice giggle from upstairs and I smiled in satisfaction. I leaned back. My stomach gave another spasm, one of a more normal kind, and I blushed. Rose? I asked timidly. She sighed. Again? She asked, helping me to my feet. She smiled at me and, even though I knew she was just being nice to me because of her desire to be a mother, I felt like we were actually becoming friends. Can you walk? I could use the exercise. Look at me. I'm huge. I gestured to my bulging torso with distaste. You better hope my healing factor works on stretch marks, or I'm gonna be ticked, Rosalie and Emma chuckled. Edward gave me a pained smile, as did almost everyone else. Victor grinned broadly and Remy shuffled a deck of cards that had magically appeared in his hands. I still didn't know where he kept all of them. He smiled at me as I took a waddling step. Something was wrong. I felt it before I smelled it. Blood began to leak down my legs and I grabbed my stomach. I felt an agonizing rip go through me. It felt like my intestines, my appendix, hell, my whole digestive system was rupturing. I coughed and something warm and metallic tasting filled my mouth. I choked and sputtered as bright red blood coated Esm's pale gray carpet. The body inside of me was shuddering, twisting back and forth, and I realized what was wrong. He can't breathe. I shrieked, and then I gasped as my lungs deflated. I felt my organs try to heal even as my baby convulsed inside of me, and then everything went black. Edward's POV. Rosalie caught Bella as she collapsed. The fetus inside of her was still struggling, and, beyond my belief, I heard it. Its thoughts weren't detailed or filled with words like most people, but I understood it. It was panicking, not only for itself, but for Bella. It loved her. Rosalie, Carlisle, Victor and I all ran to the stairs. Bella was unconscious, something I relished and felt terrified of at the same time. Her injuries must have been more severe than I could imagine. Bella could take quite a lot of damage. Rosalie carried Bella into the hospital room. Carlisle and Victor began to prepare the adamantium equipment. Rosalie ripped Bella's clothes off and strapped her thrashing body to the table. Her stomach bulged sickly as the baby fought for air. I took a scalpel off the operating table and began to cut through her stomach and into her uterus. CPR? I asked anyone. Bella was still choking weakly, and her heartbeat began to slow. Victor left Carlisle with the equipment and pressed his lips to Bella's. He plugged her nose and tilted her head back. He breathed for her once, then stopped. Her lungs are punctured, he said desperately. He locked his hands together and began to pump her heart as it slowed. I could hear her ribs cracking under the pressure, and, even though I knew that was normal when CPR was done properly, it still made me cringe. Somewhere off in the distance, I could hear Seth and Leah approaching. They were concerned by the noises and by Jacob's frantic thoughts weren't helping. I realized that Jacob had shifted sometime during the crisis. His thoughts focused mostly on his fear for Bella and his promise to kill me if she didn't survive. I was glad he was sincere about the last part. I tore her enlarged uterus apart and a blood-covered figure emerged. I caught a flash of white teeth before Rosalie lifted it into her arms. Her eyes were black, but thirst was the farthest thing from her mind. It didn't even smell like a human. She wrapped the tiny body in a towel and began to scrub its face off. The panicked voice in my head didn't go away. I looked out and ripped Bella's stomach open farther as she began to heal. Another tiny body emerged, this one gasping and sobbing. I lifted it up and stared at a pair of familiar brown eyes. I looked back and forth between the two, stunned. Edward. Carlisle yelled. The equipment is ready. Back up, Ed? War? My baby. I looked up at Bella's face. Her arms stretched out toward the baby in my arms and she brushed its cheek so tenderly. So? Beauty? Full, she murmured and then she went limp. Edward. Carlisle yelled desperately. I backed away, still holding the baby. I watched, frozen with some nameless emotion. Then I heard Bella's heart stop. Victor and Carlisle began placing the needles in the correct areas as Victor directed him. 2 on each arm. 2 on each leg. 4 on her torso. I was grateful Victor seemed to know what he was doing. He pressed a button on the canisters and the metal alloy began to travel through the needles and into Bella's veins. He then began to compress Bella's chest again, pumping the metal through her bloodstream. I heard it sizzle as the metal hit her much cooler blood. As it hit her torso, her gaping stomach wound began to heal faster than I had ever seen. The skin closed and shrunk to her now normal-sized body. I listened for the telltale sign of Bella's beating heart. Downstairs, Jacob changed back into his human form, and I could hear him doing the same through his thoughts. Leah and Seth stood on either side of him, also listening. Remy LeBeau's thoughts were frantic. His shaky hands continued to shuffle the deck of cards faster and faster. He was scared. He wasn't used to seeing people hurt so badly. He especially didn't like seeing Bella hurt. I watched Bella's still form as she healed. The baby in my arms laid its head against my chest and I sensed it watching as well. Its heart fluttered as fast as a hummingbird's. I was amazed that no one in my family had heard it. Rosalie held the other baby close to her chest. I saw it struggle to look at Bella, and when Rosalie wouldn't allow it, it bit her hand. Rosalie pulled back and the baby turned around to stare at its mother. Worry was clear in its features, and I realized that it was a boy. Vic, I whispered, as if he knew I was calling his name. The baby turned and looked at me with my old, green eyes. He then turned back and stared at Bella, a low whining noise erupting from his throat. I realized with a start that his mind was as silent as Bella and Victor's. Victor continued to compress Bella's chest. Jacob growled and began to walk up the stairs to the operating room, Leah and Seth close behind. Seth was prepared to stop Jacob. His sister's thoughts weren't as friendly. I stared at the blood surrounding Bella's still form and wondered if she could regenerate her blood as quickly as her body. She was so pale. Carlisle seemed to get the same idea as me as he pulled out a syringe and a pint of blood. He began to manually inject the blood into a vein in her neck. Victor continued CPR, desperation written on his face. Jacob's thoughts turned murderous as he laid eyes on Bella. Leah and Seth gasped as they entered, and Seth turned away as his gaze landed on Bella's naked form. Jacob turned to me and I sensed he intended to kill not only me, but the baby in my arms. I narrowed my eyes and pulled it closer to me, intent on protecting the child with Bella's eyes. The movement directed Jacob's attention to it, and his expression changed. My mouth dropped open in amazement as I saw the baby through Jacob's eyes. It was a girl, and Jacob had just imprinted on her. Son of a bitch. Victor's POV. I was only vaguely aware of the others in the room. My attention was focused solely on Bella. I breathed into her healed lungs and watched as her chest deflated as I pulled away. I began to compress her chest again, sparing a glance at the two babies. Come on, baby girl, you can't let your kids grow up without a mommy. Your boy doesn't seem to like the blonde bitch very much. Come on. I felt a flutter under my hands and paused. Yes, Bella's heart stuttered a few more times before it began to thud steadily. I breathed a sigh of relief and leaned over the hospital bed. Bella was still out, but I was sure she was just exhausted. I brushed her hair back and covered her in a blanket before looking over at the others. Seth was making a point of not looking at Bella. I noticed a faint blush on his dark cheeks and wondered if my lovely granddaughter had gained yet another admirer. I still hadn't dealt with Mr. Charming downstairs. The thing that really got my attention was Leah's face. At least, I assumed it was Leah. I hadn't really seen her when she wasn't in her wolf form. But she smelled like a wolf, and she was the only female one I had ever heard of, so it was kind of obvious. She looked happy. I tried to figure out what she was looking at, but the only thing I saw was Rosalie. Not that she wasn't a ray of sunshine and all, but Leah didn't seem like the type to smile at a vampire. I looked down at the squirming bundle in Rosalie's arms, and I figured it out. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. I looked over at Edward, wondering how he would take this. If he had even noticed yet with all the crap going on. Bella's husband looked livid, but he wasn't glaring at Leah. Jake was the unfortunate receiver of Edward's wrath. You didn't? Edward growled. I realized that the bloody mess in Edward's arms was the other baby, only this one was a girl. She turned and stared at me, locking her brown eyes onto mine. She waved at me and gestured toward Bella's unconscious figure. She pressed her hand against Edward's throat. "She's fine," he said, as if to reassure her. Was the baby thinking? Was she worried about her mother? How much did these kids understand? "Oh!" Rosalie cried out. She held out Bella's other baby and shook out her hand. "He bit me. I like him already," I said. I reached out and pulled the straddled infant into my arms. He felt really hot, like he had a fever. He blinked up at me. "Hi, kiddo. I'm your great-grandfather." "Put some emphasis on the great part," I ranted. I heard Leah approach me slowly. "Can I?" She cut herself off and held out her hands. "Can I hold him?" By now, the others were heading for the stairs, except for Libo, who didn't seem too keen on witnessing another bloodbath. Smart guy. I looked over at Edward. He still had his daughter Carly clutched close to his chest. I tilted my head at Leah's timid form, wondering what I should do. My great-grandson Vic lifted his hand and waved at her. He grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth. That was kind of freaky. Em walked in and stood next to Carlisle. She touched Bella's face, checking to see if she was still breathing, I assumed. Emmett went to stand beside Rosalie. His eyes darted back and forth between Vic and Carly. He opened his mouth to say something, only to have Rosalie elbow him in the gut. That girl was just so abusive. Jasper walked in next. Alice followed him, her eyes narrowed in concentration. I wondered if she had seen anything that had gone on, or if the babies had screwed with her visions. She rushed to Bella's side and placed her ear over Bella's heart. She breathed a sigh of relief. Jasper went to stand behind her. Seth slid closer to me, staring at Vic with open curiosity. Vic held up a hand and waved at him. Seth grinned and held out his hand. Vic reached out and captured his finger. "Hello there," Seth said. Jacob backed away from Edward. "I have to go tell the others. They can't hurt them now. It's against our laws to kill an imprint." With that, he rushed down the stairs, Lee and Seth right on his tail. I shifted Vic so that he was facing his sister. Carly held her hand to Edward's face. He sighed and I watched the tension leak out of him. "Yes, they'll be back. Everything will be okay." He looked over at Bella, and I wondered how sure he was of that statement. Bella's POV. Waking up wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. The Cullens had been insightful enough to keep the light off in the operating room, so I didn't wake up with burning corneas. For a second, I listened to the sound of my own heartbeat, determining that I was indeed alive. Then I shot up into a sitting position. "My baby," I said hoarsely, wrapping my hands around my flat stomach. Edward was there almost before I finished my sentence. He touched my face with one hand and held my hand with the other. "Everything's all right." "They're okay," he soothed. He was looking at me like he expected me to disappear at any moment. I registered the words "all right" and "okay" before I realized something else. "They?" I questioned, a knot forming in my stomach. I stared in stunned fascination as Edward smiled. "Twins. 1 boy and 1 girl. They're perfect." "Geez, Edward, don't give them an ego complex," Emmett shouted from downstairs. I heard the familiar sound of him being hit by Rosalie and left, so I was half right about it being a boy. I stood up. I looked down, noticing that someone had dressed me while I was out. I had on a dark blue blouse and a pair of designer jeans. I frowned at those, thinking of the money they had wasted, but then shrugged. It was one of the perks of being a Cullen. "Here," Edward said, holding out a glass with umber liquid in it. "Victor said you would want this." I took the drink, sniffing it. "Whiskey. The man knows me." I took a huge gulp and sighed. "I missed that." Edward smiled at me, but there was something a little off about it. "What's wrong?" I asked, suspicious. "Nothing's wrong exactly, but we should probably go downstairs." I didn't trust him on the whole wrong thing, but I followed him as he led me into the living room. Remy, Emmett and Jasper were currently engaged in a game of cards. Judging from the amount of poker chips Remy had, he was winning. Emmett looked frustrated and Jasper seemed to be gauging Remy's mood. I knew it was useless. Win or lose, Remy was always calm. Alice sat on the couch, reading a fashion magazine. Every few minutes, she would look up and mouth the names of Remy's cards to Jasper. It didn't seem to be helping much. Rosalie, Esm and Carla were hovering by the window. I looked outside and saw the most beautiful sight in the world. Victor, Jacob, Leah, and Seth were outside. Leah was in a new pair of jeans and a tank top. Jacob was wearing brown sweatpants and a wife beater. Seth was dressed similarly to Jacob, only his pants were black. Victor wore a blue plaid shirt and black cargo pants. I took this all in absently, for my attention was on the two little angels they surrounded. I walked to the window slowly. Victor looked up and grinned. He picked up my little boy Vic and headed inside. Jacob picked up my little girl Carly and followed after him. Once inside, Jacob handed Carly to Edward. I stood there, staring at them. It was immediately clear that Carly took after me the most. Rather than detracting from her vampiric beauty, it seemed to make her more lovely. More mine. Her hair was Edward's though. The bronze shade looked lovely as it curled against her flushed cheeks. Her big brown eyes sought out mine and she smiled at me. Her face was hard-chipped, her lips out of balance like mine. She had Edward's nose and her chin wasn't as sharp as mine, but the resemblance was obvious. Alice had dressed her in a pretty yellow sundress with pink flowers. She wore tiny, white socks and black dress shoes. I took my eyes away from her unwillingly, drawn to the boy who sat peacefully in Victor's arms. The most startling thing about him was his eyes. I had never imagined that a human eye color could be so beautiful. His hair was mine, right down to the collar and the widow's peak. It crept around his ears and down his neck, almost like a surfer hairstyle. I wondered if anyone had bothered to cut it since he was born. I resolved to do so as soon as I could. His face was shaped like Edward's. High cheekbones, and a strong jaw. Alice had found him a blue lounge suit, and the color made his skin glow. As I stared, he smiled a crooked Edward smile and waved. There was one thing that bothered me. I had given birth just hours ago. I was sure of it, so why were my babies the size of twomantles? I gaped at them, open-mouthed. How did they get so big? I asked. Edward brushed his hand against my cheek. Their growth seems to be almost as accelerated as when they were still fetuses. It's slowing down, though, he said in a hard voice, as if daring someone to argue with him. I felt a flash of fear, and started mentally calculating. I didn't like the answer, so I shoved it aside, determined, like Edward, to ignore their fast growth. I was so caught up in the twins that I failed to notice the differences in Jacob and Leah. I stared at them, trying to pinpoint the reason for the change. Lately, Jacob always seemed just on the verge of snapping. His eyes were usually so sad, but not anymore. Jacob was looking at Carly like she was the most enchanting thing in the world. I saw Leah giving Vic a similar look. I didn't know Leah very well, but I knew that if Edward had broken up with me for another woman, I wouldn't look so content. I began to feel cold inside as I remembered Edward's earlier statement about things not being wrong. I wondered how much of that wrongness was about my baby's premature aging, and how much had to do with the fact that they had been imprinted on by my magic-wielding, shape-shifting, werewolf-like neighbors. The sound of breaking glass made the others jump as I crushed the glass of whiskey in my hand. Little fragments of it dug into my palm and fingers like knives. I smelled blood, but ignored it as I opened my hand and let the broken glass fall to the floor. The pieces embedded in my hand quickly followed, my skin healing up almost instantly. I was aware of a low growling sound in the room, and recognized it as my own voice. You didn't? I accused, stalking forward, trying to choose which one to kill first. Jacob stepped in front of Lee and held up his hands. Look, Bella, I know you're upset. Brilliant deduction, moron. I spat. How could you even think about? I was too furious and disgusted to even say the words. It's not like that, Jacob said, still on the defense. Emmett was watching me with amusement, while the others looked worried. Even the babies seemed to be getting upset. I took a deep breath and made myself relax. Victor, I want another glass of whiskey, and a cigar. I thought you quit, Victor said. I looked up at him real slowly, daring him to say anything else. He took an involuntary step back. Jasper stood up and took Vic. The baby accepted the change of position with some annoyance. Wonderful. Victor had already corrupted him. My grandfather darted into the wine cellar without another word and came back up with a glass and my drink. He then reached into his pocket and pulled out his box of cigars. I took the things and sat down on the couch next to Alice. I set the bottle and the glass on the coffee table. I then opened the box of cigars and took one out, setting it between my teeth and lighting it. I inhaled and held the cigar in my hand as it burned. Now, can you please explain this to me? Jacob seemed to find my tranquility even more disturbing than my anger. He seemed unable to think of anything to say. It's an involuntary reaction, Leah said, when it was clear that Jacob was lost. It's not a choice. Believe me, Bella, the last person I thought I would imprint on was a half vampire, and not just for the obvious reasons. But look, it's not like we're romantically attracted to them. We love them, but it's not that kind of love. Not yet. You mean, I said calmly, pouring myself a drink and taking a sip. Leah looked distinctly uncomfortable. I wondered how she was handling being around my vampire family. The smell alone was probably driving her crazy. That's the idea, she admitted. But if something changes? If they end up wanting someone else? Then we'll be whatever they want us to be. Friends. Pseudo-siblings. It doesn't matter, as long as they're happy. I stared at my drink, swirling the amber liquid around until it made a small whirlpool. That's a very good answer, I said finally. I stood up slowly and set my drink down. I walked over to them, clutching my lit cigar. I took one last drag, and flicked it into Jacob's eye. He jerked back with a gasp and covered his eye with his hand. I took a fistful of his hair, jerked his head down, and leaned over to whisper to him, "All right, Jake, you and I have gotten to be really good friends, but I swear by all that is holy if you do anything to upset my baby, I'll kill you." I emphasized this by letting my claws out. At least, I thought they were my claws. Cool. Shunny, Victor said. I ignored his comment, and the gasps from the Cullens, and Remy's shocked curse word. I released Jacob and held up my right hand to get a better look. Jake straightened up and backed away. I saw Leah barely restraining a smile, but at the same time trying to look outraged at me. She didn't do a very good job. I stared at my hands in shock. My claws were silver, metallic. I flexed my left hand and let my other set out. They matched. I HMMED under my breath, still checking out my new additions. This is an interesting development, you're telling me, Victor said. He stepped forward and touched one of the shining knives. I couldn't think of any other way to describe them. Oh. Victor pulled back and held up his hand. His index finger was nearly severed at the top. I watched as it healed. Compared to me now, it seemed like an endless task. That was stupid, I commented. Don't give me lip. They're a hell of a lot sharper than they look. I wasn't even putting any pressure on them. Victor held up his wounded finger for everyone to see. I let my claws sink back into my arms and watched as my knuckles healed over. Had I really considered my old healing abilities to be fast? Maybe compared to Victor, but now, an unfamiliar, high-pitched sound made me look over towards Jasper. For such a big and scary guy, he didn't seem to know how to handle Vic. I watched open-mouthed as my infant son squirmed out of his uncle's arms. Edward reached over with ease and caught him with one arm. He sighed heavily, as if he were performing a very dull or repetitive task. He lifted Vic up to his chest and he seemed to calm down when he saw his sister. Carly reached over and touched his cheek. My confusion and suspicions peaked as Vic grinned unexpectedly. I looked at Edward, waiting for an explanation. Carlyle stepped forward and put his hands on my shoulders. "Perhaps you should sit down." "Oh, Carlyle, she'll be fine," Alice said, sounding quite determined for someone whose precognition was rendered useless by 3 shapeshifters and 2 half-vampires. I crossed my arms and, for good measure, tapped my foot impatiently. He gave me a sheepish grin. "Would you mind letting Carly touch you? It will explain some things." I raised my eyebrow at Edward, but complied. Carly and Vic sat up eagerly and smiled at me. I found myself smiling back, enraptured by the conglomeration of mine and Edward's faces. Carly reached out to touch my face, and I found myself back in the operating room. I watched, fascinated as I witnessed the delivery of the twins, and my miraculous revival with the help of the adamantium. I saw my reaction to the news of Jacob and Liz imprinting, and realized that I had upset Carly by hurting Jacob. I made a mental note to keep any confrontations out of earshot. Finally, the images stopped and I pulled away. That was freaking awesome. What was that? Edward smiled. Carly seems to have inherited my telepathy, only she's flipped it around so that she can send thoughts into others' minds instead of reading thoughts like I can. Carly smiled at me and reached her arms out in a clear-up signal. I did as she requested, adjusting her on my right hip as Vic began to squirm. Carly held on as I lifted Vic onto my other hip. What about Vic? I asked when I was sure the twins were comfortable. Their hearts pounded rapidly and their cheeks stayed permanently flushed. Can he do anything? You mean besides bite everyone who ticks him off and get away with it? Rosalie asked bitterly. I looked down at him with an expression that I hope seemed at least mildly scolding. Vic, did you bite your auntie? Vic grinned unrepentantly and nodded. I tried to resist, but I ended up smiling back. Lord, this kid could get away with murder. Don't exaggerate, Bella. He's a great kid. He only bites people who are thinking bad things, Victor explained. He indicated toward Rosalie with a grin. Understanding dawned. He has telepathy too? I looked down at my boy with awe. As far as we can tell, Edward admitted. I can't read his mind, so we can't be sure. You're kidding me, right? Edward shook his head slowly. I'm starting to think it's something more than just a family trait, he said thoughtfully. I blinked at him, still trying to take everything in. Maybe I should have gone easier on the whiskey, or maybe I just needed another glass. Carly suddenly made a whining noise and I automatically adjusted her position so that she was closer to my face. What's wrong, honey? Carly reached up and touched my face. I saw a vision of a steel cup filled with familiar, bright red liquid. Edward shook his head and sighed. She's hungry again. Victor walked into the kitchen as if that was his cue. What does she think about all negative? Or is it time to be positive? He called out playfully. Edward rolled his eyes at my grandfather's antics, but didn't answer him. Emmett guffawed loudly and Jasper stopped breathing. Victor walked back into the room with 2 large steel cups filled to the brim with blood. The twins immediately perked up at the sight. They prefer human blood, but we'll try to teach them to hunt animals when they're older. We've been trying to convince them to try some human food but... Edward shrugged his shoulders helplessly. I looked down at my babies and laughed. Not a fan of your vegetables? I quipped. Carly shook her head and touched my face again, showing me a vision of Carlisle trying to feed her baby formula. The smell of it made me wrinkle my nose. Ugh, can't blame you for that, kiddo. I took them and sat down on the couch. Victor sat next to me. Which one do you want to feed? Trust me, do it at the same time, otherwise they get seriously ticked off. I handed Carly over to him. Edward wandered over, not as affected by the smell of blood as his siblings. They're very interesting, aren't they? He asked, leaning over next to me. Interesting hardly covers it, I replied. What else can they do? They have rapid heartbeats, as I'm sure you can tell. Their skin is probably as hard as a regular vampire's, but it's not like we're going to take any chances on that. He brushed back a lock of Vic's hair lovingly. They seem very advanced for their age, and not just in size. They're very intelligent. They got their brains from me, I quipped, as well as their tendency for abuse. Carly keeps spotting Jacob whenever he doesn't feed her quickly enough. She's not venomous, but Vic is. I looked at Vic, fascinated by this strange development, but inside, I was still worrying. Even as I sat with them, I could almost see the time sifting away, measuring how many days my children would live. This seems like a good enough place to end. I've got to get to school soon, so I have to hurry. Here's my speech. I had to make up a character that is opposite to me and present something about them. I hope you enjoy it. Bizarro you speech. Look, before I start, I just want to let everyone know that even though I've suffered multiple severe head trauma over the years, that doesn't mean I'm damaged. Look confused for a few seconds, I'm completely fine. Pause. Oh, tally took a blink several times and shake head. Alright, moving on. My name is Georgine. I am an addict. No, I'm not addicted to alcohol or nicotine or caffeine. I do take a lot of pain meds, but I've got it under control. Take out pill bottle and pretend to take one. What I'm addicted to is a completely natural hormone called adrenaline. Yes, I am an adrenaline junkie. I was the kid who climbed the tallest trees and jumped off the high dive at the pool when I was still in diapers. My father is the only man in the world who threw out his back out by yelling too loudly when I was climbing out onto the roof and sliding down the clothesline when I was 7. My mother has a standing prescription for anti-anxiety medication. It's really helped her deal with her panic attacks when I drive us through a busy highway at 200 kilometers per hour while blindfolded, but, like any addiction, it has its downfalls. The problem is that most people are so scared of getting hurt that they think that anyone who enjoys jumping down an elevator shaft is out of their mind and needs to be locked up and forced to take highly addictive medication so that the pharmaceutical companies can keep buying out the government with everybody's drug money. Shake head. Sorry, paranoia is a side effect of these babies. Pretend to take another pill. Now, to combat this oversafe world, my fellow junkies and I have made a list of dangerous things to do to get that rush you've been looking for. Number 1. Skydiving. Nothing screams danger more than free falling out of a plane, passing through the clouds and watching the ground come up to meet you. Just remember, when the timer for the parachute goes off, deploy the chute. It's only cool if you come close to death. Dying kind of ruins it for the guys still on the plane. And when people hit the ground at 80 kilometers per hour, they splatter. For a cheaper option, jumping off a low cliff or a bridge with a body of water beneath it is a good substitute. Just check for giant rocks, and try not to land so that water shoots up your butt. Cause it'll explode your intestines and you'll die really painful and embarrassing death. Trust me, I knew a guy. No one could keep a straight face at his funeral. Start to crack up and clear throat. Anyway, number 2, bouldering. That's a cool name we junkies made up to describe climbing up a building with no ropes or safety nets of any kind. It's so much fun it should be illegal? Okay, it's totally illegal, but running from the cops is pretty fun too, especially when you're still jacked up from a healthy dose of epinephrine. If you've got the money, you can replace this with rock climbing, but personally, I enjoy the peep shows taking place on the 26th floor. I won't go into details, but let's just say that my teacher's name is a very lucky man. Number 3, craning. This is a lot like bouldering in that it's illegal, and it involves climbing. The only difference is that you're climbing up construction equipment instead of skyscrapers or apartments. It's wise to invest in a pair of climbing shoes. Indicate a neck brace, and put some money in the bank. The funds for climbing on something that doesn't belong to you are insane. Number 4, car surfing. Cars are magical things. They pretty much scream danger, which is junkie code for fun. But let's face it, sometimes driving fast isn't enough. Sometimes, you really want to start breakdancing on the roof of a moving vehicle. Junkies are very creative when we have to be. Number 5, playing with dangerous animals. Humans are gifted with fight or flight responses that send adrenaline surging into our veins when confronted with a dangerous animal. Bears are a good example of this. Lions are even scarier. Just make sure you have a gun or taser on you when you start taunting Yogi. If you have any animal phobias, confronting said animal can give you one of the best rushes of your life. Number 6, ghost hunting. For this to work, you don't have to believe in ghosts. Going into an old, dark house in the middle of the night is pretty freaky in and of itself. There's a reason the characters who star in horror movies always seem to be out of breath. Even though they know it's all fake, their hearts are pounding with adrenaline. Dark, creepy places with backstories about the living undead are basically a junkie's paradise. Just don't blame me if you get scared to death. Number 7, sex. I know what you're thinking. Sex is awesome. It isn't as risky as climbing a building or a crane, or jumping off a cliff. It's not like anyone dies while having sex. If you're thinking something along those lines, you're wrong. You know that show, 1000 Ways to Die? In one episode, I saw 3 different ways a guy died while trying to get his rocks off. One guy died after his extra-large nightstand collapsed on top of him and smothered him. Next, this really old guy, oxygen tank and everything, hired a hooker. This girl plugged in some Christmas lights and started dancing around. Problem was, there wasn't enough electricity to sustain the lights and the oxygen tank. Talk about coming and going. The last part of the episode had a guy whose wife felt that their sex life needed a little help, so she dropped a few Viagra into his drink. Unfortunately, his secretary texted him about an important meeting at that moment. He took a few of his own fun pills and headed on over. And just when you think it couldn't get any worse, his secretary dosed him some more, and by the time they finished with their meeting, Mr. Cheater Pumpkin Eater was ready to go into cardiac arrest. See, you can't have too much of a good thing. Overdosing on Viagra is almost as embarrassing as trying to seduce a grizzly while high on magic mushrooms. Mama bears aren't exactly known for putting out to burnouts, but they will be kind enough to leave most of your remains alone after they've finished eating you. Still think sex is awesome? Now that I've officially traumatized everyone in this room, I'm gonna go find a room with a window I can jump out of. I'll catch you later. Bella's POV. Sunday, December 12, 2010. When I think about it, I probably should have realized that my life was going too well, and that I was about to be hit with a big dose of karma. At the time, the only thing I was concerned about was getting the twins to at least tolerate animal blood. Jacob and Leah were a big help in that department, along with Seth, of whom Vic adored. I'd gone hunting for animals more than a few times when I was younger. It was messy, and I always felt bad about it afterward. That's why hunting societies always had cleansing rituals. People get too civilized and they forget that they need stuff like that, but that wasn't important to me at the time. The important thing was that my children were going deer hunting without a rifle and that I could smell a vampire nearby. I left my shape-shifting friends to watch my children as I went to investigate. It didn't take long to locate the vampire that was watching us. I wouldn't have known who she was if it weren't for her golden eyes. It could only be Rena, the third sister of the Denali coven in Alaska. She wasn't as pretty as Tanya, but her silvery blonde hair was still lovelier than any normal, human shade. I wondered what she was doing there. She had made it pretty clear that she wanted nothing to do with the Cullens after Laurent was murdered by the Lapush wolves, and they wouldn't help her avenge her lover's death. I might have been more sympathetic if I wasn't friends with some of those wolves? Or if Laurent wasn't attacked because he was trying to kill me. Of course, I was pretty sure that Carla would want me to play nice with her. It was hurting her sisters, having her absent and broken-hearted, so I started to wave, and the bitch growled at me. I was taken aback. I knew I wasn't the most pleasant person to be around. I even knew that Irina's hostility was somewhat logical. From a twisted, lovesick point of view. I knew she probably wouldn't get along with me, but I didn't think that I would be on the receiving end of such overt dislike. Obviously, she was unhappy about Jacob and Leah. Before I could retaliate, she took off into the forest. I held back, wondering if it would be a good idea to chase her. Finally, I decided to just get back to hunting. I found Carly and Jacob fighting over who had the largest kill. Leah and Vic were to the side, Vic with a strange expression on his face. The twins could talk, but Carly preferred to use her own methods via telepathy, and Vic was just the strong silent type. "What's wrong, honey?" I asked, leaning over Vic. He shrugged and crossed his arms. I looked at Leah. "Did he eat?" I asked her, raising an eyebrow. He got distracted. Said he heard something. "I think he's just stalling because he doesn't like deer," she said while playfully rubbing his head. "I prefer mountain lions," he said. "Me too," Carly called, joining us with Jacob behind her. "Let's go get some," I smiled. "I suppose we can look for some, but you might have to share." Carly gave me a big smile, but Vic still seemed distracted. I hoped that his favorite meal would cheer him up as we searched through the dense forest. It took a little over half an hour, but we finally located one. Carly crouched down immediately, her toddler-sized body looking small and defenseless, yet agile. It was almost intimidating. Carly dove at the giant feline with Vic on her heels. The lion scratched at them helplessly before slowly succumbing to Vic's venom and its own blood loss. Jacob and Lee didn't react to the massacre as much as I thought they would, but they were so tied to their imprints, it was probably impossible for them to feel anything but love. All done? I called as the mountain lion finally stopped twitching. At least they knew to kill it quick. Carly wiped her mouth on her dress, which was now in tatters. Alice would be so unhappy. All done, Carly repeated. She pranced over to me and jumped into my arms, hugging me. Vic, usually not one to be ignored, seemed oblivious to Carly's hugging of me. He stared off in the direction where Irina had vanished, and I wondered for a second if he had heard what she was thinking when she saw me. Let's go home, I said, and Vic followed along silently as we raced home. He was quick, like Edward, and like me, although I was pretty sure that they had inherited none of my own quirks. It had skipped a generation with Mom, so in all likelihood, they would never have to experience the pain I had felt growing up. I winced. My babies were the size of toddlers, shooting up every day. Carlisle and Edward were always researching, trying to figure out if there were any studies on how long they would survive, or at least how to extend their lifespan. Jacob had suggested, with barely concealed desperation, that Edward could try biting them. Carlisle had immediately disagreed, citing two similarities between the twins and the werewolves. It was very possible that the venom could kill them. As far as we knew, there was nothing we could do. We arrived home and were immediately greeted by Alice. Look at what you've done to your dress, she shrieked as she caught sight of Carly. She lifted her out of my arms and set her down on the couch next to Victor. You wait right here while I get you something to wear. With that, she flicked up the stairs. I will never get used to that. I looked over in surprise and spotted Remy LeBeau sitting at the poker table in the corner. When did you get here? I asked, rushing over to give him a punch in the arm. I didn't have to restrain myself as much with him, since his bones were almost as strong as mine. Remy had taken off a few days after the twins were born, citing his need to pay off a few people in Vegas before they decided to come after him. I made him swear not to tell anyone about the Cullens, or the babies. He told me that he would never do anything to endanger my life, and after telling him about the Volturi, he felt no pressure to disclose to the world that vampires existed. A few moments ago, he said, answering my question with a signature smirk. I wanted to see if you would allow me to hide out until some trouble blows over, he admitted sheepishly. I tried to give him a stern glare, but failed miserably. Sure, you can hang out if it's alright with the others. Damn straight, it is, Emmett called, rushing inside with Rosalie behind him. From the lipstick on Emmett's collar, I could only assume they had been enjoying each other's company while the babies were out. Remy and Emmett locked fists and grinned. Thank you, old friend. I don't have anywhere else to go. You're always welcome here, LeBeau, my grandfather said. You make me look good in the mooching department. He laughed dryly and ruffled Carly's hair. She endured the tangles like a martyr, as he walked in with a plate full of sandwiches. It's almost dinner time, but these should hold you over, Remy. She set the plate down in front of him. You do too much, Mrs. Cullen, Remy insisted before he began to stuff his face. I was feeling kind of hungry myself, but I didn't want to risk losing a finger while trying to snatch a sandwich. Why, Vicky, what's wrong? Azim's sweet voice broke through my thoughts and I looked over. Vic had gone pale. His eyes were wide, and he seemed to be looking at nothing. I heard a gasp from upstairs and immediately identified it as Edward. In half a second, he was downstairs, Carlisle by his side. What's going on? Carlisle asked. I heard something shatter from upstairs. Alice, we all recognized Jasper's frightened voice. In less time than it took for me to take a breath, the entire household, minus a very confused Remy, was upstairs, surrounding a frozen Alice. Edward held Vic. The boy was limp. His beautiful eyes were still fixed on nothing. Victor had Carly in his arms, and my youngest stared at her brother with fearful eyes. Alice. What's going on? Jasper pleaded, shaking his wife slightly. Alice's eyes cleared for a second and Edward's expression shifted to fear. They're coming, they both said, their voices oddly harmonious, yet dead. All of them. Remy rushed in behind us, pausing as he noticed Alice and Edward's haunted faces. What's the matter? he asked. Who's coming? For once, I understood the quickest. A distant memory tugged at my mind and I saw an advancing line of red-eyed demons. A baby who looked like a mix between Vic and Carly stood behind me as the Volturi approached. The Volturi? I breathed. Carlisle's eyebrows shot up. What? Why would the Volturi be coming here? Edward? Alice? He asked, looking desperately at his children, praying that they would snap out of their trance and explain that I was wrong, but I wasn't. Edward hugged Vic closer to his chest. All of them are coming, even the wives, he told us. The Cullens reacted to this more strongly than I did. I didn't know the connotations at the time, but apparently, the Volturi usually only sent out a few of their guard at a time. Edward snapped out of it first. It must be because there are so many of us, he explained dreamily. They probably want to make sure they can kill us all. Carly clutched her grandfather's shirt in her tiny hands. Her dress was still bloody and torn, but her attire was the least of her concerns. That doesn't explain why. Jasper seethed. Why are they coming for us? Is it because of Bella? He asked. For a second, his eyes snapped to me, and they were filled with hate. Edward placed himself between us, although he needn't have bothered. One word from Alice was enough to stop him. She reached out and touched his shoulder. No, they are not coming for Bella, she said dully. Then what, Alice? He implored her. What happened? What triggered it? I was just looking for Irina, Alice said listlessly. I thought I saw her coming here, but the wolves and the twins make it so hard for me to see. I don't know why, but she went to the Volturi and they're going to come for us all. What's an immortal child? Vic asked. I looked at him, relieved that the frightened expression was gone from his beautiful face, but now a new fear was taking over. Where did you hear that? The lady in the forest, he answered. She thought that Carly and I were immortal children. She was very angry for some reason when she thought this. Why was she angry? He asked innocently. We gazed at the twins, horror-struck. I wanted to smack myself for not realizing what Irina had seen. I thought she had been angry about the wolves, but I hadn't considered the obvious. What other explanation could Irina have conjured up after witnessing my obviously no human children? Jacob turned to me. Bella? He asked. Was that why you took off, to find her? I nodded slowly. I didn't think. I wasn't even thinking about the babies. I thought she was angry about Jacob and Leah. I never considered what they looked like to her. I wanted to reach out and pull the twins to me where I could protect them, but my arms felt like lead. Vic was getting back to his old self, which meant he was getting testy. But what are they? He insisted. Then his eyes turned to Carlisle and his mouth dropped open. Oh, for a moment, no one seemed to know what to do. We all stood in Alice's room, staring at each other. Finally, Emmett broke the silence. What are we gonna do? There's nothing we can do. Rosalie yelled at him. If she were human, she might have been crying. She grabbed onto Emmett's arm and pressed against him. They're going to slaughter us all. Damn you, Irina. I finally got the energy to move my arms and grab Vic and Carly. Can't we do something? Can't we fight them? I begged. We'll all be killed anyway. There's too many of them, Edward explained. He touched Vic and Carly's heads, stroking their hair. This isn't something they hold a trial for, love. Aurel will see Irina's proof through her thoughts. I remembered Edward telling me about Aurel, how he was greedy and powerful, and how with one touch, he could see every thought she'd ever had. I do not understand, Remy stated. What's a Volturi? What's an immortal child? And why will you all be killed because of it? Victor clapped Remy on the shoulder. I'll explain in a little while, he said. Then he paused and looked at Alice. Do we have a little while? She nodded. I see snow. It won't snow until January. We have time. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. But not much. We have to prepare. She clutched Jasper's hand tightly. We need help. Her face scrunched up. What do you mean, help? Carlisle asked. The wolves will help, Jacob insisted. Our numbers have grown. We can take on these Volturi, he said with a smirk. That won't be enough, Alice said. She sounded frustrated. Carlisle, call your old friends. Call anyone. We need more people. We need witnesses. If we can explain it to Aro, he'll have no reason to. Her voice drifted off, and her eyes narrowed. Edward and Vic looked at her with their penetrating eyes. What was that, Alice? Edward asked. I can't see. She yelled. Call Eliezer. There's more to this than just the children. She looked at the twins and the wolves. I can't see, she repeated. I'm going out to the forest where my visions won't be compromised. She tugged Jasper behind her as she ran outside. For the next hour or so, the Cullen house was in chaos. Vampires weren't exactly listed in the phone book, so it was deemed that Edward and I would stay with the twins while the rest of the family left to find anyone who would listen. Victor and Remy were staying as well, even though I begged Remy to take off. No human threat of unpaid debts was worth risking the wrath of the Volturi. Remy was adamant, though. He was staying just in case I needed him to do a card trick. Of course, Remy's card tricks usually involved explosions, so I wasn't exactly sure about that. It was dark by the time I realized that Alice and Jasper weren't back yet. I peered out into the forest, hoping to catch a glimpse of them, but I only saw the regular forest dwellers. Vic and Carly were sound asleep on the couch. They were wrapped up in each other's arms. I wanted to pick them up and hold them to my chest, but I was afraid to disturb them. Instead, I collapsed on the other couch and went to sleep. Waking up was a frightening experience. I didn't usually dream about the wars, but I guessed that the stress was getting to me. I stared guiltily at the shredded couch cushions. I was glad that the others had already left. Emmett would have taunted me to no end if he had witnessed my lapse of control. The twins seemed able to sleep through anything, as were Jacob and Leah. Victor and Edward were nowhere to be found. I thought that the worst was over as I hastily cleaned up my mess and replaced the couch cushion. The Cullens kept a large supply for those occasions when Emmett flopped down a little too hard on the couch. I thought the worst of my day was over as I ran my hands through my tangled hair, that is, until Edward and Victor rushed back inside the house bearing bad news. Alice and Jasper were gone. Bella's POV. Once I got over being furious at Alice, I had time to be afraid. Alice had taken Jasper and run, maybe to find more witnesses, as she said, or maybe because she knew something bad would happen. Well, if something was going to happen, could I really blame her for trying to keep Jasper safe? I knew that if our situations were reversed, I would sacrifice everything to protect Edward. Vic and Carly began to laugh as Remy exploded yet another tree with his ability. Well, almost anything, I amended. Tanya and her family will be here in a few minutes, Edward told me, wrapping his arms around my waist. We should get inside, I nodded. Remy, I called. This is your last chance to disappear. I don't know how the other vampires are going to take to you. I can take care of myself, Ch. Right. He batted his eyelashes at me and picked up the twins. Victor let out a snort and followed behind him as we carried them inside. Leah and Jacob stood in the living room, carefully watching the front door. Seth rushed in through the back and slid to his knees to give the twins a hug before he rushed to Jacob's side. He grinned mischievously. Cool it, Seth, Jacob ordered. We're going to try to keep these guys calm. It won't help the babies if you look like you're gonna pounce on them the first chance you get. Seth pouted but did as he was told. I took the babies into the kitchen with Victor, Remy and the pack behind me. We decided that Edward was the best person to deal with the Denali's. I remember Tanya's behavior at the wedding and almost wished we didn't have to ask them for their help. I consoled myself by reserving the right to cut off any body parts that touched Edward in a way I didn't like. Vic and Carly smiled up at me as I set them down on the table. Now, remember what I said. Stay near you, Vic began, or Daddy, Carly continued, or Grandpa, or Remy, or Leah, or Jacob. That's right, I told them, feeling a little dizzy. Remy laughed and pulled out a deck of cards. Victor rolled his eyes. Jacob and Leah snorted. Edward didn't say anything. Vic cocked his head to the side. I hear them, he told me. I listened closely and soon I could hear the sound of a car engine. I gripped the twins tightly to me and took a deep breath. From what Edward had told me, the Denali's wouldn't react very well to the thought of an immortal child, let alone two. Our best bet was to give them a heads up, which was why they needed to stay hidden until Edward had explained. Vic, you're going to come with me while your sister stays here, I explained in a rush. Once they know what you are, we'll bring Carly out. I don't want to overwhelm them. Vic nodded sagely and gave his sister a pat on the arm. I'll watch her, Remy volunteered. I nodded in relief and held my breath as the Denali's came inside. We listened as Edward tried to explain what was going on without mentioning anything specific. Vic rolled his eyes, almost chuckling, and then frowned as Edward told them about the danger we were in. Carly looked up at me beseechingly, but I held a finger up to my lips. Edward finished his monologue by making his cousins promise to listen and not judge what they saw. I'd like you to witness for yourselves first, he told them. What do you hear? I shifted uncomfortably, knowing that the Denali's could hear every sound in the kitchen. I hear a few heartbeats, Tanya said. Bella, Victor, the wolves I smell, she added with distaste. Seth chuckled until Jacob silenced him with a look. There's someone else, but? What is that? She asked, surprise coloring her tone. It sounds like some sort of bird. Another voice, Elisa's I presumed, added, no, but remember what you hear. Now, what do you smell? The werewolves, Bella and Victor, and there's something else here. It smells like metal and raw meat mixed together, Tanya said unsurely. I looked over at Remy and sniffed. Yeah, she was right. At least he didn't smell good enough to eat. What else? Edward pressed. I smell? Is that a human? Alicia asked doubtfully. No, he said, answering his own question. It's not a vampire either. What is that? I'll show you, Edward said. But please, remember what I said about listening first. Bella, bring Vic. I picked up my son, hugging him anxiously, and walked toward the living room. Leah walked behind me protectively, and that made me feel better. We stopped at the doorway, and Vic looked up at the Denali family. I was shocked by the reaction. If I thought Irina had been outrageous, then I had completely underestimated just how freaked out a vampire could get. It was almost hysterical that a toddler-sized half vampire could frighten four indestructible adults. I had to repress a grin as they clamored for the door, hissing and growling as if they suspected Vic to tear into their throats at any moment. It took almost a minute for Edward to calm them down before they realized that the quick pounding sound they'd heard was Vic's heartbeat. I am his father, his biological father. He is half human, half vampire, though the human part is debatable, I interjected, still smirking. He certainly kicks like a vampire, I said, giving Vic a mock-scolding look. He grinned back at me. I cannot believe this, Elisa said in awe. But there was no other explanation for Vic's heartbeat and scent. He wandered closer to me, still dazed. I cannot imagine how such a thing has occurred. He's one of a kind, certainly, Vic grinned up at him mischievously. Not quite, he told him. You haven't met my sister yet. Once their introduction to the children was complete, they Denali started in on the questioning. What is the danger you spoke of, Edward? Tanya asked. The babies are harmless, so it must be the Volturi. How did they find out about them? I was sitting on the couch with Vic in my lap. Victor was beside me, Carly sitting on his shoulders. Remy leaned against the wall near the doorway, eyeing the sisters with obvious lust. I rolled my eyes in his direction as if to say, not a chance. He shrugged in return and pulled out his cards. Irina, Edward answered bitterly. She saw them with Bella and the werewolves, shapeshifters, Victor corrected. I elbowed him to shut him up. The Denali's took no notice of Victor's remark, though. They were too shocked by what Edward had told them. Irina wouldn't do this. It must have been someone else, Kate pleaded. Alice saw her go to them, Edward told them. Their faces fell, knowing that Alice was rarely wrong. We have a month, at the most, Elisa frowned. So long? He asked, raising an eyebrow. All of them are coming, I said. He gaped at me. The entire guard? He questioned, looking at Edward and me, and even Leah, Jacob and Seth. Not just the guard, Edward said, shattering whatever ideas Alicia probably had about the vampire world. Marcus, and Case too. Even their wives, their eyes glazed over. Alice said they weren't coming just to punish us, I added helpfully. She said that there was some sort of hidden agenda, and that she would figure it out. Eliezer, the vampire in question, blinked at me, and then his gaze turned thoughtful. Edward growled as he heard his thoughts. I may have the answer, but you're not going to like it. He put his hands behind his back and began to pace. I once worked for the Volturi as part of their guard. Everyone tensed as he admitted this. And there were some battles that, it seemed to me, were a little too convenient for Aro. He shook his head. I can sense the hidden abilities of vampires and humans alike. I would seek out people for Aro's guard, and occasionally, I would be asked to sense for any talents in covens that needed to be destroyed. He shook his head again. I never thought too much about it. It made sense to know what the enemy could do, but it seemed as though the vampires with those abilities were always spared. I sat up straighter, entranced by this piece of information. Aro didn't often attend executions, but when he did, it was always the vampire with a talent that he allowed to live, saying that their thoughts were repentant. In some other cases, I would find a talented vampire who wasn't in need of being kept in order, but soon after I reported them to Aro, they became top priority. So what you're saying is that Aro made up some false accusations to get what he wanted. I summed up for everyone. I huffed. What a sweetheart. Eliezer gave me a smile, but it quickly faded. I can only assume that if Irina had not told them about your children, then they would have eventually found some reason to pay you a visit. He narrowed his eyes at me. But, to be willing to bring the whole guard, he must want those abilities very badly, Edward hissed. He's never met Bella. He has no reason to suspect that she's good enough to be in his guard. I looked at him. Gee, thanks, I said sarcastically, but inside, I worried. Was I the real cause of this nightmare? Not only her, of course. Her grandfather, Jasper, Alice, you, Eliezer continued, listing off the talented people in our family. I stiffened as I heard the last one. I looked at Edward anxiously, remembering that Aro had once asked him to be part of his guard. It doesn't matter, he said. What matters is that Aro is abusing the trust that vampires give him to pursue his own goals. That was why Alice saw their decision before Irina even told them. They were just waiting for an excuse, but who would believe it? Eliezer asked. And even if they did, what could they do to stop it? There's no defeating the Volturi, although some of us are crazy enough to try, Kate muttered. We're not asking you to fight, Edward reminded them. Just to witness. Aro won't be able to deny that the children are not dangerous once he sees our thoughts. They will be forced to leave in peace, that is, if they stop to listen, Tanya said. Between Alec and Jane, we won't stand a chance. I'll handle Jane. Her little Mindrick doesn't work on me, I said smugly. Eliezer's eyebrows rose up to his hairline. What? She's immune to some of your mental attacks. I am too, by the way, Victor added. Edward here can't get into our heads, and Bella didn't feel a thing when Jane tried to attack her, but that's... Eliezer trailed off as he looked at Victor and me. His eyes then landed on Vic. Genetic, it seems. I can't get a read on you either. It's so strange. I noticed it at the wedding, but now it seems to be almost amplified in you, Bella. There's a reason for that, I said, feeling awkward. We kind of had to use some old military experiment to help me make it through the twins' birth in one piece. I extended my new claws, smiling sheepishly at the astounded looks of the Denali's. Let's just say I won't be going through any metal detectors without a fuss in the near future. Eliezer took a step forward to brush his finger along my claw. He jerked his hand back in surprise, seeing a neat cut on his finger. This is extraordinary. I usually am, I said immodestly. Kate stepped forward next. You're immune to Jane and Edward, but how about me? She asked. Touch my hand, she ordered, holding it out. I looked to Edward for guidance, but he seemed unsure. Finally, I lifted my hand and clasped hers. Nothing happened. I glanced up at Kate to find her face scrunched up in concentration. She was obviously doing something. I just couldn't feel it. She let go and huffed. That's a first. Usually I can take down anyone in half a second. I was going full power too. Interesting, Eliezer said. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was a shield. I looked at him. A what? He shrugged. I suppose we weren't very formal about it in the guard, but basically anyone who had the power to defend was called a shield. He frowned suddenly. And apparently completely unaware of it. Honestly, Edward, hadn't it ever occurred to you what she was? Edward frowned. I thought it had something to do with her being whatever she is, but of course, that theory breaks down when I am taken into consideration, Remy told them, speaking for the first time since the Denali's had arrived. The Denali's looked at him in surprise. And what exactly are you? Tanya asked rudely. Remy, of course, took no offense. He slipped his cards into his pocket, took off his hat, and bowed. I am but a humble human with some very interesting talents. Bella is a very good friend of mine, and it is my duty to protect her and her children from any harm by any means necessary. He lifted his head up and winked mischievously at Tanya. And if that means I must spend a month surrounded by ladies as lovely as you, then I shall endure this with good grace. I rolled my eyes. He survived the experiment as well, which is probably why he smells so weird. He doesn't have claws or anything, but he is immortal. Eliezer blinked at him. That's not all he has, he said dryly. I believe we can add him to our list of things Aro would want. Tanya looked at him. What do you mean? She questioned. I sighed, and ducked. There was a small explosion right above my head and the chandelier on the ceiling began to fall. Edward snatched it before it could fall onto the couch. He gave Remy a stern look. You're going to have to pay for that, he told him. That was Esm's favorite one. Remy had the decency to look remorseful, but he couldn't help smiling as the Denali stared slack-shade at him. I am what some refer to as a mutant. Victor and Bella are other examples. There are many more, of course, and we all display different abilities, much like your vampire talents, he explained. It is quite possible that many of the vampires who developed extra abilities did so because of the same latent genes that caused us to become what we are. That is perhaps why the children have such powerful abilities, as both of their parents are mutants in their own way. I stared, surprised that he could come up with something like that. But it did make sense. Obviously only certain vampires developed abilities, and only certain humans became mutants. I wanted to discuss it more in depth, but we heard the approach of another car. I rose to my feet, clutching Vic to me. Time for round 2, I said as more vampires arrived. Do you know what's annoying? I can't use my little dash thingy anymore to divide my chapters up. It's taken them out of all of my chapters, so all the parts are squished together. I have to do this in the preview now. And another thing, now I have to select English instead of that being automatic. What's up with that? Do I look like I speak Spanish? Oh, never mind about that. I just wanted to add that while I promised I wouldn't take so long to update, I did keep my word about not updating in 2 weeks. It has been a lot longer than that. I have good news and bad news. The good news is that I've finished most of the big assignments for my writer's craft class. Now there's just my novel, which I'm almost done. I also have a plan to bring my laptop to school during exam week. It's coming up, so that after I finish my exam, I'll have 3.5 hours of uninterrupted time to work on the story while I'm waiting for the buses to arrive. That's almost how long it takes me to write the average chapter. The bad news is that we found out that my mom's cancer has spread to her stomach, which is why she's been so sick the past few months. She's at the hospital right now. They're going to start her on radiation and dope her up with some epic painkillers. I've been doing some research on foods that won't make her throw up from 3-hour-long stomach cramps. The list is very limited. She's been fighting this for 12 years, though, and they only gave her a year when they diagnosed her, so I know she can pull through. My grandma's going to come and look after her for a while. Bella's POV. Garrett leaned in close to me and sniffed my neck. His ruby eyes widened and he lifted a hand to run it through his sandy blonde hair. Nope, you are definitely not human, he said. I snorted, an action that was shared by a good portion of the vampires in the living room with me, as well as Remy and Victor. Vic looked up at me from his spot on my knee and rolled his eyes. Carly giggled and reached up to touch my face, replaying the moment in her mind. I smiled at them. I told you, Edward said smugly. I wouldn't have asked anyone if we thought that Bella or the babies would be in danger. As you can tell, she doesn't smell very appetizing. He grinned. I stuck my tongue out at him. Neither do you, you smart hazelek, I quickly corrected, remembering the twins. With Vic, it was difficult to protect him from Emmett's dirty mind and Rosalie's cursing, but I felt it was good to teach them how to be polite. Unfortunately, that meant I had to clean up my own language. Oh, the sacrifices you made when you had children, Edward grinned, perfectly aware as to what I was doing. Vic stuck his tongue out as well, showing his support for me. Such a mama's boy, Victor commented lazily. He was leaning against the doorway, near the Denali sisters. I'm not a mama's boy, I'm a ladies' man, Vic corrected smugly, his green eyes flashing. I burst out laughing. Remy and several of the list 10's vampires joined in. Carly swatted at her brother half-heartedly. Garrett and the Denalis were only a small portion of our guests. The living room and dining room were almost completely filled with vampires, both nomads and covens. The rest of my new family had returned, aside from Alice and Jasper. In total, there were 19 vampires in the house, not counting the Cullens. Most of them were in covens, but others, like Garrett, were wanderers, and out of all of them, 7 had extra gifts. Zephrina, a member of the Amazon Coven, could make you see things that weren't real. Vic, and I were immune, something that she found amusing. It was the first time her ability didn't work. I already knew what Alicia and Kate could do. They were powerful in their own right, but Benjamin from the Egyptian Coven overshadowed their abilities. From what Edward had told me, Benjamin could influence the elements. Remy said he reminded him of a mutant named Avalanche. He was some teenage boy who could create earthquakes with his mind. I was almost tempted to ask Remy to go look for him, but I figured were we already pushing it with Remy, Victor and me. Any more mutants and the Volturi would probably get spooked. The Irish Coven had Maggie, a cute redhead who could tell when people were lying. I couldn't see her being much use in a fight, but Carlisle assured me that he would do everything he could to prevent violence. Shelbon, also from the Irish Coven, was adamant that she didn't have any ability. According to Carlisle, though, she could influence the outcome of events. I wasn't so sure about that, but I wasn't going to argue with him. None of the American nomads had any extra powers, but Alistair, a European nomad, was a tracker, like James, only less of an asshole and more of the misanthropic variety. He spent his days in the attic, mumbling to himself. Of course, now they'll know I was here, I heard him grumble. I looked up, raising an eyebrow at the ceiling. No way to keep it from Mara at this point. Sentries on the run, that's that this will mean. Everyone Carlisle's talked to in the last decade will be on their list. I can't believe I got myself sucked into this mess. What a fun way to treat your friends, Vic shook his head. That guy has some serious issues, he told me. I tried to frown at this obvious display of disrespect, but it was true. If Alistair was aware that Vic had just insulted him, he hid it well. I listened to him rant on about the Volturi, once again nervous by how powerful they seemed in the eyes of a vampire. Vic suddenly smiled at Kate. Oh, that sounds like fun, Edward frowned. Are you sure about that, Kate? He asked seriously. Kate shrugged. I figured we could use all the help we can get. Alicia said so himself, she's a lot stronger than before. I stared at all 3 of them blankly, as did the rest of the vampires, Victor, Remy, Jacob, Leah, and Seth as well. Mind giving the non-telepaths a hint as to what you're going on about? I asked. Edward sighed. Kate wants to try to see if you can project your shield around someone other than yourself. My eyes widened. Is that possible? I asked, looking at Alicia. He was the most knowledgeable about talents. He pressed his lips into a thin line and stared at me with his penetrating stare. Perhaps, he admitted. I don't know for sure, though. I've never encountered anyone like you before. I stood up, holding a baby on each hip. Well then, let's go find out. What do you want to try? Kate?" I asked. Her eyes flashed over to Edward for a second. "Well?" She started slowly. "I suppose the smartest thing to do is to try to give you a little incentive." She smirked and Edward groaned. "Fine," he said. "Once again, I can't read minds." Edward sighed again. "Kate thinks she should try shocking me to get you to try to expand your shield." I bit my lip, two desires warring inside my mind. "Can't Zafrina do it?" "I mean, if she's okay with it," I said quickly, looking at the tall, lanky woman. "I wouldn't mind," she said. "No, no," Kate insisted, a smile forming. "Shields are controlled by a desire to protect. The worst she can do is make Edward see some scary pictures or something." "No," she grinned. "We need to push you as hard as we can." I bit my lip a little harder. "If Edward's okay with it, then I guess we could try." I looked at him, half hoping that he would say no. He sighed heavily. "All right, what do I have to lose?" he murmured. Wolvie a lot, apparently. Despite how hard I tried, I couldn't seem to keep my shield wrapped safely around Edward. This, of course, resulted in him getting hurt, me getting ticked, and Victor getting a cramp from laughing so hard. I growled and muttered something very rude about him. "Focus, Bella," Kate insisted as she shocked Edward once again. I closed my eyes, trying to get a better feel as to what my shield was. It felt like a thin, rubber band that clutched itself to my body at all times. It was a wonder that I'd never noticed it before. And all it took was a little awareness. Kate sighed as she once again managed to shock Edward. "Son of a bitch," he hissed. I smacked his shoulder. "Don't swear in front of the babies," I told him crossly. "This isn't working," Kate said, seeming annoyed. Suddenly, Edward stiffened and growled. "Don't even think about it, Kate," Kate smirked. "Well, we have to try something." She looked over at Jacob, who was holding Carly in his arms. Leah stood beside him with Vic. "Carly, dear, do you want to help your mommy?" she called in a sweet voice. I figured out what she was talking about the same time Jacob did. He clutched Carly closer to his chest, and I was suddenly very grateful that he could transform into a giant, mutant wolf. I grabbed Kate's arm hard enough to crush her stone skin between my fingers. "Honey, if you want to keep your hands, you'll keep them off my kids," Kate huffed. "Fine, fine," she said, and I released her. The indent of my hand smoothed out in seconds. "Only Edward," I insisted, just in case she didn't understand the first time. She nodded and reached for Edward's shoulder, and the strangest thing happened. Suddenly, it was as if the elastic band that surrounded me loosened. I pushed it out, wrapping it around Edward. Kate's hand touched his shoulder and I saw confusion in her expression. She scrunched her face up in concentration, but her attack was useless. Edward was as safe as I was. "Amazing," Edward breathed. "I don't feel a thing," he said, looking smugly at Kate. "No one panic," Zafrina warned the little group watching me. Everyone except Victor, Vic, and Senna, another member of the Amazon Coven, gasped in surprise. Their eyes were blank, staring at nothing. Vic looked around, surprised. He touched his sister's hand and his eyes went blank as well. He quickly let go. "Everybody's blind, Mommy," he called. "I want to see how many you can shield," Zafrina explained. "Raise your hand when you get your sight back," she told the others. It was easier said than done. My shield felt heavier every second. I felt vulnerable, but I pushed it out, trying to surround everyone before I lost it completely. I clenched my jaw and pushed it around Kate. She blinked and raised her hand. "Fascinating," Edward murmured. "It's like homemade glass. I can read everything they're thinking, but they can't reach me behind it. I can read Kate, though, and I bet she can shock me now. I still can't hear you, though." I clenched my teeth even harder and felt my claws extend an inch out of my knuckles. Garrett, the closest vampire next to Kate, put his hand up as well as I continued to push. "Very good," Zafrina complimented. Now, but she had spoken too soon. The elastic band snapped back in place around me. I collapsed to the ground, feeling like I'd just bench pressed a tank for an hour. "Okay, I need a minute," I panted. Edward quickly reached down and lifted me up. My head lolled to the side and rested against his shoulder. I think you need more than a minute. When's the last time you slept? I shrugged quickly, not bothering to open my eyes. I dunno. Tuesday. I guessed, Edward sighed. Bella, it's Friday. My eyes snapped open. The 24th? I asked. He nodded, and I clenched my eyes shut as if I was in pain. We're running out of time. Wolvie. Victor's POV. I couldn't argue with that. Alice said it would snow in January. What did that give us? A week? Week and a half? I really should have paid better attention in school. I took a deep breath and froze. Someone was here. The sharp, sugary scent told me it was a vampire, but it was stranger, almost musty. We've got company, I said. Bella sniffed instinctively and groaned. I'm so not in the mood for more introductions. I thought you said they'd found everyone, she said, looking up at Edward accusingly. Edward narrowed his eyes. We didn't go looking for them. They came looking for us. We had better go. Bella, not wanting to seem weak, forced herself to walk home even though she could barely keep her eyes open. I watched her with concern, wondering how long she could keep that up. Did Alice send you? Carlisle's voice drifted over to us as we headed for the front yard. The new scent was stronger here, and I realized that there were actually two of them. No one sent us, a deep whispery voice answered. It was downright creepy sounding. We approached cautiously, keeping the babies out of sight. Then what brings you here? Carlisle continued. He sounded nervous. Word travels, the other vampire answered. His voice sounded almost the same as the other. We heard hints that the Volturi were moving against you. There were whispers that she would not stand alone. Obviously, the whispers were true. This is an impressive gathering. We are not challenging the Volturi, Carlisle insisted. There has been a misunderstanding, one which we hope to clear up. They are here to witness, not to fight. We only need the Volturi to listen. We don't care what they say you did, the first vampire interrupted, and that was just rude, if you ask me. Carlisle might have been kind of a wimp when it came to fighting, but that didn't mean you could insult the guy, and we don't care if you broke the law. The first guy finished, no matter how egregiously. The second continued. We've been waiting a millennium and a half for the Italian scum to be challenged, number one said. If there is any chance they will fall, we will be here to see it, or even to help defeat them, number two added. If we think you have a chance for success, what a charming pair. Adorable, really, Bella, Carlisle called softly. Bring the twins out, would you? Perhaps you might change your minds. He said. Bella was in no condition to keep the kids safe, so I pointed to Jacob and Leah. They got the hint and walked to the front yard. I followed close behind, as did Edward and Seth. Kate kept her hands in her pockets, and I guessed that she was charged up enough to make the new guys drop like they'd been tasered if they came near the babies. The vampires out front were freakier than normal. Their skin was even paler than what was normal for a vampire. They were short and slight. One had dark hair, while the other had ashy blonde. Their eyes were dark burgundy, meaning that they were hungry. I supposed Edward would have to lend out another car for them to go hunting, not that I wouldn't mind if the wolves tore these guys apart. The dark-haired one grinned as Jacob and Leah came into view. Vic glared at them with distrustful eyes, while Carly bit her lip as she studied them. My, we have been naughty. They aren't what you think, Stefan, I snorted. Vampire Diaries. If the other guy was named Damon, I was gonna tear my own eyes out, and we don't care either way, the blonde one responded. As we said before, then you're welcome to observe, Vladimir, but it is definitely not our plan to challenge the Volturi, as we said before, Carlisle insisted. Then we'll just cross our fingers, Stefan began, and hope we get lucky, Vladimir finished. For a second, nobody seemed to know what to do. I backed up a step and touched Bella's shoulder. Okay, I said, drawing out the word. If you guys are done making Bela Lugosi turn over in his grave, me and my granddaughter will be upstairs catching some shut-eye. The new bloodsuckers glanced at me in confusion. I wrapped an arm around Bella and led her into the house, making sure I could see where they were at all times. Don't insult the original Dracula by comparing him to those guys, she murmured tiredly. Actually, I'm pretty sure that John Polidori's The Vampire would be a better comparison, I amended. Way older, and way less sex appeal, she laughed. You're such an old man. I'm a wise old man, I said as I led her up the stairs. Now, seriously, get some sleep. It's Christmas tomorrow. Victor's POV. Saturday, December 25, 2010. Bella was up to something. I might have never spent much time with her overall, but I knew her well enough to know when something fishy was going on with her. There was just something about the way she looked at everyone, sorta happy, but at the same time, so worried. She worked herself to the point of exhaustion, and then some, yet a few hours later, she was running full speed again, training with Kate and Zafrina all night long. I figured it was better to keep my mouth shut about it. She'd never admit that anything was wrong in front of her kids, or anyone else for that matter. I was glad when she invited me to go visit Charlie. With all the non-vegetarian vampires running around, Grandpa Charlie hadn't had much time to bond with the pipsqueaks. Jake and Leah were coming too. I wasn't too sure about the whole letting Charlie in on anything, but Bella trusted him, and that was good enough for me. For now, we piled into Emmett's Jeep. I didn't fit too well in any of the other cars the Cullens owned. The Jeep was roomy, even with 6 people inside. Correction. 2 mutants, 2 shapeshifters, and 2 half-vampire, half-mutant toddlers. Jacob took a deep breath and let it out with a whoosh and a smile. That's better. I'm getting so sick of all these reeking bloodsuckers. I didn't bother to point out that the object of his infatuation was half-said bloodsucker. Some things were best left alone when dealing with the-tempered shapeshifters. Bella had no such inhibition. They're here to help, Jake, she said sternly, speeding through the streets with the steering wheel held tight between her fingers. Sure, Jacob said, his answer to her every complaint. Say what you want, I still think Dracula 1 and Dracula 2 are creeptacular. Amen, Leah murmured. Her eyes were closed and her hand held her head up. She looked like she could use a nap. Bella cracked a smile. I don't disagree with you there. But please, try to be tolerant for a little while longer. Jake sighed and leaned his head against the dashboard. Carly sat beside him, and she reached up to touch his face. He grimaced. I don't see why you like them, he answered. They're interesting, Vic replied. He sat in between Leah and me. I suppose we should have got them some car seats or something, but it wasn't exactly high on our list of priorities. I chuckled. Sure, if you were into bratted horror movies. I wondered if he'd enjoy watching the old Nightmare on Elm Street series. We pulled up to Charlie's house. I could smell something good coming from the kitchen. Sue, Leah and Seth's mom, must have come over to bond over their supernatural kids or something. They were weird like that. Charlie came outside before we even opened the door. He saw the twins and held out his arms. He picked Carly up and hugged her to his chest. Man, oh man, bells. They're getting so big. For a second, his forehead seemed to wrinkle with worry, but he quickly masked it. Hey, Vic, ready to throw around a football yet? He asked with a grin. Vic rolled his eyes, but smiled a second later. Huh, middle-aged human male versus toddler-sized half-vampire, half-mutant boy. Now there was a match I'd pay money to see. Hello, Victor, he greeted me, his voice losing some of its joviality. I smiled with my mouth closed. No need to scare the guy anymore with my fangs. Hey, Charlie, Bella's foster dad didn't like me too much. I couldn't really blame him. My hygiene was questionable at best, and I did have a certain intimidating air around me. I made up for it, though, by being a good great-grandpa to the twins, although my official title was great-uncle, Leah, Jacob, he continued, nodding at them. I sensed that they still made him nervous, though, finding out that the guy you try to hook up with your foster daughter is actually a werewolf tended to do that. You hungry, Bella? He asked, smiling again. It didn't surprise me in the slightest when she said, I'm sorry, I've got to run an errand. I need to go pick up a Christmas gift for the twins in Seattle. I could be a while, so you should just get started without me. Charlie frowned. Is it really that important? Bella gave him a timid smile. I ordered it from a jewelry store in France. It just arrived this morning and I really want to give it to them today. What is it? He asked. Her smile tightened. It's a surprise, she clipped. He frowned more heavily, but finally sighed and invited the rest of us in. Bella headed for the jeep again. I followed behind her. She stopped and turned around. Her expression was 1,000 miles away from what it should look like on Christmas morning. What? She asked. Is everything okay? I was aware that Jake and Leah could hear us. I'm just worried about what's going to happen, I guess, she answered, and then she did something that surprised even me. She held up her hands and began to sign a few words as quickly as she could. I knew ASL. That is, American Sign Language. Stryker had given us a few lessons when we worked for him. It had been a while, though, and took me a few seconds to work out what she was telling me. Fake IDs, the sign for baby, and wolf, and something about Alice. It didn't take a genius to figure out what she was doing. Covering her bases, making sure her kids would be all right. She pointed at me, asking with her eyes. I shook my head, understanding what she wanted. I wasn't leaving her, even if I had somewhere else to go. Let Leah and Jacob watch out for the babies. They were in good hands. It was Bella who needed protection, not me. Yeah, well, I guarantee that I'll fight with everything I got. It'll be just like old times. I grinned at her. We'll show 'em why we're the best. I'm the best, old man, she retorted with a poke to my chest. And don't you forget it. And with that, she left. Wolvie. She made it back in time for dinner. Charlie had saved a few presents for everyone so that she didn't feel singled out opening hers alone. Overall, it was a pretty decent day. The euphoria wore off quickly, though. The drive home was tense. Only Bella seemed in a better mood. Leah and Jacob had heard our conversation, although they didn't know the specifics, and I wasn't going to spill anything yet. I figured Bella would deal with that when the time was right. Vic jerked awake as we approached the house. He rubbed his eyes and frowned. That crabby old man from the attic is gone, he informed us. As we pulled into the driveway, I could see that he was right. The living room was filled with agitated vampires. 2 or 3 of them paced in front of the windows. We got out of the jeep and headed inside. Carlisle and Ammon, the leader of the Egyptian coven, seemed to be arguing. We walked inside, the wolves keeping back to avoid the stench. Honestly, they smelled okay to me. Once you got over the hair standing on and feeling, the argument was the center of attention as pretty much every vampire was listening in on it. It didn't surprise me. Eternity got boring after a while. Ammon, if you want to go, no one is forcing you to stay, Carlisle said calmly. You're stealing half my coven, Carlisle. Ammon shrieked, stabbing one finger at Benjamin. Is that why you called me here? To steal from me? Carlisle sighed, and Benjamin rolled his eyes. Yes, Carlisle picked a fight with the Volturi, endangered his whole family, just to lure me here to my death, Benjamin said sarcastically. I choked back a laugh. Teenagers will be teenagers, undead or not. Be reasonable, Ammon, he continued. I'm committed to do the right thing here. I'm not joining any other coven. You can do whatever you want. Of course, as Carlisle has pointed out, this won't end well, Ammon growled. Alistair was the only sane one here. We should all be running. Think of who you're calling sane. Tia, Benjamin's girlfriend, murmured. We're all going to be slaughtered. It's not going to come to a fight, Carlisle said in a firm voice. You say, if it does, you can always switch sides, Ammon. I'm sure the Volturi will appreciate your help. I saw Bella stiffen beside me. Her hands clenched tight, making her knuckles turn white. She ground her teeth together for a second and then took a slow, deep breath. I narrowed my eyes at the Egyptian vampire and put my hand on my granddaughter's shoulder as a show of support. Ammon sneered back at Carlisle, proving that he had no respect for his so-called friend. Perhaps that is the answer, he agreed, and Bella jerked out of my grip. She didn't seem like she would attack him, but I kept my guard up just in case. Carlisle's answer was soft and sincere. I wouldn't hold that against you, Ammon. We have been friends for a long time, but I would never ask you to die for me, though if he doesn't shut up, I'll be happy to do the honors," I announced abruptly. Every vampire in the room snapped their heads over to look at me. It was kind of freaky. I grinned and leaned against the doorway, crossing my arms. "You know, the stress must be getting to you, Emin. You're getting paranoid. Carlisle's not the kind of guy who steals anything, and he's certainly not scary enough to force anyone to do anything against their will. No offense, Doc," I said, ducking my head to him in respect. He gave me a surprised look, and nodded back. I looked back over at Amin and gave him a look I usually saved for the guys I really wanted to strangle with their own intestines. If Benny's planning on jumping ship, then it's his decision. If not, I shrugged. Then you got nothing to worry about. I could see he was sizing me up. Those red eyes didn't miss a thing. If he wanted to start a fight with me, then he'd better be willing to risk it all. Men with small minds and big mouths weren't exactly my idea of good company, and everyone was stirred up enough without him adding more fuel to the fire. He glared at me for a few more 10 seconds before he broke eye contact. "I'll stay, Carlisle, but it might be to your detriment. I will join them if that's the road to survival. You're all fools if you think you can defy the Volturi." He scowled, then sighed, glanced at Vic and Carly, and added in an exasperated tone, "I will witness that the children have grown." "That's nothing but the truth. Anyone would see that. That's all we've ever asked," Carlisle replied. I had to hand it to him. He had more patience than a saint did. Emin grimaced, "But not all that you are getting, it seems." He turned on Benjamin. "I gave you life. You're wasting it." Benjamin glared steadily at him. "It's a pity you couldn't replace my will with your own in the process. Perhaps then you would have been satisfied with me. I really like that kid." Emin's eyes narrowed. He gestured abruptly to Kebby, his mate, and they stalked past us, Emin slowing slightly to glare at me, and headed out the front door. "He's not leaving," Edward told everyone. He walked over to us and put his arm over Bella's shoulders. "Too bad," I said. "I don't like unpredictable people. You can't concentrate on fighting if you're worried about your allies taking a shotgun to your head." "You deserved it," Bella muttered, her tone laced with humor. I groaned in reply. "Do you have any idea how long it takes to wash the remnants of your temporal lobe out of your hair?" She grinned. "Considering your bathing habits, I'd say 2 or 3 years. Granted, that's only if you had some soap handy at the time." I rolled my eyes. "I don't know where you get your violent nature from," she shrugged. "Probably Grandma's side of the family." "Definitely not from you, you law-abiding citizen, you," I chuckled, unable to help myself. Yeah, I deserved it. But, seriously, how long did you think you could pretend to be a guy?" She held up her dog tags and waved them back and forth. "Lasted 2 world wars with no one the wiser." I rolled my eyes again. "So modest," I commented. "Then again, nobody ever had a chance to take a bath in the trenches." I grinned back at her. "I'm sorry, hun, but the look on your face." I laughed, tears filling my eyes. Her expression lost its humor and she pointed at me threateningly. "I will hurt you, Victor," she warned. Edward cleared his throat, reminding me that we weren't alone. In fact, Bella and I were the center of attention now. I grinned in amusement. "What exactly did you do to make her shoot you in the head?" Emmett asked. He and Rosalie were leaning against the back of the couch. I opened my mouth to speak, but Bella cut me off. "Don't even think about it," she hissed. I grinned and spoke anyway. "Our team was doing some work over in Africa for Striker. Bella hadn't told anyone that she was really a girl." Bella lunged at me, but I jumped over to the couch behind Emmett. "So one day, she takes off on her own for a bath, and the guys come around looking for her." She lunged again, and this time, I let her pin me down. I didn't stop talking, though. So I told them which way she went, and Bella let the claws on her right hand out and pointed them at my throat. "One more word, Victor. I dare you." Emmett came to my rescue. He picked her up off me and held her back. "And?" he questioned with a grin. "You're pushing it, Victor," she yelled, struggling to free her hands. I stood up again, throwing my head back with a laugh. and the boys got a full frontal view. Bella wrenched out of Emmett's grasp and knocked me to the ground. "You are so dead." She clenched her right hand into a fist and lined her claws up with my eyes. All right, Carlyle said, holding up his hands. He looked helplessly at Emmett, who reached down to pick her up again. She elbowed him in the gut, hard. "Just give me 5 minutes, Carlyle. I'll clean up afterwards, I swear." I collapsed in a heap, laughing hysterically. "Oh, man. I've never heard you scream so loud. The guys were so scared of you. John couldn't look you in the eye for a week." "John was lucky he still had eyes to look with," she replied stubbornly. "And so were you." "Oh, yeah," I said sarcastically. "Having a 12-gauge pump-action shotgun go off in my ear canal was way better." "Like I said, you deserved it," she replied, trying to sound serious. Still, her mouth began to turn up into a smile. The tension was broken. My job was done. I got to my feet and brushed myself off. "Why'd the old coat from the attic take off, anyway?" I asked. Edward frowned. "We can't be sure, but from what he's been going on about." He shook his head. "My guess is that he felt that a fight is inevitable. He probably thinks that the Volturi will attack even if we can prove your innocence, that they'll find some other excuse to achieve their goals." Eliezer chimed in. I looked at him for a moment. "And you, Elle, what do you think?" He frowned, and the conflict he felt was visible in his eyes. "To be honest, Mr. Creed, I'm not sure what to think anymore." Victor's POV. For the next few days, things settled down a bit. Bella continued practicing her shield and I went back to lazing about. The one good thing about vampire guests was that I didn't have to give up my spot on the couch whenever I felt like a nap. Alice and Jasper's bed was free, but it didn't seem right to use it. Besides, I knew exactly what they did on their own time, and I had no desire to find the evidence. On New Year's Eve, when saw it's snowing, I announced. The whole household heard me, and they knew what it meant. Vic clutched at my pants and I scooped him up onto my lap. "Okay, you know the plan, right kiddo? I take this 60 on the left. You take this 60 on the right. When we get through crushing the pansies, we'll go to the McDonald's with the play place, and you'll help me scope out a few single moms." He laughed and leaned his head against my stomach. A few of our guests laughed too, but most of them just gave me dirty looks, especially the ladies. I guess Vic got his charms from his daddy. "You're right, Victor," Bella deadpanned. She was still a little pissed at me about the whole revealing your most embarrassing secret, but at least she was talking to me now. "Yep," I agreed. "So, do we leave tonight?" I looked at Carlyle. He and Esm stood by the stairs, staring into each other's eyes. It was kind of awkward, but I remembered what Kayla and me had, so I kept my mouth shut. Carlyle pursed his lips in thought. Alice said that there was snow on the ground in her vision. "We should probably stay away from the town if Demetri is tracking us right now." Edward got up off his piano bench and Bella followed in sync. "That's a good idea," he said. "The last thing we want is them to knock on our door while we're unprepared." His eyes lit up in a way that let me know he was thinking of something important. Alice's vision took place in the field where we fought the newborn army. "We should leave now if we want to be there when they arrive." I saw everyone tense, and wondered how dedicated this motley crew is to standing up against these Volturi guys. "I'm in," I yelled, startling everyone as I jumped to my feet with Vic in my arms. "This'll be a blast, kiddo. Your mom and I used to camp out almost every night back in the day." "Hey." I looked over to Bella with a grin. "Remember when we ran out of toilet paper, and Wade went and used poison ivy to wipe?" She burst out laughing, grabbing onto Edward's shoulder as she folded in half, clutching her stomach. "Oh, God, yes. I caught him using one of his swords to scratch." She snickered. "He went a whole day without talking to me." "It was beautiful," I sighed. "Yeah, good old Wade. Too bad, he bit the bullet. Oh well, Stryker could use the company. An eternity with Wade? I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy." I shrugged. "So, we going or what?" I asked, looking around the room. The vamps looked a little more composed by now. Edward smirked at me. He knew what was up. I think that's a very good idea. Let's go. You guys go ahead, Bella said quickly. She strode over to me and held her arms out. Vic jumped into her embrace and she turned around. Vic and I will go wake up Remy. We'll be there in a little while. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this was the moment she'd waited for. There was no privacy in this house, and she needed to fill Vic in on her little plan. I grinned. I'll wait for you. Wouldn't want Libba to get too cozy with you, I said, wiggling my eyebrows at her. She smacked my arm and marched toward the stairway. Are you sure you don't want me to wait for you? Edward asked. No, it's fine, she insisted without turning around. I'll be there in a jiffy. She began climbing the stairs hurriedly before anyone else could say anything. Don't sweat it, Eddie, I reassured him. I'll keep an eye on her. I looked over at Jacob, Lee and Seth. You three better call Sam and the rest of the dog pack. I have a feeling that we're gonna need them. They nodded and headed into the woods to phase. The living room quickly emptied out as Carlisle began leading the guests to the field. Edward lingered a moment longer, but I quickly shooed him away. A few minutes later, I heard Bella's soft voice. I love you and your sister more than anything. I love you too, Mama, Vic answered just as softly. We'll always be together, and our hearts will always be together, she corrected. I could actually hear how painful it was for her to say the words. But when the time comes today, you have to leave me, I heard Vic's breath catch. No, he moaned. I heard a rustle of fabric and could alone assume that he was tugging on her shirt in desperation. I wish that she would hurry up. The new air freshener Sam used was making my eyes burn. I heard Bella swallow loudly. Will you do it for me? Please? Why? He asked. He sounded close to tears. Damn it. The goddamned air freshener. I wiped my eyes furiously with my sleeve and slouched against the wall. I can't tell you, she whispered. Bet you'll understand soon. I promise, Leah? Jacob? Carly? He whispered back, it'll be okay, honey. Don't tell them until I tell you to run, okay? I heard Vic's breath itch and then he uttered a soft, uh-huh. There was a few more seconds of silence, and then I jumped out of my skin as Bella yelled, put your pants on, Remy. It's time to go. Wolvie. Bella's POV. Remy and Victor ran behind me as we raced toward the field. A shiver went down my spine and I recognized the scent of the shapeshifters. The field came into view and we slowed down. Remy was out of breath. He was still too human and too tired despite all his gifts. I hoped we had a little more time before they arrived. The snowfall was getting heavier. It stuck to the soles of my shoes and I knocked them against a nearby tree. I saw Remy doing the same. Victor ignored his dirty boots in favor of scoping out the field. So, this is where the real action took place, he muttered. I can still smell their ashes. I sniffed experimentally and wrinkled my nose. He was right. The scent hung in the air, permeating every inch of the surrounding forest. We took our place, Vic and Carly climbing agilely onto my back to leave my hands free. I stood a few feet behind the front line made up by Carlisle, Edward, Emmett, Rosalie, Tanya, Kate, and Eliezer. Close beside me were Benjamin and Zafrina. It was my job to protect them as long as I could. They were our best defensive weapons. If the Volturi were the ones who could not see, even for a few moments, that would change everything. Zafrina was rigid and fierce, with Senna almost a mirror image at her side. Benjamin sat on the ground, his palms pressed to the dirt, and muttered quietly about fault lines. Remy took his place beside the young vampire. If it came to a fight, he would use his kinetic powers to charge up a few boulders and Benjamin would send them flying at the Volturi guard. I almost hoped it turned into a fight just to see the looks on their faces. Victor stood close to me. He scanned the field again, his expression telling me that he was a soldier again. He would strike fast, hard and with no mercy. The witnesses clustered to our left and right. They eyed the forest fearfully and determinedly. I did the same. In the woods behind us, the invisible wolves were still and ready. We could only hear their heavy panting, their beating hearts. The clouds rolled in, diffusing the light so that it could have been morning or afternoon. Edward's eyes tightened as he scrutinized the view, and I was sure he was seeing this exact scene for the second time. The first time being Alice's vision. It would look just the same when the Volturi arrived. We only had minutes or seconds left now. I took a quick glance behind me. Victor grinned slowly back at me, his eyes narrowed and his fists clenched at his sides. "Get ready, baby girl," he told me, tensing into an almost crouch in his excitement. All our family and allies braced themselves. From the forest, the huge russet alpha wolf came forward to stand at my side. It must have been too hard for him to keep his distance from Carly when she was in such immediate danger. Leah quickly followed suit and crowded next to Victor. Without risking a glance behind, Edward reached back to me. I stretched my arm forward so that I could grip his hand. He squeezed my fingers. Another minute ticked by, and I found myself straining to hear some sound of approach, and then Edward stiffened and hissed low between his clenched teeth. His eyes focused on the forest due north of where we stood. We stared where he did, and waited as the last seconds passed. This next little part is basically the introduction of the Volturi. If you want to skip over it, I won't mind. I only changed a few little parts. The big changes won't happen for another 23 chapters. They came with pageantry, with a kind of beauty. They came in a rigid, formal formation. They moved together, but it was not a march. They flowed in perfect synchronicity from the trees. A dark, unbroken shape that seemed to hover a few inches above the white snow, so smooth was the advance. The outer perimeter was gray. The color darkened with each line of bodies until the heart of the formation was deepest black. Every face was cowled, shadowed. The faint brushing sound of their feet was so regular it was like music, a complicated beat that never faltered. At some sign I did not see? Or perhaps there was no sign, only millennia of practice? The configuration folded upward. The motion was too stiff, too square to resemble the opening of a flower, though the color suggested that. It was the opening of a fan, graceful but very angular. The gray-cloaked figure spread to the flanks while the darker form surged precisely forward in the center, each movement closely controlled. Their progress was slow but deliberate, with no hurry, no tension, no anxiety. It was the pace of the invincible. This was almost my old nightmare. The only thing lacking was the gloating desire I'd seen on the faces in my dream. The smiles of vindictive joy. Thus far, the Volturi were too disciplined to show any emotion at all. They also showed no surprise or dismay at the collection of vampires that waited for them here. A collection that looked suddenly disorganized and unprepared in comparison. They showed no surprise at the giant wolves that stood in our midst, or of my grandfather and me. Benjamin hid Remy behind him, and I silently thanked the boy. I couldn't help counting. There were 32 of them. Even if you didn't count the 2 drifting, wayfish black-cloaked figures in the very back, who I took to be the wives. Their protected position suggesting that they would not be involved in the attack. We were still outnumbered. Even counting the 10 wolves, they had us. My grandfather growled low in his throat. "Remember what I always used to say about being surrounded," he muttered to me. "It's a 360-degree free fire zone." Too bad I didn't bring any silver bullets with me. "Silver bullets are for werewolves, Victor," I muttered back. "Brush up on your mythology, old man. Your son-in-law is one of the undead, for heaven's sake," he chuckled softly, but I knew that his attention was on the approaching vampires. "The redcoats are coming, the redcoats are coming," Garrett muttered mysteriously to himself and then chuckled once. He slid one step closer to Kate. "They did come," Vladimir whispered to Stefan. "The wives, Stefan is back. The entire guard. All of them together. It's well we didn't try Volterra." And then, as if their numbers were not enough, while the Volturi slowly and majestically advanced, more vampires began entering the clearing behind them. The faces in this seemingly endless influx of vampires were the antithesis to the Volturi's expressionless discipline. They wore a kaleidoscope of emotions. At first there was shock and even some anxiety as they saw the unexpected force awaiting them. But that concern passed quickly. They were secure in their overwhelming numbers, secure in their position behind the unstoppable Volturi force. Their features returned to the expression they'd worn before we'd surprised them. It was easy enough to understand their mindset. The faces were that explicit. This was an angry mob, whipped to a frenzy and slavering for justice. I did not fully realize the vampire world's feeling toward the immortal children before I read these faces, and they thought we had 2 of them. Just my luck, I adjusted my pose slightly so that Vic and Carly could get a better grip. The action prompted a few of the unorganized vampires behind the guard to glance my way. They seemed surprised once again, only this time I could see confusion on their faces as well. I smirked internally. Just wait until they got a look at my new claws. It was clear that this motley, disorganized horde, more than 40 vampires altogether, was the Volturi's own kind of witness. When we were dead, they would spread the word that the criminals had been eradicated, that the Volturi had acted with nothing but impartiality. Most looked like they hoped for more than just an opportunity to witness. They wanted to help tear and burn. We didn't have a prayer. Even if we could somehow neutralize the Volturi's advantages, they could still bury us in bodies. Even if we killed Dimitri, Jacob and Leo would not be able to outrun this. I could feel it as the same comprehension sunk in around me. Despair weighted the air, pushing me down with more pressure than before. No, I straightened myself up taller. Now was not the time to be weak. Now was the time to give these so-called royal vampires a piece of my mind, and maybe I'd take a few pieces out of them. One could always hope. One vampire in the opposing force did not seem to belong to either party. I recognized Irina as she hesitated in between the 2 companies, her expression unique among the others. Irina's horrified gaze was locked on Tanya's position in the front line. Edward snarled. It was a very low but fervent sound. Alistair was right, he murmured to Carlyle. I watched Carlyle glance at Edward questioningly. Alistair was right? Tanya whispered. They? Caius and Aro? Come to destroy and acquire, Edward breathed almost silently back. Only our side could hear. They have many layers of strategy already in place. If Irina's accusation had somehow proven to be false, they were committed to find another reason to take offense. But they can see Vic and Carly now, so they are perfectly sanguine about their course. We could still attempt to defend against their other contrived charges, but first they have to stop, to hear the truth about the twins. Then, even lower. Which they have no intention of doing. Jacob gave a strange little huff, and then, unexpectedly, 2 seconds later, the procession did halt. The low music of perfectly synchronized movements turned to silence. The flawless discipline remained unbroken. The Volturi froze into absolute stillness as one. They stood about 100 yards away from us. Behind me, to the sides, I heard the beating of large hearts, closer than before. I risked glances to the left and the right from the corners of my eyes to see what had stopped the Volturi advance. The wolves had joined us. Bella's POV. Victor chuckled humorlessly. What do you know? Mosquitoes are scared of puppies. No one on our side seemed offended by his remarks, or maybe they recognized that he wasn't the Victor we knew and tolerated. He was a mercenary now. I suddenly pitied the poor vampires who dared try to attack him. He didn't live to be 150 in his line of business without learning a few tricks. I turned to Edward. Which one is Aro? My husband stared straight ahead, his body tensed and ready for a fight. Aro, Marcus, and Caius are the ones in the black cloaks. The stronger a vampire's ability, the darker their cloak. Don't underestimate the weaker ones, though. Only the most powerful join their ranks. Aro and Marcus are dark-haired, while Caius is blonde. I studied the massive faces until I found the 3 that reminded me most of the Romanian vampires. Their skin was almost translucent, and their eyes were milk-colored. They moved with stunning grace, surpassing even Alice. Alice, I cringed internally. Where was she now? Was she safe? I recognized several of the guard from the incident with the newborns. Jane, Dimitri, and Felix wore the darker cloaks. I was a little surprised at Felix's attire. I knew he didn't possess any extra powers. I assumed that his talents lay in the fact that he was very strong, like Emmett, and perhaps very skilled in hand-to-hand combat. I remembered how easily he dealt with Bree. Victor could take him. No sweat. Standing next to Jane, in another dark gray cloak, was Alec. I was sure of it. His hair was darker than his sister's, but the resemblance was there. I wondered how long it would take me to get over there and take him out. I'd have Victor to back me up, but there were so many of them. I heard Edward's breathing itch. Edward? Carlisle asked, low and anxious. They're not sure how to proceed. They're weighing options, choosing key targets. Me, of course, you, Eliezer, Tanya. Marcus is rating the strength of our ties to each other, looking for weak points. The Romanians' presence irritates them. They're worried about the faces they don't recognize, Safrina and Senna in particular, and the wolves, naturally. Aro knows Abella is through Jane and Felix's thoughts, but he isn't sure who Victor or Remy are. They're making him nervous. They've never been outnumbered before. That's what stopped them. Outnumbered? Tanya whispered incredulously. They don't count their witnesses, Edward breathed. They are non-entities, meaningless to the guard. Aro just enjoys an audience. Wonderful. A sadist and a drama queen, should I speak? Carlisle asked. Edward hesitated, then nodded. This is the only chance you'll get. Carlisle squared his shoulders and paced several steps ahead of our defensive line. I hated to see him alone, unprotected. He spread his arms, holding his palms up as if in greeting. Aro, my old friend. It's been centuries. The white clearing was dead silent for a long moment. I could feel the tension rolling off Edward as he listened to Aro's assessment of Carlisle's words. The strain mounted as the seconds ticked by, and then Aro stepped forward out of the center of the Volturi formation. For the first time, the Volturi ranks reacted. A muttered grumble rolled through the line, eyebrows lowered into scowls, lips curled back from teeth. A few of the guard leaned forward into a crouch. Aro held one hand up toward them. Peace. He walked just a few paces more, then cocked his head to one side. His smoky eyes glinted with curiosity. I studied the ancient as intently as he studied Carlisle. I didn't like him. He made my instincts flare up. It was worse than the first time I had met Edward. I looked over at Victor and saw that he was having a similar reaction. Fair words, Carlisle, he breathed in a thin, wispy voice. They seem out of place, considering the army you've assembled to kill me, and to kill my dear ones. Carlisle shook his head and stretched his right hand forward as if there were not still almost 100 yards between them. You have but to touch my hand to know that was never my intent. Aro's shrewd eyes narrowed. But how can your intent possibly matter, dear Carlisle, in the face of what you have done? He frowned, and a shadow of sadness crossed his features. Whether it was genuine or not, I couldn't tell. I didn't really care either. I have not committed the crime you are here to punish me for. Then step aside and let us punish those responsible. Truly, Carlisle, nothing would please me more than to preserve your life today. No one has broken the law, Aro. Let me explain. Again, Carlisle offered his hand. Before Aro could answer, Caius drifted swiftly forward to Aro's side. So many pointless rules, so many unnecessary laws you create for yourself, Carlisle, the white-haired ancient hissed. How is it possible that you defend the breaking of one that truly matters? The law is not broken. If you would listen. We see the children, Carlisle, Caius snarled. Do not treat us as fools. They are not immortal children, Caius. If you would allow us to explain, Carlisle pleaded. If they are not immortal, Caius asked sardonically, then why have you created an army to protect them? I growled under my breath. I had grown up in a time when people respected their elders. I didn't care how old Caius was. Carlisle did not deserve to be treated like that. Witnesses, Caius, just as you have brought. Carlisle gestured to the angry horde at the edge of the woods. Some of them growled in response. Any one of these friends can tell you the truth about the children. Or you could just look at them, Caius. See the flush of human blood in their cheeks. At that, Caius summoned Irina to his side and demanded an explanation. We watched with growing discomfort as he interrogated her as if this were the Spanish Inquisition. I'd become accustomed to the justice system of 21st century America that I'd forgotten just how deplorable the old methods were. It reminded me of the third world countries we'd worked in during the earlier wars, where we found prisoners of war with their kneecaps broken or their fingers sliced off with rusty knives or their intestines hanging out of holes in their stomachs. The degradation of it made my blood boil. Even if she was the cause of all of this, I gained no joy from her suffering. My shield twitched. the strange feeling of it distracted me as Aro took over the questioning. He was much calmer than Kiss, but I still didn't like him. He touched Irina's hand, searching her thoughts. I presumed, you see, Kiss? He said. It's a simple matter to get what we need. Kiss didn't answer him. From the corner of his eye, Aro glanced once at his audience, his mob, and then turned back to Carlisle. And so we have a mystery on our hands, it seems. It would appear the children have grown. Yet Irina's first memory was clearly that of two immortal children. Curious. That's exactly what I'm trying to explain, Carlisle said, and from the change in his voice, I could guess at his relief. This was the pause we had pinned all our nebulous hopes on. I felt no relief. I waited, almost numb with rage, for the layers of strategy Edward had promised. Carlisle held out his hand again. Aro stared at his old friend's hand for a moment, but I saw that his decision had already been made. Edward knew what would happen next, and kissed my forehead in anticipation. Remy moved a pace closer to me as my husband strode toward Aro. He clapped Carlisle on the shoulder as he passed. Each step seemed to match my heartbeat, and each heartbeat made my shield pulse with renewed vigor. I saw Jane smile as Edward crossed the midpoint in the distance between us. When he was closer to them than he was to us, that smug little smile did it. My fury peaked. I felt it flow through me like a tidal wave of pure power. My muscles tightened, and I acted automatically. I threw my shield with all the force in my mind, flung it across the impossible expanse of the field like a javelin. My breath rushed out in a huff with the exertion. The shield blew out from me in a bubble of sheer energy, a mushroom cloud of liquid steel. It pulsed like a living thing. I could feel it, from the apex to the edges. There was no recoil to the elastic fabric now. In that instant of raw force, I saw that the backlash I'd felt before was of my own making. I had been clinging to that invisible part of me in self-defense, subconsciously unwilling to let it go. Now I set it free, and my shield exploded a good 50 yards out from me effortlessly, taking only a fraction of my concentration. I could feel it flex like just another muscle, obedient to my will. I pushed it, shaped it to a long, pointed oval. Everything underneath the flexible iron shield was suddenly a part of me. I could feel the life force of everything it covered like points of bright heat, dazzling sparks of light surrounding me. I thrust the shield forward the length of the clearing, and exhaled in relief when I felt Edward's brilliant light within my protection. I held there, contracting this new muscle so that it closely surrounded Edward, a thin but unbreakable sheet between his body and our enemies. Barely a second had passed. Edward was still walking to Aro. Everything had changed absolutely, but no one had noticed the explosion except for me. No, not quite. Victor looked at me, and I saw the hair on the back of his hands rise up. He could sense a difference in the air. It crackled with power that only the two of us could really understand. I inclined my head slightly in his direction, and he grinned. We both turned back to the field and watched. Edward stopped a few steps away from Aro, and I realized with some chagrin that though I certainly could, I shouldn't prevent this exchange from happening. This was the point of all our preparations to get Aro to hear our side of the story. It was almost physically painful to do it, but reluctantly I pulled my shield back and left Edward exposed again. I focused totally on him, ready to shield him instantly if something went wrong. Edward's chin came up arrogantly, and he held his hand out to Aro as if he were conferring a great honor. Aro seemed delighted by his attitude. Aro closed the distance without pause, and really, what did he have to fear? The hulking shadows of the lighter gray cloaks the brawny fighters like Felix were but a few yards away. Jane and her burning gift could throw Edward on the ground, writhing in agony. Alec could blind and deafen him before he could take a step in Aro's direction. No one knew that I had the power to stop them, not even Edward. With an untroubled smile, Aro took Edward's hand. His eyes snapped shut at once, and then his shoulders hunched under the onslaught of information. Aro straightened, his eyes flashing open, their expression odd and weary. He did not release Edward's hand. Edward's muscles loosened slightly. You see? Edward asked. Yes, I see. Indeed, Aro agreed, and amazingly, he sounded almost amused. I doubt whether any two among gods or mortals have ever seen quite so clearly. And then, to the shock of his guard, he asked to meet the babies. What is this about, Aro? Kaya snapped. Just the question had me pulling my children around into my arms, cradling them protectively against my chest. Vic twisted his head around to keep a close eye on his father. Carly clung tightly to me in fear. Something you've never dreamed of, my practical friend. Take a moment to ponder, for the justice we intended to deliver no longer applies, Kaya hissed in surprise. Peace, brother, Aro cautioned soothingly. This should have been good news, what we'd been hoping for, the reprieve we'd never really thought possible. Aro had listened to the truth. Aro had admitted that the law had not been broken, but my eyes were riveted on Edward, and I saw the muscles in his back tighten. I replayed in my head Aro's instruction for Case to ponder, and heard the double meaning. Aro still gripped Edward's hand, and he now answered a question that the rest of us had not heard. I think a compromise on this one point is certainly acceptable, under the circumstances. We will meet in the middle, the guard protested as Aro released Edward's hand and turned back toward us. Aro threw one arm casually over Edward's shoulder like they were the best of friends, all the while maintaining contact with Edward's skin. They began to cross the field back to our side. Perhaps you should bring a few members of your guard with us, Edward suggested as the guard's anxiety grew. It will make them more comfortable. Aro nodded as if this was a wise observation he should have thought of himself. He snapped his fingers twice. Felix, Dimitri, Jane, the three vampires were at his side instantaneously, looking precisely the same as the last time I'd met them. I hadn't known the name of the blonde vampire, Dimitri, but now that I recognized him, I knew it was imperative that he not leave here alive if the Volturi attacked. I could do that much for Alice and Jasper. Bella, bring the babies? And a few friends, Edward instructed. I had no trouble picking my allies. Jacob and Leah wouldn't abandon my children, and I could sense Aro's curiosity about Victor. The two wolves flanked me as I walked toward the small gathering. Victor walked next to Jacob on my left. I could sense his instincts acting up like mine. He wanted to fight. I heard another rumble from the guard as they saw my choices clearly. They did not trust the werewolves. Aro lifted his hand, waving away their protest again. Interesting company you keep, Dimitri murmured to Edward. Edward didn't respond, but a low growl slipped through Jacob's teeth. Carly patted his nose to comfort him. Vic was oddly silent, his eyes flicking from one vampire to the next. They really don't like us, he informed me in his softest voice. I nodded slightly in agreement. We stopped a few yards from Aro. Edward ducked under his arm and quickly joined us. For a moment, we faced each other in silence. Aro took in the wolves and then sniffed the air experimentally. I saw the first hint of a grimace in his expression, but that was quickly replaced with curiosity. How unusual. You appear human, but your smell is almost like an animal's. No? That's not quite right. Ah, I could spend all day guessing, but I am sure that you both are as unique as they come. He looked at me closely, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Bella, he addressed me directly now. I'm fascinated that you, your grandfather, and your son are the exceptions to Edward's impressive talents, so very interesting that such a thing should occur. And I was wondering, since our talents are similar in many ways, if you would be so kind as to allow me to try to see if you are an exception for me, as well. Edward took Carly and I held out my left hand for Aro to touch. I caught a glimpse of Jane's pretentious smirk, and debated just slicing my claws through the little witch's neck. I managed to restrain myself as Aro took my hand. His skin was strange. It was hard, but felt brittle shale rather than granite and even colder than I expected. Aro's face altered as I watched. The confidence wavered and became first doubt, then incredulity before he calmed it into a friendly mask. So very interesting, he said as he released my hand. I smirked back at him. Maybe you should try Victor? Although he's always been rather empty-headed. You might not be able to tell the difference. I clenched my hand into a fist, ready to sheath my claws into his ribcage if he made one false move. Aro gave me a tense smile, and I could tell that he didn't like being made fun of. Perhaps now would be a good time to speak with your daughter, as your son's mind would appear to be as guarded as yours. I felt some of my good mood dissipate, but I kept my cool. If Jane even tried to hurt Carly, I could shield her in half a second, and tear the little bitch a new one before that second was up. Edward looked at me, and I nodded, giving him a quick smile to let him know that everything was okay. We switched babies. Vic clung to me for a second longer than he needed and gave me a stern look. I returned it with a nod. I wouldn't let anything happen to his sister. This was what we'd hoped for, I reminded myself. Fighting the urge to take Carly and run for it, I walked 2 slow steps forward. My shield rippled out behind me like a cape, protecting the rest of my family while Carly was left exposed. It felt wrong, horrible. R met us, his face beaming. But she's exquisite, he murmured. So like you and Edward. And then louder, hello, Carly. Carly looked at me quickly. I nodded. Hello, Aro, she answered formally in her high, ringing voice. Aro's eyes were bemused. What is it? Kay hissed from behind. He seemed infuriated by the need to ask. Half mortal, half immortal, Aro announced to him and the rest of the guard without turning his enthralled gaze from my daughter. Conceived and carried by this astonishing girl. Impossible, Kay scoffed. Do you think they fooled me, then, brother? Aro's expression was greatly amused, but Kay flinched. Is the heartbeat you hear a trickery as well? The two stared at each other for a moment, each vying for some sort of power. Aro won by a landslide and left Kay sulking as he turned back toward us. He held out his hand to Carly in invitation. But this was not what she wanted. She leaned away from me, stretching upward, to touch her fingertips to Aro's face. Aro did not react with shock as almost everyone else had reacted to this performance. He was as used to the flow of thought and memory from other minds as Edward was. His smile widened, and he sighed in satisfaction. Brilliant, he whispered. Carly relaxed back into my arms, her little face very serious. Please? She asked him. His smile turned gentle. Of course I have no desire to harm your loved ones, dear one. Aro's voice was so comforting and affectionate, it took me in for a second. And then I heard Edward's teeth grind together and, far behind us, Maggie's outraged hiss at the lie. My own instincts caught up with it a second later and I forced myself not to growl. Victor had no such qualms. The corners of his mouth turned down as he snarled. His hands curled and I saw his nails begin to grow. Felix stood hulking in front of him, but I knew that now was not the time for fighting. Victor, I said slowly. Easy. He stopped snarling and put his claws away, but I knew him well enough to see that it wasn't over. So much to discuss, Aro said, seemingly oblivious to the near scuffle. So much to decide. If you and your furry protectors will excuse me, my dear Cullen, I must confer with my brothers. Bella's POV. As we retreated back to our respective sides, I tuned out the ancients' fight. Kay seemed pretty mad at Aro, but I wasn't in the mood to listen to them. I gave Victor a meaningful glance and set my jaw. Eventually, they involved Irina in their little dispute. I checked my shield for flaws, comparing it to the strong, but fluttery shield of Renata. She was a vampire, but she was also a wimp. In a fight, I would obliterate her. I examined every guard with military eyes, searching for weak points. Jane and Alec, as powerful as they were, would be easy to take out. I couldn't imagine petulant little Jane giving up her advantage even to learn the most basic of fighting skills. Alec was smaller than me, and if Edward thought I was dangerous against enemies who were larger than me, then he didn't know what was coming. Once those two were out of the way, the Volturi would be nearly defenseless. I came out of my thoughts with a gasp. Caius had been speaking with Irina, a sly, awful look in his eyes, and now I watched in stunned disbelief. 3 of the Volturi soldiers leaped forward, and Irina was completely obscured by their great cloaks. In the same instant, a horrible metallic screeching ripped through the clearing. Caius slithered into the center of the grey melee, and the shocking squealing sound exploded into a startling upward shower of sparks and tongues of flame. The soldiers leaped back from the sudden inferno, immediately retaking their places in the guard's perfectly straight line. Caius stood alone beside the blazing remains of Irina, the metal object in his hand still throwing a thick jet of flame into the pyre. With a small clicking sound, the fire shooting from Caius's hand disappeared. A gasp rippled through the mass of witnesses behind the Volturi. We were too aghast to make any noise at all. It was one thing to know that death was coming with fierce, unstoppable speed. It was another thing to watch it happen. Case smiled coldly. Now she has taken full responsibility for her actions. His eyes flashed to our front line, touching swiftly on Tanya's and Kate's frozen forms. In a second, I realized what he had planned, but it wasn't soon enough to stop the sisters from racing forward to attack. The strained piece of this summit already teetered more precariously than an elephant on a tightrope. Once the fight began, there would be no way to stop it. It would only escalate until one side was entirely extinct. Our side. Chaos knew this, so did Remy. A second after they began rushing forward, I saw two playing cards fly out in front of them. The blasts that followed weren't enough to hurt them, but they did send the two women flying backwards. They somersaulted in the air and landed on one knee. I saw that they intended to try again, but this time we were prepared. Carlisle locked his arms around Tanya's waist before she could take one more step, but Kate was much harder to hold. I saw Remy preparing to throw another card and held up my hand to stop him. Rosalie and Emmett both tried their hand at containing the powerful woman before Garrett locked his arms around her, holding her even as she shocked him with every ounce of strength. I peeled my shield away from her, protecting Garrett. Carlisle whispered desperately to the women as I studied Aro's expression. It was a mix of curiosity and disappointment. He looked at Remy, studying him as if he were an interesting specimen. Remy shuffled his deck of cards, readying himself for the fight that seemed inevitable. The Volturi guard no longer studied disciplined attention. They were crouched forward, waiting to spring the counter-strike the moment we attacked. Behind them, 43 witnesses watched with very different expressions than the ones they'd worn entering the clearing. Confusion had turned to suspicion. The lightning-fast destruction of Irina had shaken them all. What had been her crime? Without the immediate attack that Case had counted on to distract from his rash act, the Volturi witnesses were left questioning exactly what was going on here. Aro glanced back swiftly while I watched, his face betraying him with one flash of vexation. His need for an audience had backfired badly. I heard Stefan and Vladimir murmur to each other in quiet glee at Aro's discomfort. Aro was obviously concerned with saving their reputation. After they finished with us, surely they would slaughter their witnesses for that purpose. I felt a strange, sudden pity for the mass of the strangers the Volturi had brought to watch us die. Dimitri would hunt them until they were extinct too. For Jacob and Leah, for Alice and Jasper, for Alistair, for my children, and for these strangers who had not known what today would cost them, Dimitri had to die. Aro touched Case's shoulder lightly. Irina has been punished for bearing false witness against these children. So that was to be their excuse. He went on. Perhaps we should return to the matter at hand? Case straightened, and his expression hardened. He stared forward, seeing nothing. His face reminded me, oddly, of a person who just learned he'd been demoted. Aro drifted forward, Renata, Felix, and Dimitri automatically moving with him. Just to be thorough, he said, I'd like to speak with a few of your witnesses. Procedure, you know. He waved a hand dismissively. Two things happened at once. Case's eyes focused on Aro, and the tiny cruel smile came back. And Edward hissed, his hands balling up in fists so tight it looked like the bones in his knuckles would split through his diamond-hard skin. I was desperate to ask him what was going on, but Aro was close enough to hear even the quietest breath. I saw Carlisle glance anxiously at Edward's face, and then his own face hardened. While Case had blundered through useless accusations and injudicious attempts to trigger the fight, Aro must have been coming up with a more effective strategy. Victor growled, and I restrained myself from doing the same. I really didn't like this. As Aro slowly made his way down the lines, interrogating the witnesses, I watched with cynical eyes. Emin made good on his promise and told Aro everything he knew about my children. He said that they posed no threat in his eyes. Honestly, if Aro thought my children were a threat, he would get a big surprise if he pushed me too far. Aro? Emin called after his interrogation was finished. Aro whirled back. Yes, friend, I gave my witness. I have no more business here. My maid and I would like to take our leave now. Aro smiled warmly. Of course. I'm so glad we were able to chat for a bit. And I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Emin's lips were a tight line as he inclined his head once, acknowledging the barely concealed threat. He touched Kebi's arm, Then the two of them ran quickly to the southern edge of the meadow and disappeared into the trees. I knew they wouldn't stop running for a very long time. Aro was gliding back along the length of our line to the east, his guards hovering tensely. He stopped when he was in front of Shelban's massive form, and began to grill her next. They're no danger to humans, they blend in better than we do. They pose no threat of exposure, Shelban told him. Can you think of none? Aro asked soberly. Edward growled, a low ripping sound deep in his throat. Case's cloudy crimson eyes brightened. Renata reached out protectively toward her master, and Garrett freed Kate to take a step forward, ignoring Kate's hand as she tried to caution him this time. Shelban answered slowly, I don't think I follow you. Aro drifted lightly back, casually, but toward the rest of his guard. Renata, Felix, and Demetri were closer than his shadow. There is no broken law, Aro said in a placating voice, but every one of us could hear that a qualification was coming. I fought back the rage that tried to claw its way up my throat and snarl at my defiance. I hurled the fury into my shield, thickening it, making sure everyone was protected. No broken law, Aro repeated. However, does it follow then that there is no danger? No. He shook his head gently. That is a separate issue. The only response was the tightening of already stretched nerves, and Maggie, at the fringes of our band of fighters, shaking her head with slow anger. Aro paced thoughtfully, looking as if he floated rather than touched the ground with his feet. I noticed every pass took him closer to the protection of his guard. They are unique? Utterly, impossibly unique. Such a waste it would be, to destroy something so lovely. Especially when we could learn so much? He sighed, as if unwilling to go on. But there is danger, danger that cannot simply be ignored. No one answered his assertion. It was dead silent as he continued his monologue. These amazing children? He lifted his hand palm down as if to rest it on one of my children's heads, though he was 40 yards from them now, almost within the Volturi formation again. If we could but know their potential, know with absolute certainty that they could always remain shrouded within the obscurity that protects us. But we know nothing of what they will become. Their own parents are plagued by fears of their future. We cannot know what they will grow to be. He paused, looking first at our witnesses, and then, meaningfully, at his own. His voice gave a good imitation of sounding torn by his words. Still looking at his own witnesses, he spoke again. Only the known is safe. Only the known is tolerable. The unknown is a vulnerability. Case's smile widened viciously. You're reaching, Aro, Carlyle said in a bleak voice. Peace, friend. Aro smiled, his face as kind, his voice as gentle, as ever. Let us not be hasty. Let us look at this from every side. Garrett stepped forward then, intent on giving his side next. I listened to his speech with rapt attention, warmth spreading through me as he defended not only our group, but gave the witnesses a chance to defend themselves by stating exactly what the Volturi would do to them once they finished with us. As he finished, Aro smiled. A very pretty speech, my revolutionary friend. Garrett remained poised for attack. Revolutionary? He growled. Who am I revolting against, might I ask? Are you my king? Do you wish me to call you master too, like your sycophantic guard? Peace, Garrett, Aro said tolerantly. I meant only to refer to your time of birth. Still a patriot, I see. Garrett glared back furiously. As his next course of action, Aro asked his own witnesses what they thought. One vampire, a woman named McKenna, chose to leave, stating that she could sense the truth in Garrett's words. Her mate, Charles, went with her, and another vampire took off a second later, and then 3 more left after that. I surveyed the rest of the witnesses. They weren't even close to the mob they had been just moments prior. Most looked too confused to make a decision, or maybe they wanted to stick around to know exactly who would be chasing them when this was over. I was sure Aro saw the same thing I did. He turned away, walking back to his guard with a measured pace. He stopped in front of them and addressed them in a clear voice. We are outnumbered, dearest ones, he said. We can expect no outside help. Should we leave this question undecided to save ourselves? No, master, they whispered in unison. Is the protection of our world worth perhaps the loss of some of our number? Yes, they breathed. "We are not afraid." Aro smiled and turned to his black-clad companions. "Brothers," Aro said somberly, "there is much to consider here. Let us counsel," Kay said eagerly. "Let us counsel," Marcus repeated in an uninterested tone. Aro turned his back to us again, facing the other ancients. They joined hands to form a black shrouded triangle. As soon as Aro's attention was engaged in the silent council, 2 more of their witnesses disappeared silently into the forest. I hoped, for their sakes, that they were fast. I hoped Jacob and Leah were fast too. I quickly took out the 2 letters that rested in my pockets. They contained everything my children and the wolves would need to survive. Passports, driver's licenses, birth certificates, and money, lots of money. I'd scrounged up every penny from my old accounts and packed it all inside. If they were smart with it, they'd have enough to last them a few years before anyone would need to get a job and risk being found by any remaining Volturi guards. I hoped to ensure that there weren't any left, but I didn't want them taking chances. I lifted Vic and Carly off my back and sat them on their respective shapeshifters. After handing Vic the letters, I stretched up on my toes and whispered into Jacob's ear. "Wait until they're totally distracted, then run. You too, Leah. Get as far from this place as you possibly can. When you've gone as far as you can on foot, Vic has what you need to get you in the air." I ignored the looks I received, from shapeshifter and vampire alike. Jacob turned to me, his expressive eyes full of agony, the rumbling growl still grating through his chest. "You're the only one we could ever trust her with," I murmured to him. "If you didn't love her so much, I could never bear this. I know you can protect her, Jacob." I turned to Leah next and gently touched her silver fur. "Please Leah, try to get along with Jake. I couldn't bear it if the twins felt they had to choose between the 2. Besides, she's going to need you when she gets older." I tried to smile, but I knew I didn't do a good job. "Alice?" Edward questioned. I nodded slowly. She knew what I had to do. The others were not oblivious to the farewell scene. Their eyes were locked on the silent black triangle, but I could tell they were listening. "Is there no hope, then?" Carlyle whispered. There was no fear in his voice. Just determination and acceptance. "There is absolutely hope," I murmured back. It could be true, I told myself. I only know my own fate. Edward took my hand. He knew that he was included. When I said my fate, there was no question that I meant the 2 of us. We were just halves of the whole. Azim's breath was ragged behind me. She moved past us, touching our faces as she passed, to stand beside Carlyle and hold his hand. Suddenly, we were surrounded by murmured goodbyes and I love yous. "If we live through this," Garrett whispered to Kate, "I'll follow you anywhere, woman." "Now he tells me," she muttered. Rosalie and Emmett kissed quickly but passionately. Tia caressed Benjamin's face. He smiled back cheerfully, catching her hand and holding it against his cheek. "I'll make sure you get a good head start, Miss Amies, my friends," Remy said to Jake and Leah. He held up the 2 joker cards playfully and handed one to each twin. "To remember me by, C.H. Riss. Darlings." He gave them a slight bow and turned back to face the Volturi. I didn't see all the expressions of love and pain. I was distracted by a sudden fluttering pressure against the outside of my shield. I couldn't tell where it came from, but it felt like it was directed at the edges of our group, Shelbon and Lim particularly. The pressure did no damage, and then it was gone. There was no change in the silent, still forms of the counseling ancients. But perhaps there was some signal I'd missed. "Get ready," I whispered to the others. "It's starting." "Chelsea is trying to break our bindings," Edward whispered. "But she can't find them. She can't feel us here." His eyes cut to me. "Are you doing that?" I smiled grimly at him. "I am all over this." Edward lurched away from me suddenly, his hand reaching out toward Carlyle. At the same time, I felt a much sharper jab against the shield where it wrapped protectively around Carlyle's light. It wasn't painful, but it wasn't pleasant either. "Carlyle? Are you all right?" Edward gasped frantically. "Yes." "Why, Jane," Edward answered. The moment that he said her name, a dozen pointed attacks hit in a second, stabbing all over the elastic shield, aimed at 12 different bright spots. I flexed, making sure the shield was undamaged. it didn't seem like Jane had been able to pierce it. I glanced around quickly. Everyone was fine. Incredible, Edward said. Why aren't they waiting for the decision? Tanya hissed. Normal procedure, Edward answered brusquely. They usually incapacitate those on trial so they can't escape. I looked across at Jane, who was staring at our group with furious disbelief. I was pretty sure that, besides me, she'd never seen anyone remain standing through her fiery assault. It probably wasn't very mature. But I figured it would take Aro about half a second to guess if he hadn't already that my shield was more powerful than Edward had known. I already had a big target on my forehead and there was really no point in trying to keep the extent of what I could do a secret. So I grinned a huge, smug smile right at Jane. Her eyes narrowed, and I felt another stab of pressure, this time directed at me. I pulled my lips wetter, showing my teeth. Jane let out a high-pitched scream of a snarl. Everyone jumped, even the disciplined guard. Everyone but the ancients, who didn't so much as look up from their conference. Her twin caught her arm as she crouched to spring. The Romanian started chuckling with dark anticipation. I told you this was our time, Vladimir said to Stefan. Just look at the witch's face, Stefan chortled. Alec patted his sister's shoulder soothingly, then tucked her under his arm. He turned his face to us, perfectly smooth, completely angelic. I waited for some pressure, some sign of his attack, but I felt nothing. He continued to stare in our direction, his pretty face composed. Was he attacking? Was he getting through my shield? I checked the line of vampires beside me. They all seemed aware enough for me. Is Alec trying? I asked Edward. He nodded. His gift is slower than Jane's. It creeps. It will touch us in a few seconds. I saw it then, when I had a clue of what to look for. A strange clear haze was oozing across the snow, nearly invisible against the white. It reminded me of a mirage, a slight warping of the view, a hint of a shimmer. I pushed my shield out from Carlyle and the rest of the front line, afraid to have the slinking mist too close when it did. What if it stole right through my intangible protection? Should we run? A low rumbling murmured through the ground under our feet, and a gust of wind blew the snow into sudden flurries between our position and the Volturis. Benjamin had seen the creeping threat too, and now he tried to blow the mist away from us. The snow made it easy to see where he threw the wind, but the mist didn't react in any way. It was like air blowing harmlessly through a shadow. The shadow was immune. The triangular formation of the ancients finally broke apart when, with a racking groan, a deep, narrow fissure opened in a long zigzag across the middle of the clearing. The earth rocked under my feet for a moment. The drifts of snow plummeted into the hole, but the mist skipped right across it, as untouched by gravity as it had been by wind. Remy joined Benjamin quickly, unleashing a series of mini explosions to try to divert the attack. His eyes turned as red as the fires of hell. I hoped the Volturi were aware of what they were up against. Even the most human of our group could still kick ass. Aro and Case watched the opening earth with wide eyes. Marcus looked in the same direction without emotion. They didn't speak. They waited too, as the mist approached us. The wind shrieked louder but didn't change the course of the mist. Jane was smiling now, and then the mist hit a wall. I could taste it as soon as it touched my shield. It had a dense, sweet, cloying flavor. It made me remember dimly the numbness of Novocaine on my tongue. The mist curled upward, seeking a breach, a weakness. It found none. The fingers of searching haze twisted upward and around, trying to find a way in, and in the process illustrating the astonishing size of the protective screen. There were gasps on both sides of Benjamin's gorge. Well done, Bella. Benjamin cheered in a low voice. My smile returned. I could see Alec's narrowed eyes, doubt on his face for the first time as his mist swirled harmlessly around the edges of my shield. And then I knew that I could do this. Obviously, I would be the #1 priority, the first one to die, but as long as I held, we were on more than equal footing with the Volturi. We still had Benjamin and Zafrina. They had no supernatural help at all. As long as I held, I'm going to have to concentrate, I whispered to Edward. When it comes to hand, it's going to be harder to keep the shield around the right people. I'll keep them off you. No. You have to get to Demetri. Zafrina will keep them away from me. Zafrina nodded solemnly. No one will touch this young one, She promised Edward, "I'd go after Jane and Alec myself, but I can do more good here." "Jane's mine," Kate hissed. "She needs a taste of her own medicine. Alec owes me many lives, but I will settle for his," Vladimir growled from the other side. "He's mine. I just want kiss," Tanya said evenly. The others started divvying up opponents too, but they were quickly interrupted. Aro, staring calmly at Alec's ineffective mist, finally spoke. "Before we vote," he began. I shook my head angrily. I was tired of this charade. The bloodlust was igniting in me again, and I was sorry that I would help the others more by standing still. "I wanted to fight, let me remind you," Aro continued. "Whatever the council's decision, there need be no violence here." Edward snarled at a dark laugh. Aro stared at him sadly. "It will be a regrettable waste to our kind to lose any of you. But you especially, young Edward, and your fascinating mate. The Volturi would be glad to welcome many of you into our ranks. Bella, Benjamin, Zephrina, Kate, Victor, Mr. Libo. There are many choices before you. Consider them." Chelsea's attempt to sway us fluttered impotently against my shield. Aro's gaze swept across our hard eyes, looking for any indication of hesitation. From his expression, he found none, and then they voted, and the battle began. Victor's POV, because he's just so awesome. In the time it took Aro to say his final vote, I had my claws out and Zephrina had blinded half the Volturi guard. I let out a deep growl, crossed the field in a split second, and pounced on Felix. He was blind, but far from helpless. He shoved me up into the air and jumped to his feet, listening. For the few seconds that I was airborne, I got a good look at what was happening down below. Kate was downing vampires as if they were whack-a-moles. Right behind her was Garrett, who made sure to rip off a limb or two of the stunned bloodsuckers. They were heading straight for the three brothers. I hoped she ripped that slimy little blonde's head right off. The wolves were everywhere, tearing through some of the weaker guards who still had their sight. One of them snapped the young wolf's leg in half and threw him against a tree before being overtaken by two others. Edward dodged every blow aimed at him. He was quicker than me even. I saw his target standing blind near the center of the remaining guards. Dimitri turned his head seated aside, as if searching. I wondered how well his tracking skills were. Maybe he didn't even need his sight to know where we all were. Most of the witnesses were running. A few remained, but they edged closer to the woods every moment. Benjamin and Libo could have been a tag team all their lives for how well they were working together. Libo powered up boulders just as fast as Bunny could throw them. The resulting explosion sent the Greg-locked guards every which way. And not all of them in one piece. The rest of the Cullen clan were busy too. As I watched, and began to descend, Rosalie ripped an arm off a Greg-locked woman, and Emmett ripped off the other. Felix suddenly raced forward, and I realized that his sight had come back. I felt the oddest sensation of panic as I saw him heading straight for Bella. I shouldn't have worried. Just as he was about to reach her, she let her new claws out and jabbed them through his stomach. Then, she spun around on her heel, lifting Felix off the ground, and sent him soaring towards me. I grinned a little, and balled up my fist, locking my fingers together. As soon as he was in range, I smashed my hands down onto his big, fat head and sent him spiraling back to earth. I landed half a second later and grabbed his arm. I was all set to rip it right out of its socket when, stop, Wolvie, Bella's POV, stop. I could say with certainty that I had never heard anything so beautiful in my life than when I heard Alice's pleading voice echo throughout the field. Everyone froze. Edward hissed, "Yes." I risked a glance at him. His face glowed with an expression of triumph that I didn't understand. It was the expression an angel of destruction might wear while the world burned. Beautiful and terrifying. I wondered how long the pause would last. I sensed the growing tension as she approached, felt the desire to keep fighting. Bloodlust coated the air. Luckily, R raised one pepper-skinned hand and the guard backed off. "It appears we have another witness," he murmured as Alice came into view. I saw the desire in his eyes as he looked at her. From Edward's memories, he'd obviously seen the extent of her abilities. I growled low in my throat, but it cut off as I saw Leah, Jacob, and the twins behind her. Then Jasper came into view, and then a female vampire, And then, I can't believe it. I couldn't take my eyes away from the boy. His eyes were the color of warm teak, yet they were not contact lenses. His skin was flushed with blood, a warm brown shade. He ran nearly as fast as the others, far too fast for a human, but not as graceful as a vampire. As he neared us, a new sound sent shockwaves through the watching crowd. The sound of another heartbeat, accelerated with exertion. I suddenly understood Edward's expression. The reasons the guard had given for our destruction, the fact that we didn't know what would happen to my children, was gone. The remaining Volturi witnesses stood back, but watched with penetrating eyes as Alice introduced the two strangers. I listened in awe as the female vampire, Cullen, told us the story of how a vampire had impregnated her sister, and then left her to die when the baby, Nehul, began to grow. How he'd killed his mother and then bitten Cullen just minutes later. How quickly he had aged from an infant to a young adult, and how he had stayed that way for 150 years. I looked at my children, both so tiny and almost fragile, and I looked at Nehul, young, beautiful, immortal. I grinned and looked back at Arl, gesturing him to disagree that his fears were unfounded. Here was proof. If he continued fighting now, I would do everything in my power to kill him, and his witnesses would condemn him. He had no choice but to leave. It was an uneasy parting. The guard picked up their severed limbs and retreated slowly into the forest. The remaining witnesses gave them a wide berth and then fled in different directions. All the while, I kept my shield up and ready. The instinct to protect my family and friends didn't allow me to let it down until Alice assured me that they weren't coming back. And with that, I collapsed into Edward's arms and left. The celebrations continued as the vampires embraced their mates. Remy mussed up Benjamin's hair, laughing all the while. Some of the younger wolves stood up on their hind legs and high-fived each other with their massive paws. Jacob and Leah changed back and swept the twins up in their arms. They rushed over to Edward and me so that we could hug our children. Vic held my neck so tightly that it was hard to breathe, but I didn't protest. Carly kissed Edward on the cheek and touched my arm, sending me a message of love in the form of a mental hug. Victor wandered over, looking suddenly out of place. I gave Vic back to Leah and wrapped my arms around him as tightly as I could. "Thank you," I whispered in his ear. He patted my back and set me down, only for him to be leapt on by his great-grandchildren. He laughed and fell to the ground, as if the two of them had actually knocked him over. "So, how about those single moms?" he asked Vic playfully. The boy laughed in response. I shook my head and leaned into Edward's embrace. For the first time in what seemed like forever, I was completely and effortlessly happy. That's it for today. See you in the next video. Bye. The end.